Chapter 1 The Wreck at Black Creek Corner. Hiya! Molly gleefully grabbed into the seat railing in front of her as the carriage lurched left and then right. Father slapped the dusty back of Mary Lou with the rawhide reins as he shouted with his booming voice. Mary Lou, their beloved family horse, was breathing hard with ears flared back and the bit in between her teeth. Eli! Mother yelled frantically at Father with one hand desperately clasping the side of the carriage and another hand holding on to her bonnet with the wind threatening to sweep it away. The carriage dangerously bounced over the many potholes that covered the old dusty road home. Hiya! Father shouted again, once more slapping Mary Lou's frothy back with the reins, as Mary Lou lunged forward violently, breaking into a full gallop. Molly looked on with sheer excitement coursing through her veins as she peered over the back of the front seat where Father and Mother lurched violently back and forth, the carriage threatening to fall apart at any moment. Looking to her left, Molly sank back in awe as she watched Thunder, the meanest, tallest, and skinniest horse in town, gain 2 lengths on Mary Lou. Father skillfully sawed the reins back and forth, trying to break Mary Lou back into a pace. But it seemed that Mary Lou was now in charge, and all Father could do was let her have her way. Thunder gained another length, and Mary Lou's ears flickered in the wind. She was game even if Mother wasn't. Another pothole jarred Molly, toppling her onto the floor of the carriage. By the time she was able to regain her footing, Thunder had pulled even with Mary Lou. Molly whooped loudly as Mary Lou picked up the pace and regained her lead by 3 lengths. By this time, Mother had her head buried in her hands as she moaned in terror. Father now looked pale as he stared ahead, now desperately trying to slow down Mary Lou. Up ahead was Black Creek Corner. Black Creek Corner was a sharp bend in the road where a narrow bridge crossed Black Creek. It was wide enough for only one carriage at a time. Get back! Get back! Father was now standing up, waving at John Hutchinson to pull back. Father planted his feet against the buckboard of the carriage and strained with all his might, but try as he might there was no stopping Mary Lou. Thunder fell back a length as John Hutchinson, with his massive arms, seeing the impending danger, began to sharply pull him up. Finally John had him pulled up, but Mary Lou did not ease up on her pace. Frothing and bleeding at the mouth, she continued forward in a reckless gallop. It was impossible to take Black Creek Corner at this pace, and Father knew it. Molly! Father bellowed. Get down on the floor! Molly sank to her knees and huddled her head in her hands, her mind stricken with terror. Father had always been able to stop Mary Lou in the past. What was wrong with her today? The next sound Molly heard was the clanking of Mary Lou's iron shoes as she charged into the bridge. Suddenly the carriage launched into the air, and Molly found herself separated from everything, staring down at the frozen creek below. Black Creek. Molly tried to scream, but couldn't. And then, everything went black. Molly! Molly! Molly struggled to see who was calling her. The voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't see the face behind the voice. Her arm jerked voluntarily as a sharp object poked it. Thank heavens, she heard another voice chime in. She's coming too. Molly strained to see her surroundings as the darkness began to fade and light began to appear. She could now vaguely make out the face of her father. Beside him was the face of Doc Wilson, Madson's beloved doctor. Molly's father gently stroked her face as tears welled up in his eyes. He leaned down and held Molly close as he whispered gently into her ear, Molly, I'm so sorry this happened. I don't know why I couldn't stop Mary Lou today. Molly tried to speak, but her voice was slow in coming. The doctor quickly put a glass of water to her lips, and she sipped slowly on the cool, refreshing water that trickled down her throat, saturating her parched body with the necessity of life. Mother? Molly could finally speak, albeit with a raspy tone protruding from her parched throat. Father hesitated as he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Molly saw them glisten. Mother is alive, but she's in a coma. A coma? What does that mean? Molly grabbed hold of Father's arm. What do you mean? Mother is breathing, but she's in a deep sleep and we can't wake her up. There is nothing we can do but wait. A tear rolled down his cheek as he held Molly's delicate hands in his large, calloused hands. Those hands that had given his family everything they could hope for in this hard land were now powerless to do his bidding. Molly had raised her head for a second, but sank back into the old cot, for the first time realizing the pain in her left leg. She looked at Doc Wilson, who didn't need her to ask. "Your leg is broken," he told her gently. "There's nothing to be worried about," he continued. "It will heal with time and rest. It was a clean break." Molly closed her eyes, trying to comprehend everything. One moment her life didn't seem to have a care in the world, and the next moment it was rapidly falling apart. Opening her eyes again and looking into Doc's caring face, she was almost afraid to ask, "What about Mary Lou? Is she okay?" Doc shook his head and didn't need to say anything more. "No more questions, child. You need to get your rest." He pulled a small bottle from his pocket, wetted a handkerchief, and held it to her nose. "This should help ease the pain. Rest easy, child. The Lord is in control." As Molly fell into a slumber, Doc looked at Eli. Standing up, he put his hand on Eli's shoulder briefly before leaving the room. Eli stood up and followed him to the other room where Mother lay. Eli sank into the chair next to Rose and took her delicate hand in his. Slowly rubbing her hand, he gazed at her beautiful features. He couldn't bear to think of life without her by his side. She was the reason he was the man he had become, and without her, well, he remembered who he used to be before he met Rose Peters. He thought back to his wild days of moonshining and horse racing, the good old days. But when he met Rose, the good old days just didn't seem that good anymore. Rose was raised by a strict father who had warned her about him. But when Eli put away his moonshining and horse racing and began to attend the conservative Christian fellowship in Madison, her father took a liking to him and offered him a share in the family business. Eli declined the offer, making sure he did so while displaying his gratitude to Rose's father for extending the offer. Eli was his own man, and he wanted to make a go of it on his own with Rose by his side, raising a family together with her. And they had done well, accumulating a nice herd of beef cows and adding new land to their little farm over the years. Eli shook his head and lowered it to his chest. He had become a well-respected man in town, a deacon in the church, and a strong family man with unquestionable values. And now this. People had warned him about his love for racing horses, but he hadn't listened. But who could have seen this coming? All he was doing was having a little fun. After all, what was wrong with a little friendly horse racing from time to time? Besides, he was the best horse handler in town. How could this have possibly happened? Mary Lou had never acted like this before. It was as if she was possessed by something that turned her into an uncontrollable demon. Eli sat up. Something was wrong with this scenario. Mary Lou simply could not have acted like this. He stood up and began pacing the room, his hand cupped over his chin, like he always seemed to do when he was deep in thought. He grabbed his coat that was hanging over the old rickety rocking chair in the corner of the room and headed out of the door of the old but well-built cabin on the north edge of Madison. "I'll be back," Eli murmured quietly to Doc as he paused for a moment. Then without another word, he quickly strode on past him. Doc didn't say a word, but nodded his head slightly to Eli in acknowledgement. He didn't like the look in Eli's eyes. Eli was normally a gentle man, but there had been those few times, even as a rehabilitated man, married to the godly Rose Peters, that Eli's temper had surfaced. Doc walked into the house after watching Eli depart, and going into his bedroom, he knelt next to the bed and wept. "Lord," he groaned, "I know I always pray for your will to be done, but I don't anticipate things like this when I pray your will be done. I know you are sovereign over all things, and that you work all things according to the counsel of your will. But Lord..." He took his old, worn-out Bible and flipped it open. At a time like this, where can I go but to the Lord? He thought to himself. He knew he wasn't hurting like Eli was hurting, but he had grown fond of the Berkemeier family. Over the years, he had become an intimate member of the family, often spending time on the farm, not having a family of his own. Doc slowly flipped through the pages until he came to the 8th chapter of Romans. He began reading slowly, savoring every word, finding peace for his distressed soul in the sovereign love of God. He traced the words with his finger as he read through misty eyes. "And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. For those whom he foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son." Romans 8:28-29. He immediately thought of Isaiah 46:8-10. Turning to the passage, he found himself comforted as he read. Remember this and stand firm. Recall it to mind, you transgressors. Remember the former things of old, for I am God, and there is no other. I am God, and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times things not yet done, saying, My counsel shall stand, and I will accomplish all my purpose. Doc lowered his head on his bed and silently worshipped. After a few minutes, he could be heard softly praying, Lord, I trust you in all things, even in the things I cannot see or understand. I ask that you do not take Rose from us. Please bring quick healing to Molly's leg, and Lord, please restrain Eli's anger in this moment of darkness. Chapter 2, An Acquaintance from the Past. On his way back to Black Creek Corner to visit the remains of the wreck, Eli decided to pass by John Hutchinson's farm to make provision for his sons Boaz and Benjamin. They had not attended church earlier that day because of the flu. Mrs. Hutchinson had offered to care for Boaz and Benjamin since she needed to stay home anyway with their 2 children who had also contrived the flu that was spreading through Madsen. The sun was beginning to set as Eli pulled up to the Hutchinson farm, which lay about a quarter of a mile west of where the Berkemeier homestead resided. Eli was riding Doc Wilson's riding horse, a gaunt, gray horse that had seen better days. This was Doc's kind of horse, faithful, steady, and able to survive on tumbleweed, if necessary. As Doc pulled into the driveway, he heard a snort over yonder by the barn. Thunder came strolling out from behind the barn and slowly meandered up to the fence, looking lazily at Old Gray, as if he hadn't had enough excitement for one day. Old Gray self-righteously ignored him, and Thunder watched in vain as Eli rode up by him on up to the hitching post by the front porch. The sun was just about to pass out of sight as it slowly began to sink beneath the distant tree line. Etches of red were mixed in with the gray night, and it looked to be a windy and dark night out tonight. A coyote howled in the distance, and Eli's sturdy frame tightened. Better take Buck with me tonight, he thought to himself, and his Remington might come in pretty handy as well. Eli was wrapping the reins of Old Gray around the hitching post when he heard a creak. He raised his eyes to see John come out of the front door. Eli, John nodded as he greeted him with a somber smile. Any news on Rose and Molly? Before Eli could respond, the door opened again as Boaz and Benjamin bolted out of the door, with Mrs. Hutchinson right behind. Father! They shouted, charging towards Eli. Eli slid off his horse and scooped them up, holding them close, comforting them with the warmth of a loving father. Boys, he said, hugging them tightly, it's going to be all right, I promise. Mother and Molly will be well soon enough, and before we know it, we'll all be back together good as new. Any word about Rose and Molly? Mrs. Hutchinson quietly asked her husband as they silently looked on. Mr. Hutchinson shook his head. We didn't have time to discuss it yet. Molly will be fine, Eli voluntarily spoke up, having overheard the Hutchinsons' exchange. Doc says her leg suffered a clean break, and with time and proper rest, there shouldn't be any cause for concern. But Rose... Eli's voice cracked as he paused. Rose is in a coma, and Doc says only the Lord knows if she will come to. John moved over to Eli and laid his hand on Eli's shoulder. The Lord never fails his children, he said. We will be fervently praying for Rose, Mrs. Hutchinson chimed in sympathetically. And for you as well, Eli, John added. You best lean on the Lord during this time of trial. Only he can carry you through. Eli nodded his head and thanked them briskly before asking, Can you keep the boys here tonight? I have some business to tend to. Of course, Mrs. Hutchinson said quickly. Eli, we will do anything we can to help you and your family. You have been our neighbors for some time now, and mighty good ones, too. Before you leave, though, won't you stay for supper? I'm guessing you haven't eaten all day. Eli shook his head. Thanks, Betty, but I'd best be moving along. Thanks again for looking after the boys and keeping my family in your prayers. Eli turned to Boaz and Benjamin. You boys best behave now, you hear? I'll be over in the morning to get you. They nodded their heads, indicating they understood their father's orders. Betty, go on in and take the boys with you. I'll be right in for supper, but I want to talk to Eli before he leaves. John turned to Eli as Betty and the boys went inside. Eli, what are your plans for tonight? He asked inquisitively. You're acting a little strange. I know you've had a traumatic day, but the look I see in your eyes, I haven't seen it in a long time, not since your moonshining and horse racing days. Eli had a foot in the stirrup and was about to mount Old Gray when he stopped and put his foot back on the ground, turning around to face John. I don't know what you're talking about. I just need to go take care of some business, is all. John wasn't fooled. He knew Eli better than most people. Eli was a great man in the community, well respected, and someone John could count on. But John also knew he still had potential for a worldly way of thinking. Eli was a man who wanted results in life and would go to any extreme to get them. You're up to something, he said quietly but firmly, looking Eli squarely in the eyes. I don't know what you're thinking, and it's probably better that I don't know, but you're up to something, and frankly, I doubt it's anything good. Go home and get some rest, Eli. Spend some time with God and let Him work in this situation. Don't do whatever you have it in your head to do tonight. Today was an accident. Nobody is to blame, and you can't undo what is done. Eli was silent for a second when he unexpectedly grabbed John by the shirt and pulled him up close. This wasn't an accident, John. Mary Lou never acted before like she did today. She's a family horse, for crying out loud. Eli's breath was hot and his voice passionate as he continued. Fast? Yes, but not at all unsafe and unmanageable. I don't know what got into her, but there is something strange about this whole situation, and I plan to get to the bottom of it. John was a gentle man, but he did not appreciate the way Eli was pushing him around. Putting his massive hands on Eli's shoulders, he tried to pry himself from his grasp. John was a big man, about 6 inches taller and 50 pounds heavier than Eli, but Eli's brute strength was impressive. His intense drive these years on the farm had made him a thing of legend, and no man had ever been able to pin him in wrestling or beat him at arm wrestling. People had come from neighboring counties all around to test his strength, but Eli had easily maintained his legendary status. Eli, let go! John spoke roughly as he struggled to pry Eli's hands from his coarse homespun buckskin shirt. Anger will get you nowhere. What happened today was an accident. Come on! Get a grip, man! Eli! As John increased his pressure on Eli's forearms, Eli started to come to his senses, slowly relaxing his grip on John. He sheepishly backed away as his arms fell to his side. Sorry, John. Eli's voice was husky as he turned around towards Old Gray. Looking back over his shoulder, Eli spoke in a resigned tone. You're right, John, he said. It was an accident, and there's nothing I can do about it now. What's done is done. With one foot in the stirrup, Eli swiftly mounted Old Gray and, wheeling him around, hurled him into a canter towards the Berkemeier homestead. John watched the darkness swallow up the hurting man before turning around and heading for the front door. The smell of Betty's home-cooked supper wafted out from the kitchen, causing his stomach to growl in delightful anticipation. He was awfully grateful for a hot dinner and a warm house on a night like tonight. When Eli got home, it was 8:30. The wind was starting to pick up, adding a bite to the chilly night. Another coyote howl in the distance sent a shiver down his back, making him a little glad John had talked him out of doing something tonight. It really was an accident, he consoled himself. Mary Lou was just excited, and for once he couldn't control his horse. That's all there was to it. Eli's thoughts calmed as he resigned himself to the idea it was nothing more than an accident, but an accident caused by a foolish man who didn't know how to lose a horse race. Eli's thoughts began to plague him again, and he knew he wouldn't be able to rest tonight even if he tried. May as well take a ride down there anyway, he thought to himself, feeling a little guilty for having led John to believe he wouldn't do anything tonight. But he shook off the guilt as he tried to justify his decision. Can't be any harm in looking around. Eli was resigned to the idea the accident was a mere accident, but deep down he knew he didn't believe it, and then he remembered. Billy Casola. Ugh. The thought of Billy Casola brought a sound of disgust to Eli's lips. Why had he tangled with Billy again? Billy was an arch rival from the past, an arch rival he hadn't seen in 10 years, and then he had seen him in Jackson just north of Madison. The two of them had never liked each other, and the moment they saw each other again, even after 10 years, the dislike between them had resurfaced instantly. Eli shook his head in disgust, remembering the incident from a few days ago. Why had he let Billy get to him? Why had he challenged Billy to a horse race? Those days were supposed to be over for him. Eli dismounted Old Gray and led him to the stable where he put him up for the night in Mary Lou's stall. After patting him on the back, Eli turned and headed for the house, but he couldn't get Billy Casola out of his mind. Billy Casola. Billy's name came to Eli's mind again, and this time he didn't push it away. I should have walked away, Eli thought to himself angrily as he shook his head, striding towards the sturdy house he had built with his 2 bare hands years ago when he and Rose had first come here, with little more than a dream and a Protestant work ethic. What am I going to do? Eli pondered in his mind. Mary Lou is dead. There wasn't a horse anywhere in this part of the country outside of Mary Lou that could beat Maverick, Casola's horse. I'm going to lose everything. Eli's mind wandered to that fateful day just a few days ago. He was up in Jackson looking to pick up a few head of beef cattle when he had run into Billy. Somehow Billy had goaded him into a game of poker. Eli hadn't played poker for years, not since he had met Rose and turned his life around, but Eli's old passions had resurfaced. He didn't see anything wrong with just one short game, and at the time he didn't see how anything negative could possibly come from it. It wasn't like it was going to be a regular activity anyway. Besides, it was a chance to get one up on Billy again, and Billy had always been a lousy poker player. But Billy had changed, and what began as a simple poker game came to include moonshine, and by the end of the night Eli had lost his entire farm to Billy. After years of abstinence, he found he could no longer hold his own when it came to moonshine, and after a few drinks the bets became real. By the end of the night, Billy owned everything Eli had worked for so hard to obtain. But it wasn't Eli's farm that Billy really wanted. What he really wanted was to crush Eli. Eli had never lost a horse race, and when he stopped racing for money years ago, he had walked away an undefeated man, and this had eaten at Billy for 10 years. But now, Billy had the upper hand, and so Eli had agreed to a horse race to settle old scores, except this time, winner takes all. Eli knew that Maverick was fast, real fast. Like thunder, he was tall and skinny, but he wasn't mean-spirited. He just loved to race. There was talk in town that Maverick's rider didn't race Maverick, Maverick raced himself, and boy could he run. At least that is what the folks in Jackson said. It seemed that Maverick had established quite a reputation for himself. Eli sat down on the porch steps and gazed out into the dark night. It sure would have been a good race between Maverick and Mary Lou, he thought sadly. Mary Lou was towards the declining side of her prime years, but like Maverick, she loved to run, and she loved to win. It was her competitive spirit combined with her love for racing that had led her to never losing a horse race. Mary Lou was the one thing he had been able to bring over from his old life. He had used her as a family horse, but a family horse that loved to race. The Christian fellowship that Eli and his family worshipped with forbade horse racing for money, and maybe even frowned on his love for racing even if it was not for money, but several men in the congregation had some fast horses and enjoyed trying out their speed from time to time. But it was always friendly competition that Eli, nevertheless, always won. Mary Lou, what had come over her today? It simply did not make sense why she acted the way she did. She loved to race and win, but she had never taken the bit between her teeth like that before. Eli's thoughts once again returned to the nagging questions. Buck, his faithful domesticated wolf, had joined him and lay silently at his feet, every now and then whimpering, knowing something was amiss, though not knowing what it was. Eli finally made up his mind. I really need to go take a look. Getting up, he quickly walked into the house. He knew he was going to get cold tonight, so he donned an extra jacket while swapping his Sunday hat for his warm hunting hat. In the corner locked up in the gun rack stood his faithful Remington hunting rifle. I should probably take it along. I would hate to come across a bobcat or mountain lion without it, Eli mused as he walked into the bedroom to fetch the key. Buck can hold his own against any wild critter, but I may as well go prepared for the worst. Eli grabbed the key from the dresser drawer and retrieved the rifle from the gun rack, along with a box of bullets. After locking up the gun rack, he put the key back where he got it from and headed out the front door. Brrr. Eli shivered as he turned up his collar and zipped up his jacket. The temperature outside must have dropped 10 degrees. It didn't take him long to saddle up Old Gray, and calling Buck to his side, Eli rode out into the dark night. It was a dark night for sure, and the flashlight and the saddlebags was going to come in handy. Chapter 3, The Tears Flow Freely. It was approximately 9:15 when Molly suddenly awoke from a deep sleep, having been effectively put to rest by the ether administered earlier by Doc Wilson. She lay silent for several minutes, slowly retrieving her bearings, still groggy from the effects of the ether. She had never had the drug before and did not care for the way it made her feel. Molly slowly raised her head, and as she did, her broken leg twisted slightly, sending a sharp pain up her side. Grimacing in agony, she sank her head back into the pillow. Although she was still slightly groggy, the ether had worn off and her leg was beginning to throb. Doc had lit the lamp that sat next to her bed on the nightstand, which also held one of her favorite books. Molly smiled. Doc sure knew her well, and knew what it would take to take her mind off of the catastrophic events that had taken place earlier that day. Molly slowly reached out her arm and delicately pulled the book off the nightstand. Any quick move was sure to aggravate her leg and send jabs of pain through her body. Opening the book, Molly eagerly found her place where she had left off the day before. Throughout her short life, Molly had been a frequent visitor at Doc's cabin, which served as a home for Doc as well as a hospital for those who needed his attentive care. It had been her mother's idea for her to begin training as a nurse under Doc's supervision, and in this way serve the broader community at large. Molly hadn't minded much at all, although she was a little squeamish at the sight of blood, but her compassion for people quickly overcame any hesitation, and she had quickly become a fine assistant for the aging doctor. Doc Wilson wasn't getting any younger, and over the past year Molly had noticed his hands beginning to shake ever so slightly from time to time. Although Doc was still an able doctor, he knew his time as a doctor was coming to an end, and he was adamant that Molly learn as much as she could under his tutelage. He eventually revealed his notion to Molly that he didn't see her just as an assistant to the doctor, but was planning to teach her the art of doctoring itself. Although Doc was conservative in his views in regards to the role of women in the community, and didn't believe a woman should at any time exercise authority over a man, he also believed highly in the value of women, and viewed them just as able as men when it came to the medical establishment. A slight glow came over Molly's face in the present moment as she thought of the affection Doc had shown her these few years of her life. No doubt, she was deeply loved by her father and mother, but Doc actually paid attention to her and often praised her for the small things she did well. As much as father and mother loved her, they were very active in the community and were driven in their desire to build a small empire at the Berkemeier homestead. As a result, it seemed they seldom noticed her efforts and often pushed her even harder to accomplish all that they believed she could and should. This wasn't all bad, for they had committed her education into Doc's hands as well, knowing he had been highly educated and would serve as a competent teacher as well as a decent role model. Although Doc didn't hold any advanced college degree, he had educated himself on many topics and could engage in a broad variety of topics with any one of the well-learned men of the area. As a result, many of the men from the community would seek his counsel on a number of matters, and it was unusual to see an entire day go by without someone stopping by to chat with Doc about some important matter on their minds. But Father was different. Although he trusted Doc with the education of his children, for Bo and Ben, short for Boaz and Benjamin, had also begun to learn under Doc, Father seldom asked Doc for any advice. Father was the type of man who would rather fail at something and learn the hard way than to ask for advice or help. But that was that, and Molly found her mind startled back to her present environment with the sound of the front door slamming shut. Doc came striding into her room with a big smile on his face, greeting Molly with a kiss on her cheek. "How's my little trooper doing?" he inquired as he put his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. Molly smiled bravely as he examined her leg and winced when he moved it ever so slightly. Doc immediately let her leg alone and reached in his pocket for the ether. Molly quickly shook her head. "Doc, I'd rather not take any of that right now. I hate how that stuff makes me feel, groggy and all." Doc smiled. "You sure are a tough cookie. You know that, right?" Molly shrugged ever so slightly. "Well, when you see some of the people we've seen and the bad shape they're in, this really isn't that bad." Doc pulled up a chair and pointed to the book in her hand. "Enjoying yourself? I thought you might like that." "Oh, yes. I love this book. Every time I think about Polly, I'm inspired to be a better person. You know what, though, Doc? I just can't see how anyone could ever have owned slaves as if they were lesser people because of the color of their skin. And besides, Polly is such a sweet girl. Doc, how could people be so mean to each other?" Doc looked at Molly somberly as he thought for a minute. "Well, Molly, when people turn away from God and follow their own desires, they turn into people we can't imagine could ever exist. When God created Adam and Eve, they were perfect, and he looked at everything he had made and said it was very good. When God created the sun, he said it was good. When he created plants, he said it was good. And when he created animals, he said it was good. But when he created man, he said it was very good." Doc paused, and then with a serious look on his face continued. "Molly, If there is one thing I want you to understand about human nature, it is that what we see today is not what God created. God created human beings as loving and caring people, but when Adam and Eve disobeyed God, their natures became sinful, and everyone who was and is born from them are sinners from birth and do many wicked things. Slavery has existed for thousands of years, not because of the prejudice against people of a different skin color, but because people want to benefit at other people's expense. History shows that people of all skin colors have enslaved not only people of other skin colors, but sometimes even people of their own skin color. It's not about enslaving people because of a different skin color. It's about what people think they can gain at other people's expense. With that said, what began as slavery in America for economic reasons eventually turned into prejudice based on skin color. The same people who tried to benefit from the labor of people of a different skin color are now prejudiced towards them for reasons that are sometimes difficult to grasp. It seems that some people can't get over the idea that America was founded on the notion of freedom for all people, no matter what their skin color is. It just goes to show we live in a world of sin where sinners sin. Molly's eyes glistened as she looked up at Doc. I'm a sinner too, aren't I, Doc? Doc smiled compassionately, but wisely refrained from saying anything. Molly continued, I don't mean to do some of the things I do. It just kind of happens. And besides, some people are just so irritating sometimes. Like Bo when he goes into my room when I'm not home. He's always snooping around. She sighed. I know I'm a sinner, Doc, but I'm really trying to be a better person. That's the problem, Molly, Doc replied. You're trying to be a better person by your own strength. But the Bible teaches that that is not the solution to our problem with sin. Believe me, been there, done that, and it just didn't work. Besides, being a better person is not good enough. The Bible says you have to be a perfect person. But Doc, you know I can't be perfect. I can hardly be good part of the time. Molly winced as she felt pain course through her leg as her outburst moved it just enough to bring the pain to her attention. Now, child. Doc quickly constrained her. That's the whole point. If we have a hard time just being good, how could we ever hope to be perfect? This is why I keep telling you, you need to be born again. Molly made a face at Doc. Here we go again. Speaking Latin. How can I be born again? Do I enter my mother's stomach and come back out a new person? And if that's what I did, what good would that do if I couldn't be perfect on my second try like I need to be to go to heaven? Molly deeply loved Doc, but sometimes he irritated her with the things he said. Doc hesitated for a moment and then stood up. Hang on, let me get my Bible. He ambled out of the room and returned carrying his worn Bible. Sitting down again, he opened it up. It seemed to fall open to the exact spot he wanted to read from. Molly, what I'm going to tell you tonight is one of the most important things I have ever shared with you. I'm going to read out of John 3, and I need you to listen very carefully. He slowly opened his Bible and began reading John 3, 1 through 8. Now there was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. This man came to Jesus by night and said to him, Rabbi, we know that you are a teacher come from God, for no one can do these signs that you do unless God is with him. Jesus answered him, Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Doc paused and looked at Molly. Molly, this is very important to understand. Jesus said that unless someone is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Think about that for a moment. If you went home tonight and couldn't see your house, could you go inside your house? Molly thought for a moment, and then silently shook her head as Doc resumed reading. Nicodemus said to him, How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born? Molly giggled softly. That sounds pretty stupid when someone else asks it. Doc smiled. People are more alike than we sometimes think. Even really smart people say some really dumb things like Nicodemus did here. Doc continued reading. Jesus answered, Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. Do not marvel that I said to you, You must be born again. The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes. So it is with everyone who is born of the Spirit. He closed his Bible and stared at Molly for a moment, contemplating his next words. Finally he spoke. This sounds pretty impossible, doesn't it? Molly nodded her head. Doc, if I can't see the kingdom of God and can't enter the kingdom of God without being born again, and I don't know how to be born again, how can I go to heaven? This is the problem, Doc replied. In the 2nd chapter of Ephesians, it says that we are dead in trespasses and sins, meaning that we are spiritually dead. Have you ever seen a dead person raise themselves from the dead? Molly shook her head. Doc continued, so it is with a spiritually dead person. He cannot raise himself from his spiritual deadness. This is why we need to be born again. But how is a person born again? Molly inquired inquisitively as Doc paused. Doc smiled and opened his Bible again, this time to the Old Testament. A long time ago, God told us about the new birth through the prophet Ezekiel, which we read of in the 36th chapter. Doc found his place and began reading the verses Molly could see were highlighted in his Bible. I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall be clean from all your uncleannesses, and from all your idols I will cleanse you. And I will give you a new heart, and a new spirit I will put within you, and I will remove the heart of stone from your flesh, and give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit within you, and cause you to walk in my statutes, and be careful to obey my rules. Doc closed his Bible and looked at Molly in all seriousness, like he always did when he had something of utmost importance to say. Molly, the bottom line is that we need new hearts and new spirits because our hearts are hard hearts of stone, and our spirits are bound by Satan to do his will. But God can give us new soft hearts of flesh, and when he gives us new hearts, he also puts his spirit in us. And you know what? When that happens, we slowly begin to become more and more like Jesus. We will never be perfect this side of heaven, but if we are born again before we die, when we die and see Jesus for the first time, we will become perfect just like he is perfect. And we will be able to enter heaven and live with him forever where pain and death will never enter in. Molly stared quietly at Doc as his eyes glazed over with a faraway look. After a moment when she couldn't wait any longer, she reached out and grabbed Doc's hand. Doc, I want to be born again. What can I do to be born again? Doc clasped her hand gently and with a tear trailing down his face said, You can't do anything to be born again. This is a sovereign work done by God, but you can pray and read the Bible, which is the means by which God reveals himself to his lost sheep and gives them new life that can be found in Jesus Christ alone. Molly, Doc continued, do you remember everything I told you about Jesus, how he died for your sins, took your punishment on himself, became sin so you could become the righteousness of God, and how we are made righteous by his righteousness and not by a righteousness of our own? Molly thought for a second and then replied timidly, Sometimes I get confused with some of the things you tell me, but I'm pretty sure I'm a sinner and that Jesus died for my sins, but I don't understand how I can be born again. Doc, how were you born again? Doc wasn't too keen on talking about his past, and he carefully contemplated his next words. Well, I was raised in a home where the Bible was taught partially, but I wasn't born again until later on in life. I don't recall ever having been taught the new birth at home or in church, and it seemed we could get to heaven if we were just good enough. But I rejected Christianity at a young age and decided to live a life of sin. But that life was never able to make me happy, and I became more and more miserable with every passing day, often wishing I could just die and have it all be over with. I suffered much as a child and then as a young adult, often overcome by bitter bouts of depression, and my own actions added to my misery, not to mention the unbearable heartaches that would come into my life from time to time. I think I was 19 or 20 when the news came that my sister and her family were in a carriage accident, and they weren't sure if she was going to live. A few hours later, they confirmed she had died. She was so young, only 25 years old, and such a great person in life. She really meant a lot to us. Doc's eyes welled up with tears as they began to trickle down Molly's delicate pale cheeks as well. I was very angry with God through much of my life because it didn't make sense that a loving God would let such awful things happen if he could prevent it. I used to look up in the sky at night and ask God how he could just stand by as the most terrible things happened. How could God let my 25-year-old sister die when she was so young, with a husband and 2 children who loved her and needed her? And then one day, 10 years after my first sister died, something happened that changed my life forever. I was sitting at home when the news came once again that another one of my sisters, also 25 years old, died while giving birth to her second son. Molly gasped softly as the tears now freely ran down her cheeks. "Oh, Doc," she sobbed, "this is so awful." It was a very sad day, Molly, for so many people. My sister was one of the most sincere and loving people whom I have ever known. It was also almost unfathomable that life could continue without her around. It was like God picked a flower while it was still in full bloom. And I forgot to mention, the baby died as well. I will never forget the day I walked into the room where the casket lay, and I saw mother and child laying side by side in the casket. Molly, the tears began coming and I couldn't stop them. I didn't want to stop them. At that moment, something began to happen inside of me that could have only been the sovereign work of God. With tears streaming down my face, I walked out to my horse and rode out into the nearby woods with tears falling the entire way. When I arrived at a secluded spot, I knelt before God with a broken and contrite heart. I didn't say much, but the words I spoke at that moment were the most important words I have ever said, and God's presence was so real at that moment that I could have never since doubted that He exists. I have never seen people weep like I saw people weep that weekend, and the power of the Christian testimony in life and in death was so powerful that day that God used it to bring about a change in my heart that has changed me forever since that day. My life was so bad at that time, I don't know if I could have lasted another year, but when I met Jesus, He became everything in my life, and life has never been the same. I don't know what I would do without Him in my life. Doc's voice trailed off as he seemed lost in his thoughts. His hands were shaking as Molly pulled them close. Doc, I wish I could experience Jesus like that. It seems like the most wonderful experience in the world, and I could really use a friend like Jesus right now with everything that has happened today. Doc smiled faintly. Life isn't always easy being a Christian, and the world often persecutes us for who we are, but knowing God in the person of Jesus Christ is far better than anything this world has to offer. And yes, Molly, when things go wrong in this world, Jesus is the great comforter. I believe you will one day experience God like I did. Just be patient, read your Bible, pray diligently, and believe in Jesus. These are all things you can't do. God will do the rest. Doc and Molly sat for a few moments until Doc suddenly realized the chill in the air. I had better put some more wood on the fireplace, he mused to himself. He smiled gently at Molly as he stood up. Your life is in God's hands, child. Just trust Him for everything in the person of Jesus Christ. Molly smiled courageously as Doc left the room, but her eyes were clouded with uncertainty. She thought she loved Jesus and believed He had died for her sins, but she also knew she didn't have what Doc had. Doc had something special, and she wanted to have it too. Chapter 4, The Northeast Trail Quarrel. The wind was brisk against Eli's cheeks as he heeled Old Gray into a canter. He wasn't sure what to expect when he arrived at Black Creek Corner, probably nothing, but his heart was beating a little more rapidly than he was accustomed to. His mind was keenly aware of the mystery that lay behind Mary Lou's strange and unpredictable behavior earlier that day. Turning out of the drive, he headed east. Thankfully, the night had cleared up and the moon provided enough light for him to see his surroundings in detail. Tonight would sure be a good night to have a date with the mountain lion folks have been talking about for the last month, Eli thought to himself. Folks around Madison and Jackson had been sporting tales of a mountain lion that was killing cattle across the two counties. The mountain lion had even threatened to attack one of Jacob Heinland's children before Jacob, by God's grace, intervened with a pitchfork and was able to scare off the ferocious beast. And ferocious this beast was made out to be. Jacob said her eyes were a fiery red and her growl like a mighty thunder. According to him, she stood every bit of the 3.5 feet tall and was all of 6 feet long, not counting the tail. But Eli doubted some of the stories about this animal and was sure there was a little stretching of the facts. However, he couldn't bring himself to dismiss the danger this feline posed to the community and would be more than happy to dispose of this threat. Now that he thought about it, whenever a killing was reported, people would always say the same thing. Nothing was eaten, only killed. And this is what bothered Eli. It seemed as if this wild animal that roamed Madison and Jackson killed only for the sport of killing, and once it attacked and killed a human, it would no doubt consider all of them as prey. Maybe I should take the Northeast Trail tonight, Eli thought to himself. It would save him some time, and who knows, maybe he would get a shot at the creature that was posing a constant threat to the people of his community. Boy, if I could bring this trophy home, my position in the community would be even more respected. Eli snapped out of his thoughts and at the last second pulled Old Gray left to head up the Northeast Trail. Buck, stay close. Eli's voice broke the quiet night air as Buck's ears pointed forward, but he obediently pulled up and fell to trotting closely at his master's side. With his Winchester slung over Old Gray's mane and his finger on the trigger, Eli eased Old Gray through the narrow trail. His eyes diligently scanned back and forth as Old Gray carefully made his way over the rough terrain. But Old Gray was a steady horse, and nothing seemed afoot, so Eli relaxed a little and tried to enjoy the moonlit ride. Eli and company were about 2 miles into the northeast trail when suddenly an animal screamed in the nearby brush. Old Gray instinctively lunged forward, and before Eli could grasp the saddle horn, he felt himself launched into the air as Old Gray plunged forward out from beneath him. Buck let loose a fierce howl as Eli hit the ground on his back, discharging the bullet in his rifle. Stunned, Eli lay still for a minute. Buck nervously trotted back and forth, whimpering 1 second and growling the next. Eli moved slowly as he tried to sit up, and after examining himself, he was relieved to find nothing broken. The wind was knocked out of him was all, and his rifle had discharged, but luckily he hadn't shot Old Gray, who had stopped just up ahead and was patiently waiting for Eli, albeit with the nervous twitching of his tail. Stinking bobcats. Eli thought to himself angrily as he dug a bullet out of his pocket and reloaded the rifle. Bobcats were common in Madsen, and any time a person went out after dark, it wasn't uncommon to hear their screams, though most times far off in the distance. But this one had been close, which was understandable considering Eli was riding on their turf. Eli wasn't worried, though, since no one in the community ever seemed to have a problem with them. Their screams were just very shrill and frightening, especially if they were unexpectedly close by, as this one had been. Eli brushed himself off and quickly found his way back to Old Gray, who was still nervously twitching his tail. After rubbing his neck for a bit to calm him down, Eli mounted Old Gray and continued forward. This time he kept the reins tight and wrapped his legs around Old Gray's belly. Won't catch me napping again, Eli thought to himself, still angry that twice in one day he was unable to control a horse. Buck stayed close as Old Gray carefully moved forward with ears up and alert. He was not generally a skittish horse, but these were no ordinary circumstances. Few men were brave enough to venture through the northeast trail at night, and even fewer horses were calm enough for anyone to attempt this on horseback. But Eli was no ordinary man. Old Gray was no ordinary horse, and both of them thrived in circumstances such as these, despite their current apprehension. Old Gray snorted slightly as his head bobbed up, and Eli pulled him up as he peered into the moonlit darkness. The moon was bright tonight, but the trees overhead withheld much of it, and only patches of light could be seen streaming through the treetops where they weren't so thick. A slight movement about 40 yards ahead, on the right side of the trail, caught Eli's attention, and he swung his rifle towards it. Whipping his powerful flashlight out of the saddlebags, Eli shone the bright light towards the area where he thought he saw movement. Suddenly he saw her, dark red eyes staring at him. He shivered as a howl pierced the night. Old Gray screamed in unison, and Eli fired. But Old Gray had moved just enough to make Eli miss his target. A deep-throated snarl came up from the depths of Buck's chest. That old wolf dog, who had seen his best days as a fighter of wild beasts, but had plenty left in the tank. But Buck was no match for this creature, and he showed he knew it as he stayed close by Eli and Old Gray. Most times he would have lit a shuck after that wild creature, but this was no ordinary creature. Eli swore slightly, something he was not accustomed to after leaving his old life behind, but that one glimpse he had caught of this creature sent shivers down his back. Eli was not the kind of man who could be easily scared, but this beast looked every bit the legend people made him out to be. Moreover, it had the eyes of a killer. After reloading his rifle, Eli eased Old Gray forward, rifle raised and ready. With the path in front of him lit up with his handy flashlight, Eli was sure glad he had decided to bring it along. The last thing he needed right now was to be surprised from any direction by this creature that could easily pull his head from his shoulders with one swipe of its massive paws. This was not the time and place to tangle with it, despite his earlier misguided desire to do just that. Eli heeled Old Gray into a canter as Buck picked up the pace, staying with inches of Old Gray's hooves. "Easy, boy." Eli spoke reassuringly to Old Gray as he patted the head of his horse, who held his head high with his eyes piercing the surrounding darkness for that dreaded creature that had dared to disturb the both of them psychologically. Buck was trotting along silently when suddenly he broke out with a deep-throated howl, this time letting it loose for several seconds. He had seen something, and he was now in a fighting mood. He knew he was no match for this wild beast, but when you have a master like Eli in the heart of a winner, all bets are off. He suddenly, without warning, charged ahead as the scream up ahead pierced the night again. Eli yelled at Buck to pull up as he heeled Old Gray, charging forward, rifle ready. But Buck didn't heed his call, leaping ahead with massive bursts of energy, snarling ferociously with his lips curled back and teeth bared. Much like his master, he had seen some rougher days in his past, and even though he had for the most part left his old ways behind, much like his master, Eli, he still had that desire in the bottom of his gut to once again, for old time's sake, have it out with an enemy who had him beat in every way but guts and courage. Eli fired his single-shot rifle as the shadow leapt across the path ahead. Swiftly reloading, he fired again into the brush as Buck charged in after the beast. Eli pulled up Old Gray, and after reloading his rifle, he waited silently, alert to the sounds of the night as Buck could be heard sniffing out the wild creature's tracks. "Buck! Get back here!" Eli yelled sharply as he listened to Buck stirring in the brush. The words had hardly left his lips when another scream pierced the night, and Buck howled in anguish. Eli didn't think twice as he instinctively jumped off Old Gray and ran towards the sound. He knew he was crazy, and now in way over his head, but there was no way he was going to let Buck go at it alone. Charging into the underbrush, Eli held his rifle waist high, anxious to get a good shot at the enemy. His flashlight swung up as the sound of thrashing and growling could be heard ahead. Finally, he spotted Buck, who was putting on a good show despite a huge gash on his left side, just below his shoulder. Despite his disability, Buck was not backing down, and with his awful snarl kept that beastly creature at bay about 10 yards away. The mountain lion, despite keeping her distance for the moment, looked lazily at Buck and did not seem deterred as Eli arrived on the scene. Eli swung the rifle in her direction and squeezed the trigger. He was a good shot and had defended himself against many a beast with this style of shooting that required a quick shot from the hip. And it would most likely have been a fatal shot had the rifle not jammed. As Eli had pulled the trigger, the mountain lion lifted up her head and screamed again, piercing the deadness of night. Charging forward, she slashed Buck again, this time making her deep gash on his right side, just below the shoulder. This was not this wild creature's first fight, and she knew how to disable her enemy. But Buck was ready this time, and snarling, lashed into the mountain lion's throat. The mountain lion thrashed violently as Buck hung on for dear life. Eli chucked his jammed rifle as he swiftly swung his Bowie knife out of its sheath. His sanity seemingly departed as he recklessly charged forward, launching himself into the pile of the two animals rolling around on the ground. He powerfully thrust the Bowie knife downward into the back of the mountain lion as Buck hung on, desperately, bleeding badly, and tossed to and fro by its violent thrashing. Another scream filled the cool night air, and Eli raised his knife again to stab that awful creature. But before he could bring the knife down into the mountain lion's body, she leaped up towards Eli and raked her razor claws down the side of Eli's knife hand. The knife tumbled to the ground as Eli lunged away, just narrowly avoiding another claw swipe aimed at his face. Buck twirled around like a rag doll, with his large teeth deeply embedded in the heart of the mountain lion's throat. Blood covered the ground as both man and beast bled together in the fight for their lives. The Bowie knife had fallen to the ground, and as Eli stabbed for it with his good left hand, the mountain lion reared up on two legs with Buck in tow. Eli gasped at the strength of this beast, and for a second could only watch in horror as it descended over him. And then it was over. The mountain lion toppled over with Buck bearing the brunt of her weight. Buck was badly wounded, but wouldn't let go. Eli firmly grasped the Bowie knife in his left hand and slowly inched towards the dying beast. As it let out one last scream in defiance, Eli plunged the Bowie knife deep into the beast. The mountain lion was dead. Buck didn't move as Eli crawled over and pulled the mountain lion off of him. It was no easy task with a bad arm and all, but Eli managed. Buck finally loosed his grip on the dead mountain lion, but didn't make any effort to move. His breath was coming in gasps. Eli, beginning to regain his wits and some of his strength, quickly rolled Buck over, examining his wounds carefully. It didn't look good. In fact, it looked really bad. It would be a miracle if Buck pulled through this fight. He had some good days behind him and had been a loyal friend for many years, but those days might be coming to an end. Eli stood up and quickly limped out to Old Gray, coming back with him in tow. It was going to be difficult to get Buck loaded up on Old Gray, but it was now a matter of life and death. Buck needed Doc Wilson's attention. He needed it badly, and he needed it now. Eli's knife hand was throbbing mightily and not very useful at this point. The bleeding had slowed down, but the open gash was sure to get infected if he didn't get attention soon. He leaned down with his left hand and grabbed Buck beneath his stomach. On his first attempt, Buck slid out of his grasp. Buck was a big animal, and all the blood was making it difficult to get a good hold. After two more tries, Eli took a knee, gasping and lightheaded. The amount of blood they both lost was beginning to take its toll on them. Buck wasn't moving at all. and Eli felt like he needed to lay down and take a nap. Just a little rest was all he wanted. I need to keep moving, Eli thought to himself. Can't stop now. Looking around, he got an idea. There was a tree over yonder that had fallen over with its top resting on another tree, forming a sloping walkway that could possibly be used to climb onto Old Gray's back. If he could just drag Buck up that tree. Grabbing Buck beneath the stomach again, Eli used his powerful frame to drag him over to the tree. Even though he was weakened by the loss of blood, he was still powerfully strong in his own right, and he was determined. If there was ever a man who had the will to live, it was Eli. Pulling Buck up into the tree, Eli climbed up behind him and slowly inched his way up. Old Gray stood patiently beside the tree as Eli clawed his way up, fighting for every inch. He would have only one shot at this. Time was running out. Easing his way up the tree, Eli finally had Buck high enough to transfer him over onto Old Gray's back. Carefully, he slid him over and swung him across the front of Old Gray's back just in front of the saddle horn. Holding onto Buck carefully, Eli inched himself up the tree until he was far enough up to crawl over onto Old Gray's back into the saddle. Easing himself across onto Old Gray, he finally found himself in the saddle. With his right arm caked with blood and useless, he hung his upper body over the right of the saddle horn and wrapped his left arm across the left of Old Gray. Buck was tucked firmly beneath his chin and secured by his left arm. Go home, Old Gray, he whispered with a raspy voice. Go home. Old Gray started to move as Eli began to fade in and out of consciousness. Buck whimpered as Old Gray headed for the trail. Eli and Buck had done their job. Now it was all up to Old Gray to get them to Doc Wilson in time. Chapter 5, Doc Wilson Reminisces. Molly had dozed off for a few minutes when Doc Wilson came back to check up on her after putting more wood in the fireplace. It sure is nice to have a warm place on nights like tonight, Doc thought to himself gratefully. He could hear the cold night wind whistling through the trees outside. Doc thought about Eli and wondered how he was holding up tonight. Sure hope he doesn't go do some foolish thing tonight, he thought to himself. Eli was a well-respected man in the community, but those who knew him best knew what he was capable of when things began to go south in his life. After breathing a quick prayer for Eli and then Molly, Doc left Molly to her sleep and went to check up on Rose. As he turned to leave the room, Molly, having been awakened by his appearance despite his care not to wake her, interrupted his departure. Doc, Molly asked wistfully, can I go see Mother? Doc nodded his head. Absolutely, Molly. After unlocking the wheels of the bed whereupon Molly lay, Doc pushed it away from the wall and walked around to the front of it to push it over to the room next door where Rose lay. Being that he had to move patients around from time to time, he had mounted wheels on all of his beds to make patient transports easier. Are you feeling a lot of pain in your leg right now? Doc inquired of Molly as he pushed her out of the room. Not too much, she replied. It seems to do better when it stays laying undisturbed. Any slight move of the leg, though, can be pretty painful. She winced slightly as Doc rolled the bed over the crack in the floor in the doorway, and Doc intuitively knew she was putting on a brave face. Doc was proud of her and cherished her like his own daughter. She had taken after her father when it came to toughness and determination, but also possessed the sweet disposition of her mother. Doc had always wanted a family with children of his own, but the good Lord had chosen otherwise. But God had been good to him in his singleness, blessing him with the daily presence of Molly and her two brothers for the past couple of years. Doc thought of his past and smiled. It sure had been the ride of a lifetime. It didn't start out well, and never really went the way he would have wanted for himself, and yet, at the same time, he had been blessed with a life dedicated to the welfare of others, and when his time came to die, he knew he would rest easy. Not that he could boast in any of his accomplishments. He could only boast in what Jesus had done in his life over the years that he had known him. Doc knew that God had always had his hand on him, even when he was rebelliously wandering far away from God. And when God seemed the furthest removed from his life, as Doc later discovered, God had all along been working all things in his life according to the counsel of his own will. This was a strange perplexity he had thought of often in the course of his time as a Christian. How could God be said to be working all things according to the counsel of his will when so many bad things were happening in the world? Was slavery according to the counsel of God's will? Was the murder of living babies in the womb according to the counsel of God's will? Was war according to the counsel of God's will? Early on in his life, Doc had struggled with these types of questions. Having been reared in a home where the Bible was read daily, he had always viewed God as a being who is sovereign over all things and could bring to pass whatever he determined to bring to pass. If God couldn't bring to pass whatever he determined to bring to pass, then he couldn't be God, but was controlled by that very thing which he created. Doc had always maintained that if God existed, he was sovereign, or he wouldn't be God. And this was exactly why Doc had rejected God in his early years. How could there be a God if he did not stop the pain and suffering that took place all over the world? If God could stop the pain and suffering and didn't, what kind of God was he? And this type of thinking was very much fueled by his own suffering as a child and young adult. But once God had shown the light of the gospel into his broken and pleading heart, and opened his eyes to the truth of his word, Doc began to see how his thinking had been warped and darkened by a mind that was already hostile to God. Doc realized he had been greatly influenced by the emerging secular movement of the time that took God to task for allowing the things to happen that they themselves were responsible for. Once he had seen the truth of how convenient it was for people to condemn God for allowing the pain and suffering that they themselves brought upon themselves, he really began to see into the human heart and how deceitfully wicked it was. It was so revealing to see how people do what they want to do merely because they want to do it, but then when they suffer negative results as a consequence, they turn on others to blame them, and often the blame is directed at God. It always seemed to be someone else's fault, and when people couldn't find other people to blame for their problems, they turned on God and blamed him. Once Doc had realized this about himself, it had changed him greatly because it made him examine his own life and identify how his life was being affected by the decisions he was making. But then you had the problem with suffering even when you tried to do what was right and honest, and sometimes that suffering came at the hands of powerful people who had control in your life that could bring devastating results. Doc thought back to the days when he worked for large companies in the emerging Industrial Revolution and how doing the right thing was not valued as much as those people were valued who did what they were asked to do, no questions asked, no matter how many people they hurt or how many laws they broke. And of course, people in positions of authority need people beneath them to comply with their requests or otherwise anarchy would reign. But some of the environments he had been placed in were not the best environments and were often controlled by those wealthy individuals who were obsessed with the accumulation of wealth and were willing to do whatever was necessary to accomplish their goals. And over the years, Doc had seen many professing Christians simply give in to the corruption in order to protect their livelihood. After all, their families were counting on them, and it wasn't so easy just to walk away from a job that put food on the table and a roof over their heads. Doc had a share of dogfights in fighting the corruption in the emerging industrial movement of the 1800s, and had many bitter disappointments in life when others were promoted for their compliance to unethical protocol, while he had been passed over relentlessly for his strict adherence to legalities and ethicalities. This was a large reason why he had pursued a medical career and moved out to this remote part of the country where he could do the most good in helping the common people of the country. He didn't regret his time spent within the perverse environments of the business world where the accumulation of wealth was more important than human life and dignity, for it had exposed him to just how corrupt an individual can become when possessed with greed. But he was glad God was able to use him in a way in this life that didn't involve him in this godless pursuit of empty pleasures. And this is what bothered him about Eli. Eli was a well-respected man of the community, just like many of those who had worked under in the business world. But just like them, Eli's drive for fame, power, and prosperity was the very thing that could one day lead him into devastating results. And this is exactly what was now happening. Granted, Doc didn't place the blame on Eli for what had happened earlier that day, for he had never intended for it to happen. It really was an accident, but Eli's obsession with fast horses did put him at risk for such things to occur. It's not that Doc was opposed to occasional and friendly horse racing. After all, God had granted humans such pleasures. But when it became an issue of pride and prestige that men placed great value on, then it became a problem. But it was more than just Eli's obsession with horse racing. It was his obsession to win, to be better than the next man, to receive praise, and to be the man in charge. These were all signs that the devil was still at work in the hearts and minds of people, and Eli possessed these traits as much as anyone. With all this said, Doc was painfully aware of perhaps the worst idea in Eli's mind, which was that he was a self-made man. Sure, Eli always credited God for his success, but his attitude often portrayed a man who believed that when things got tough, he could pull himself up by his own bootstraps. And there were other men in the congregation who were similar in their theology. And Doc had spent years fighting this mentality in the local church. This mentality spawned pride, and that pride spawned arrogance, and that arrogance spawned division. Not that Doc was against hard work. If anyone believed in a hard day's work and doing well with what God had given a man to work with, it was Doc. And no one had worked harder than Doc with what he was given to work with. But there was also such a thing as doing your best and trusting God for the rest, knowing your best was empowered by His Spirit and the results are brought about by God's sovereign hand. And this brought with it the necessity to trust God in all things. But Doc wasn't sure Eli trusted God in all things. Doc was brought back to his senses as Molly touched his arm. "Doc, what are you thinking about?" By this time they were in the other room with Molly's mother. Doc realized he must have been thinking for a while, for the room was beginning to chill again, and he didn't recall sitting down in a chair next to Molly and Rose. My mind tends to wander sometimes." Doc smiled wearily at Molly. There was no point in worrying her with his fear for Eli. "How about we chat after I put some more wood in the fireplace?" Doc smiled again at Molly as he rose to exit the room. "Arrgh!" Doc paused at the sound of Clyde, his faithful beagle, breaking the silence. Wonder what old Clyde is hollering about at this time of the night," Doc said to no one in particular. It was unusual for Clyde to make any noise whatsoever unless someone or something was approaching the cabin. "I better check it out. Molly, try to get some rest while I'm gone, okay?" Molly nodded as Doc left the room and headed for the front door. He recognized Old Gray's whinny and could hear him snorting just outside the front door of the cabin. Old Gray wasn't one to make a lot of racket, but when he did, there was usually a good reason behind it. Knowing the state of mind that Eli had left in earlier that night, Doc opened the door, hoping for the best. Doc gasped at the sight that stood before him when he opened up the door. Old Gray's neck was caked with blood as Buck was still slung around his neck, not moving at all. Eli was crouched over the saddle, hanging on to Buck and Old Gray with his good hand, while his right hand was hanging limp to the side. "Eli!" Doc moved forward quickly, grabbing Eli as he began to slide off Old Gray. He didn't say another word as he quickly pulled Old Gray into the warmth of the cabin. Buck didn't look too good. It would be a miracle if he survived, that is, if he were even still alive. And Eli's arm looked pretty bad. It was already showing signs of infection. Tonight was going to be a long night. Chapter 6, Stormy Weather. Doc quickly closed the door behind Old Gray, locking out the biting wind. It felt like it must have dropped 10 degrees in the last hour. It was figuring to be a cold night tonight, and he was going to need to get in more wood from the woodshed as soon as possible in case it started snowing. No one had anticipated a snowstorm tonight, but the way it was now looking, they might be in for more than they had bargained. Doc worked quickly, pulling Eli off Old Gray into the carpet right next to the fire. He vigorously rubbed Eli's chest for a minute before covering him up with a blanket. Buck was next, and Doc pulled him down gently, his broken and stiff body motionless. After laying Buck next to Eli, Doc hurried into the storage room, coming back with a thick warm blanket, covering Buck with it. He quickly went to work on Buck, rubbing him gently with the blanket, trying to get him warm. After a minute or two, Buck whimpered softly. He was still alive. Doc moved Buck up against Eli, and with them both wrapped up tightly in separate blankets, he headed outside for the woodshed. He wasn't prepared for the wind outside and quickly closed the door again. "I better put the rest of the wood in the fireplace," Doc thought to himself. It could take a while to stock up on the wood with the wind now blowing pretty badly outside. He shivered at the thought of going out into that cold. He had plenty of wood in the woodshed, but getting it inside was going to be no easy task. "I'm getting too old for this," Doc whispered as he looked up. Rose was in a coma, Molly had a broken leg, Eli's arm looked mightily infected, and Buck was pretty much dead. He shook his head wearily, grabbing a piece of wood and quickly putting it into the fireplace. After filling the fireplace well, stacking it so it would burn fast and hot, Doc took a quick look around. Eli and Buck were resting, and he didn't hear anything from Molly or Rose. Well, better get to it, he thought as he once again headed for the back door that led outside to the woodshed. This time he was careful as he opened the door, and was not at all surprised to see snow flurries as he headed outside. Firmly closing the door behind himself and making sure it was latched properly, he headed for the woodshed. The woodshed wasn't far away, but it was a little hard seeing through the snow that was falling thicker and faster by the minute. Old Gray! Doc slapped his hands as he remembered Old Gray. He had put him outside as soon as he had pulled Eli and Buck off him, and he was probably patiently waiting on the other side of the house. "I'll grab him when I take in the first load," Doc decided. Doc opened the door to the woodshed and grabbed the wheelbarrow, making short work of filling it up. He figured he should probably try to haul in at least 5 loads. He didn't like the looks of the storm that was building up outside. It figured to be a nasty one. He hadn't seen one come in this fast in a couple years, and when it came last time it snowed solid for 3 days straight. Doc was starting to get a little worried. He had a decent supply of food and medical supplies, but depending on the size of this storm, they could be trapped in it for several days. Lord, he breathed quietly as he continued to fill the wheelbarrow as fast as he could. I'm going to need you more than ever tonight. There is no way I can manage the responsibility you have given me unless I can do so by your strength. A tear started trickling down his cheek as he began to feel relief from the pressure. Thank you, God, for giving me the strength to do what it is that you are asking me to do. After throwing one more piece of wood on the wheelbarrow, he grabbed it by the handles, wheeling it out of the woodshed and heading for the house. The ground was starting to get slippery, but he was able to find his footing quite easily and in a couple of minutes found himself inside the cabin. After dumping it in a pile in the corner of the room, he headed for the door on the opposite side of the room. Everything was quiet, and the room was starting to warm up nicely. Doc found Old Gray standing patiently outside the front door as he had anticipated he would. Old Gray had found himself a comfortable spot out of the wind next to the house. Doc quickly grabbed him by the reins and headed for the barn. He was going to have to come back and get the wheelbarrow as soon as he had Old Gray put up. It took Doc about 15 minutes to put up Old Gray for the night, with enough hay and oats to last a few days. Old Gray wasn't a glutton and would eat sparingly, not gorging himself at any given time. When Doc left the stable, the snowfall had picked up significantly, and he knew he was going to have a hard time getting 5 loads up into the house before the blizzard hit full force. It was coming, and coming fast. The second load wasn't too bad, and Doc was glad to be back in the cabin for a minute to warm up as he unloaded the wood onto the top of the pile he had dumped earlier. Eli stirred and mumbled something. I've got to do something about that arm as soon as possible, Doc thought to himself. Maybe he should quickly do what he was going to need to do to save Eli's arm. He shuddered, knowing what was coming was going to hurt, but it had to be done sooner or later, and sooner was probably better. He grabbed the iron from his portable medical cart and stuck it into the fire, deciding to leave it there for a couple of minutes while he grabbed another load. By the time he headed out of the back of the house, this time the snow had picked up enough to make the woodshed barely visible. After hesitating for a second, knowing time was of the essence, Doc decided to play it safe and went back into the house. He grabbed a thick rope and tied it to the door latch behind him, unraveling it as he slowly pushed the wheelbarrow towards the dark silhouette of the woodshed ahead. He finally got to the woodshed, and looking back was awful glad he decided to connect himself to the cabin with the rope. He had to strain to see what he thought was the cabin. Knowing there wasn't much time left to get another load into the cabin, it didn't take Doc very long to fill up the wheelbarrow with wood. Having filled the wheelbarrow, Doc wheeled it outside and headed for the cabin, following the rope closely. The snow was already a couple of inches deep in some places, and he had to give an extra push whenever he came to the drifts that were beginning to form. He knew there was no way he was going to be able to get 2 more loads into the cabin, if even 1 more. It was going to take all the blankets he had with the wood used sparingly to get them through the blizzard. Maybe if he hurried, he could get 1 more load, but he was going to need to tend to Eli's arm first. It simply couldn't wait any longer, blizzard or no blizzard. After a lot of heaving and pushing, Doc finally reached the cabin and was relieved to be back inside. He left the wheelbarrow filled with wood and, grabbing the ether off the medicine cart, hurried over to Eli. After rolling Eli flat on his back and slapping his face gently several times, Eli seemed to come to his senses a little, but it looked like delirium had set in as he babbled unconsciously. Realizing he wasn't able to count on Eli's cooperation and prepare him for the awful pain he was about to endure, Doc quickly pulled off the blanket and spread Eli's arm on the ground. He looked around, needing something to keep Eli from thrashing around while he rolled the hot iron around on the inside of his arm to try to kill the infection and seal the wound. He spotted 2 ropes and gathered them up, swiftly tying off both of Eli's arms in opposite directions so he couldn't pull his wounded arm away when he applied the red-hot iron to his arm. After sedating Eli as much as he dared, Doc reached for the fireplace and grabbed the iron with his right hand. Sure hope Eli doesn't kill me. Doc grinned slightly. Eli was kind of a madman when he got riled up, and this was sure to rile him up, even if he was sedated and unconscious. Perching close to Eli's arm and stretching it out, Doc placed the hot iron on the middle of Eli's arm, on the inside where the gash was the worst. Eli involuntarily jerked his arm as the hot iron sank into the tender part of his forearm. Then a thunderous bellow followed, filling the room as Doc slowly applied pressure, rolling it one way and then the other, covering the full length of the inside of the arm from the elbow to the wrist. Eli bellowed again, this time jerking his one good arm violently. The rope that was attached to his left arm was also attached to the cupboard 10 feet away, and as Eli jerked it, an empty can came sailing out of one of the now open doors, shattering into a million pieces as it hit the floor a mere 2 feet away from his head. Eli continued to moan and groan, shaking his head one way and then the other, as Doc slowly rolled the iron around until the whole of the wound had been seared thoroughly. Pulling the iron from Eli's arm, he placed it on the table. Grabbing some bandage material from the medicine cart and some skin salve, he thoroughly layered Eli's arm with the salve before covering the wound with the bandage material. The skin salve was made from natural plants, and Doc had used it many times before to draw out infections and help with the skin healing process. Eli was definitely going to wear a nasty scar on his arm the rest of his life, but at least he might be able to keep the arm. After bandaging the arm, Doc took the still warm poker off the table and rolled it around the bandage slowly, heating the adhesive plaster and sealing the bandage wrap. Once the bandage appeared secure, Doc stood up and took a jar of water over to the fireplace, where he set it on the thin metal ledge that hovered on top of the fireplace. Once it was heated, he would use it to make some herb and spice tea for Eli to help fight off the illness that was sure to follow. After tossing a few more pieces of wood into the fireplace, Doc decided to try for one more load of firewood. Taking the wheelbarrow by the handles, he backed up to the door and opened it gingerly. The gust of wind nearly knocked him over, but Doc was able to push his way out of the cabin. After vigorously tugging with both hands, he was finally able to get the door latched behind him. The snow was now coming down in icy flakes, and Doc had to keep his eyes almost fully closed as he followed the rope with his hands. The snow wasn't falling as thickly as it had earlier, but the wind had picked up significantly and was blowing it around every which way. Any time he opened his eyes, the snow seemed to blind him almost instantly. After groping his way forward for what seemed an eternity, the front of the wheelbarrow bumped into the woodshed. The woodshed partially blocked the wind, and Doc was able to open his eyes enough to get the door and open it up. He pushed the wheelbarrow through the door, almost falling forward into the woodshed, exhausted by the effort of making the trek from the cabin to the woodshed. Doc's age was really beginning to show, and even loading the wheelbarrow was now a difficult task for him. He was in no shape to do what he had to do so far, and he had no idea how he was going to get the wheelbarrow back to the cabin. But wouldn't you know it, when he opened the door of the woodshed to exit the building, the wind seemed to have been put on pause. Oh God, my God. Doc prayed gratefully as he slowly pushed the wheelbarrow out into the snow towards the cabin. Your mercies endure forever. It was still difficult going, even though the wind had slowed down significantly, but Doc soon reached the cabin and pushed the wheelbarrow through the back door into the cabin, quickly closing the door behind him. He was hoping for one more trip to the woodshed, but before he could get the wheelbarrow unloaded, he heard the wind picking up again. Knowing he would have barely had the strength to get another load in anyway, even if the wind hadn't picked up again, Doc contented himself with the wood that was now in the cabin. He was going to have to do with what he had. Doc! Doc lay silently on the floor where he had paused for a rest. Doc! Doc was now awake and could clearly hear Molly's voice, knowing from the tone of it that something was amiss. Doc! Come here! Quick! It's Mother! I think she's waking up! Doc could hear Molly talking rapidly to her mother as he lay for another second. He wasn't sure his old body was going to be able to get up without some rest first, but he had to keep moving. Rose needed him. He groaned as he rolled over on his stomach, slowly pulling himself up onto his feet, using the wall to steady himself. After a deep breath, his aching body made for the room where Rose and Molly lay. His body was aching from physical exhaustion, and every step sent jabs of pain up his legs. And Buck still needed his attention, too. The fire was burning nicely as Doc turned the corner into the hallway, making his way to the sound of Molly's voice. He could hear her jabbering, but he didn't hear a sound from Rose. Entering the bedroom where Rose lay, Doc saw Molly's face close to her mother's face as she plastered her with all kinds of questions. Molly! Doc grabbed Molly by her shoulders, pulling her back into her own bed, admonishing her for her carelessness. You need to be careful with your leg. Molly had seemingly forgotten about her leg, which was now twisted in an awkward position, but as soon as Doc pulled her back into her bed, she screeched in pain. Oh, that hurts! She moaned. Doc picked her up, straightening out her body, holding her gently until the pain had eased enough for her to stop moving. Molly was in severe pain, and Doc quickly reached for the ether on the dresser. This time Molly didn't decline as her brown eyes glistened with tears. Her right hand latched on tightly to her mother's hand as Doc poured a little ether on the handkerchief and held it up to her nose. It wasn't long before the ether took effect, and Molly's body went limp as she slowly nodded off to sleep. Doc looked at Rose. She was looking at him with a blank stare. Something was drastically wrong. Doc made his way around to the other side of the bed and took Rose's hand in his, rubbing it gently. "Rose, how are you feeling? Are you in pain? Does anything hurt?" Doc was slowly moving her arms and legs around, awaiting a response when Rose finally spoke in a calm but chilling voice. "What? Who? Where?" She had lifted her head slightly to speak, but then let it sink back into the pillow. "Rose, it's me, Doc. You were in a bad accident on the way home from church yesterday. Do you remember anything?" Rose shook her head. Her eyes glazed over as if she couldn't comprehend what he was saying. "Rose, what do you remember? What can you tell me right now? Can you tell me your name? Do you remember anything about yesterday?" Doc continued peppering her with questions, trying to gauge her current cognition. "Who's Rose?" Rose's voice was quiet and reserved as Doc stared at Rose for a second and gulped. Amnesia. Rose had amnesia. Doc didn't have time to think as he heard a noise begin to come from the room where he had left Eli and Buck. It sounded like a moan. He tenderly laid down Rose's hand and smiled at her bravely. "You'll remember everything soon enough," he reassured her. He sure hoped she would, but he couldn't shake the doubt from his own mind. You could never tell about amnesia. Some people came out of it fine, but some didn't, and the ones who didn't were never the same. More spent than ever, Doc made his way back to Eli where he found Buck's blanket thrown to the side and Eli's arms around him, moaning softly. Buck wasn't moving, and Doc's stomach tightened. Fearing the worst, Doc knelt beside Buck, feeling for a pulse, but Buck was already beginning to feel cold. Buck was dead. Chapter 7. Reality sets in. Doc woke up to find that a chill had spread across the cabin. He must have been asleep for a while because the fire had died down and all that could be seen were a few coals burning bravely into the wee hours of the morning, bringing the little warmth they could to the cold world encased in a white winter wonderland. Eli was fast asleep with his arm around poor Buck, who had died during the night. Doc had tried to get to Buck in time, but had failed, and poor Buck wasn't able to pull through. There was probably nothing Doc could have done for him anyway. Doc was curious about what had happened last night and how Buck and Eli had sustained such damage to their bodies. Rolling over on his stomach, Doc got on his knees before standing up. He had passed out on the floor from sheer exhaustion just a few hours earlier. His body was still physically exhausted from the night before, and his arms and legs hurt with every movement. It didn't help that he had slept on the hard floor with just a thin rug between him and the wood beneath him. The water in the teapot that he had placed on top of the fireplace earlier that night was still steaming, with the teapot now about half full. After throwing a few pieces of wood on the fire, Doc proceeded to retrieve 4 cups from the cupboard. Taking some tea leaves from a jar nearby, Doc proceeded to pour the hot water over the tea leaves into the cups. When he was finished, he decided to go check up on Molly and Rose. Molly was still fast asleep, but Rose was awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her thin face seemed even thinner than before, and Doc wanted to see if he could get her to eat something sooner than later. Rose didn't seem to notice when Doc entered the room, and ignored him as he pulled up a chair beside her bed and proceeded to sit down. She kept staring blankly at the ceiling, turning slightly towards Doc only when he began to speak. "Rose, how are you feeling this morning?" he asked her with a caring smile on his face. Rose didn't say anything as she looked over at him with large, dark, vacant eyes. Doc was stricken with anguish as he looked into her troubled eyes, remembering how full of life those eyes used to be, and how they had sparkled at him every time he had talked to her before. Rose had always treated him like a dear member of the family, making him feel needed in a world where most people thought more of themselves than others. Doc reached out and picked up Rose's hand. She turned her head towards the ceiling as Doc continued to probe her with his questions. "Rose, can you remember anything at all?" She didn't seem to hear him, but Doc waited patiently, and she finally shook her head just a little to let Doc know the answer was no. Doc didn't know what more to say. He had never dealt with an amnesiac patient before. Maybe with a hot cup of tea and some hot soup in her stomach, Rose would begin to snap out of her amnesiac state. Doc laid her hand down gently as he assured her he would be right back. She didn't acknowledge Doc, but instead stared straight up at the ceiling, her face expressionless. Doc slowly ambled out to the kitchen, and a smile of satisfaction touched his lips as he leaned over and took a deep breath of the hot, steaming tea. He loved to sip hot tea, and was a firm believer in the value tea had for the human mind and body. Not sure if he should wake Eli, Doc decided to set 2 cups back on top of the fireplace where the tea would stay warm until Eli and Molly woke up. There was no point in waking them up while they were getting some sound sleep. He glanced at Buck and shook his head. He wasn't sure what he was going to do with him. It wasn't like he could take Buck outside at the moment and bury him, but he didn't like the idea of having him inside the cabin for a few days if the storm persisted. Doc picked up a cup of tea with each hand and proceeded to take them into the room where Rose and Molly lay. While he and Rose sipped on the tea, he would try to jog her memory by recounting some of her life and what had happened yesterday at Black Creek Corner. Previously, it had been mentioned that Doc had installed wheels on his beds, but this wasn't the only modification he had made to the portable beds. Being handy with his hands and having been blessed with an intelligent imagination, Doc had modified the bed so he could tilt the head of the bed up with the bend in the center, which would allow patients to sit up in bed where he could minister to them with teas and soups. After getting Rose situated in this manner, he placed a wooden tray on her lap and set the tea on the wooden tray. After clasping Rose's hands around the tea, he helped her raise it to her lips. She didn't resist Doc's efforts and willingly took a small sip of the hot tea. After several sips, Doc set the tea back on the tray where she cradled the warmth of the cup with her hands while he began to tell her who she was and the life she had known up to this point. He watched her eyes as he talked. Doc felt his hopes sink as he realized that not once did they flicker in remembrance, and not once did she attempt to say anything. She just stared blankly at him in silence. But she seemed to enjoy the tea, and after 15 minutes appeared to want to say something. He leaned close, and after several attempts could tell she was in pain. It sounded like she was trying to tell him her back was hurting. Her voice was a little slurred and hard to understand. She had suffered some severe bruises on the sides of her head, and it must have affected her speech. But from what Doc could make out of her slurred mumbling, it sounded like her back was causing her quite a bit of physical discomfort. By this time she had finished the tea, and Doc set the tray on the table close by. After laying the bed flat again, he proceeded to carefully roll her over on her stomach and put pressure on various spots on her back. It was right beneath her left shoulder blade where she seemed to have the most pain. After rolling her around on her back again, Doc helped her get situated so the pain was minimal. She was probably going to need some ether pretty soon to help with the pain, but Doc wanted her to eat something first, and he didn't want to put her to sleep this soon after coming out of a coma. Doc looked at Rose. "I'm going to go get some soup ready, okay? Once you eat something, I will give you some ether and hopefully you can get some more rest." He picked up her arm and rubbed it gently. "Don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. It won't be long before you'll begin to remember everything, and you'll be up and at it just like you were before the accident." Rose stared blankly at the ceiling and didn't say anything. Eli was beginning to stir when Doc got back out to the kitchen, and Doc helped him get to his feet and sit on a chair at the table. After setting a cup of tea in front of him, Doc walked out into the storage room and returned with a jar of ready-made soup. After pouring it into an iron pot setting on top of the hot surface above the fireplace, he sat down with Eli. Eli didn't look up immediately when Doc sat down, and Doc sat quietly waiting for Eli to break the silence. After taking several sips of the tea, Eli looked over at Buck and then at Doc. His eyes were hard and cold. "Buck was a good dog," he finally said, breaking the silence. "I'm going to miss him something fierce. Best animal companion I ever had. At least in his own way. He was never afraid of a fight, and I knew he always had my back when things got tough." Eli paused for a second, and a faraway look came into his eyes. "Funny what a man remembers at a time like this. I remember the first time I saw Buck down at the southern border, right before I met Rose. Buck was just a young'un back then, barely a year old. I was coming out of the saloon, and there he was, staring down the biggest and meanest dog in town. Buck never did like bullies, and it was time someone stood up to that town bully. Buck was about half his size, but when he bared his teeth, man, even I was a little afraid of him, and that bully knew his reign of terror had come to an end. but he decided to take on Buck anyway. He gave Buck all he could handle for about a minute, but Buck, being half bulldog and all, got a hold of his throat, and before anyone knew what had happened, the biggest and meanest dog in town was no longer the biggest and meanest dog in town. It was then and there I knew Buck was a friend I wanted to have. It took a while to convince him we could be friends, but by the time the weekend was over, we had become acquainted pretty good, and over the years he saved my life more than once from wild critters on the backwoods trails. Eli shook his head. He was never one to back down from a fight, and he died doing what he enjoyed. He paused for a second with a distant look in his eyes before exclaiming, "Man, he was something else." "What happened last night?" Doc finally asked, getting to the question he had been wanting to ask all night. "Met up with that legendary mountain lion everybody has been talking about, the same one who looked to attack the Highland children before Jacob scared her off with a pitchfork. I decided to take a ride down to Black Creek Corner to look around, and at the time, the northeast trail seemed to be a good way to get there a little quicker. Several miles in, we came across the mountain lion, and Buck took off after her. I followed suit, and we soon had ourselves a fight a little bit bigger than we had anticipated. You should have seen the size of that beast." Eli didn't mention he had taken the northeast trail hoping to meet up with the mountain lion, but tried to spin it as if they had accidentally encountered it. He also wanted to see Buck's death count for something. "Yeah, the mountain lion struck first, gashing Buck pretty badly right below his left shoulder, but when the mountain lion tried to attack him the second time, somehow Buck got in on her and latched his iron jaw on her throat, not letting go until she was dead. She got a pretty good swipe at me too before I could bury my knife in her with a mortal blow." Eli looked at his arm and then back at Doc. "Buck did a mighty fine thing for the community. That mountain lion was starting to pose a pretty serious threat, and Buck saved someone's child when he took it down. It was strange though. Buck wasn't a fool, and normally wouldn't have charged in like that after some wild beast without me, but he didn't like her none." Doc reached out his hand and laid it on Eli's hand briefly. "Buck was a mighty fine animal, Eli, mighty fine indeed." And he sincerely meant it. Buck had been a loyal companion to Eli and his family, and had always been friendly with Doc, and Doc knew that with him around, Molly and her two brothers would be safe, roaming around the homestead. It was never too safe in this part of the country, with much of the area inhabited by wild animals that could easily prey on children who strayed too far from home. But Doc also suspected Eli had gone out hoping for a fight. Eli was hurting because of what had happened the day before, and this was his way of dealing with his feelings. "Has Rose shown any sign of coming to?" Eli asked, breaking the silence as the two men sat quietly lost in their own thoughts. Doc nodded his head. "Yeah, I just finished taking her some tea, but she's in a lot of pain." Eli's face brightened when he heard she had come to and quickly stood up. "Eli, there's something you need to know," Doc said gently, as the short, stocky man stopped short. "Eli, there's something you need to know." "What's that?" he asked tersely, not wanting any more bad news. He had had enough bad news lately to last a lifetime. "Rose has a severe case of amnesia. She doesn't remember anything, not even her own name." Doc fell silent as Eli stood there dumbfounded. After an awkward minute where Eli didn't seem to know what to do next, Doc resumed. "Go and talk with her, Eli. She's awake. Might do her some good. Besides, maybe talking to you will jog her memory." Eli shook his head as he started walking that way. "I sure hope so," he mumbled. When Eli left the room to go talk with Rose, Doc decided to use the time to do a little prayer and Bible study over a bowl of hot soup. He suddenly realized how hungry he was and ladled himself out a nice bowl of hot, steamy soup. It smelled delicious, and Doc held his nose close, taking a deep breath, savoring the smell of chicken broth tinged with the various smells of the spices. Sitting down with his Bible, he prayed for several minutes, and then opening the Bible, he quickly found his place where he had left off the morning before at the end of Isaiah 44. Doc read from the Bible every day and was in the habit of reading cover to cover, not skipping any book of the Bible, and he always enjoyed it when he came to the book of Isaiah. The soup was delicious and rather effective in restoring Doc's physical strength as he slowly read through Isaiah 45. He tended to read a little slower, not just wanting to get through his daily portion of Scripture so he could move on to the next of his duties for the day, but wanting to immerse himself in God's Word, drawing close to God through the means by which he chose to reveal himself to Christians in the church age. Doc knew Isaiah 45 well, having spent significant time here in the past. He remembered the first time he read verse 7 where it quoted the Lord as saying, "He forms the light and creates darkness. He makes peace and creates evil. He, the Lord, does all these things." It had initially brought a great disturbance to his mind, but over time had come to cherish this verse. When he was first converted, Doc hadn't realized God was sovereign over all things in the way that Isaiah 45 portrayed. Doc had kind of inherited this idea that God was doing his best, but really depended on the will of man to accomplish what he desired to accomplish. But when Doc began to read sections of Scripture like the section here in Isaiah 45, he had to do a little rethinking of his view of God. It was pretty obvious in Isaiah 45 that God was using Cyrus for his own purposes, even though Cyrus didn't know the Lord personally. Cyrus was a pagan king who was making war on the nations, which God had ordained for him to do. Cyrus willingly did what he wanted to do, which is exactly what God had ordained for him to do for his own sovereign purposes. It was such a mystery, and yet in Doc's mind a perfect illustration of man's free will and God's sovereignty. Cyrus freely did what his heart desired to do, and God used this to his own glory. And yet, if God had decided it wasn't to his glory for Cyrus to wage victorious wars against the nations, God could have easily stopped him. It was in this way that Doc saw God bring to pass whatever it was in his will to bring to pass. No one was beyond his sovereignty, and nothing happened that God didn't ordain to happen, whether he permitted it to happen or made it happen. This is how God could say he makes peace and creates evil. Doc thought of the current situation and wondered what God was up to. God didn't force Eli to raise his horse the day before or go looking for trouble that night, but he allowed Eli's nature to prevail. Eli was a very competitive man and a very strong-willed man, and what he did of his own free will. But God could have prevented it. Instead, God chose to let the circumstances of the day before to come to pass by the free will of man acting according to the condition of his heart. And Eli's family was now suffering because of Eli's obsessive love of horse racing. Moreover, Buck was dead because of Eli's tendency to go looking for a fight when he felt the need to blow off some steam. About the only good thing so far was that the mountain lion was dead. Even though Buck had died in the process, and Eli would bear a terrible scar on his arm the rest of his life, they most likely saved the lives of numerous cattle throughout the country, and perhaps even children who may have died at the hands of a bloodthirsty mountain lion. Perhaps this was God's way of saving the lives of humans who may eventually have been killed by the mountain lion. Buck was a loved companion of the family, but the value placed on his life was by no means even close to the value placed on human life. Doc sat quietly for a while, contemplating everything that was suddenly happening in his world. He was a thinker by nature and often longed to understand why things were happening, hoping to make sense of the events that often seemed to be happening randomly without any meaning behind them. But he had seen some miracles in his time and trusted that even now, God was working all things according to the counsel of his will. Chapter 8, Waiting Out the Storm. By lunchtime everyone had eaten, and Rose was fast asleep. Eli sat sullenly out in the kitchen with his head in his hands while Molly lay quietly in her bed next to Rose, reading the book she had picked up earlier but hadn't had a chance to read so far since the time of the accident. After Doc had filled the wood stove, he decided it was time to move Buck to his resting place wherever that was going to be. Buck was still laying on the carpet close to the fireplace where Doc had laid him when they first arrived on Old Gray earlier that morning. Eli didn't say much when Doc asked him what he wanted to do with Buck, but finally said he would take him outside and bury him. Doc wasn't sure how he was going to manage that with his bad arm, but didn't question Eli's resolve to do what was needed to be done. Eli was immensely strong, and with one arm was able to grab Buck around the waist and carry him outside. Doc opened the door for him and followed him through the lightly falling snow to the field behind the barn. Even though the ground was hard and the snow was coming down pretty heavily, it wasn't long before Doc and Eli had a hole carved out big enough to bury Buck in, and after covering him with dirt, Doc went inside to let Eli alone with his thoughts. It was about an hour later when Eli finally came trudging in, shaking from the cold. Doc had put more water on the stove and poured Eli another cup of tea when he came in. Eli sat silently at the table and gratefully accepted the steaming cup of tea when Doc placed it in front of him. "How's the arm feeling?" Doc asked as he set the cup of tea down in front of Eli on the smooth and worn oak table. "It's not hurting as much as you'd think it would," Eli replied. "You probably killed all the feeling in it when you cauterized it last night." Eli smiled wryly. "You sure are a tough cookie when it comes to doing what needs to be done in a crisis." Doc didn't say anything, and the two men sat in silence for a while. The wind was starting to pick up again outside, and they both knew they wouldn't be going anywhere while the snow continued to cover the landscape outside. When they had gone out to bury Buck, They were walking in snow up to their knees, and it was sure to be even deeper in the coming days. Sure hope the cattle are doing okay. Eli broke the silence as he seemed to think about his farm for the first time since the accident. The cattle he had were a tough breed and could survive most winter conditions, but it was still a good idea to keep an eye on them. But Eli's fear dissipated quickly. The cattle should be fine under the lean-tos, and they had access to water via the river nearby that never froze over entirely. He had put plenty of hay out on Saturday, which should last them for several days. Doc. Eli started as if he wanted to say something, and then stopped. Doc looked up. What is it, Eli? Eli sat for a minute as he contemplated whether he wanted to fill Doc in with his problem of losing the homestead over a poker game, and how it was all riding on a horse race he was supposed to win in just a few days. Finally he spoke, and when he did so with his voice low and a little hoarse. You ever hear of a fellow named Billy Casola? Doc didn't say anything right away, but finally nodded his head. Yeah, heard of him a few times. His name is always associated with trouble. From what I know, he's a gambler, moonshiner, and a horse racer. Why do you ask? Eli fidgeted with his hands as he shuffled his feet around, and then finally said, Well, I met him last week, and, well, we had a feud going years ago before I decided to walk the straight and narrow path. When I saw him last week, my old feelings kind of rose up in me, and long story short, he goaded me into a poker game where I had a few too many drinks. Doc, I lost the homestead to him. Doc stared at Eli in quiet disbelief. This would explain why Eli had been acting the way he had been the past few days. He seemed to have a little chip on his shoulder about something, and came off short to some of the folks who had been around him last weekend. One of the men had mentioned something to Doc at church, but Doc had shrugged it off, thinking Eli was just stressed out about his farm or something. But this? Doc hadn't expected anything like this. Eli didn't wait long before he continued. But Billy doesn't care about the homestead. Wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. He would probably just sell it, and since everyone around here knows me, they probably wouldn't buy it from him having gotten it the way he did. What Billy really wanted was a horse race, which I agreed to, and it's supposed to take place in a couple of days. If I win the race, I get to keep the homestead. If I lose everything. What's in it for Billy? Doc asked. Eli shook his head in disgust. The man's been wanting to beat me in a horse race ever since I've known him, and when I ended my horse racing days 10 years ago, well, it's been eating at him ever since. When I saw him in town last week, I saw him with this tall, raw-boned gelding that folks say can flat out run. When he first saw me, he tried to talk me into a horse race, telling me he finally had a horse that couldn't be beat. His horse did look like it could really run, and it no doubt would have been the race of a lifetime, but I told him flat out I didn't do horse racing anymore, except for the occasional friendly race with church folks. After brushing Billy off, I went to the saloon to get a bite to eat. I hadn't had a drink in 10 years and had no intention of drinking, but the saloon was known for the best grub in town, and I was mighty hungry after having worked all day to buy a few cattle at the auction. Not long after I sat down, Billy came in and started a game of poker. Billy was always a lousy poker player, but he must have been practicing since I had last seen him, because he soon had cleared the table of the men who had sat down for a friendly game. Billy was in the mood to play for high stakes, and after losing a few hands, no one wanted to tangle with him, and for some reason that really irritated me. So I got up and called him a lousy poker player, and before I knew it, I was sitting down across the table from him going at it. After winning a few rounds, I got a little craving for a drink, and since I was not gambling anyway, I thought I might as well have a drink. Nobody needed to know, and by the time I got home, the alcohol would be worn off. Nobody would be the wiser. But I hadn't drank in 10 years, and by the time I had drained my first drink, I had also started losing a few hands. And wouldn't you know it, a couple drinks later and Billy owned my homestead. Having lost everything I had worked for so hard for the last 10 years put me in a pretty bad spot, and so I accepted his proposal to race him in a horse race. What are the terms of the race? Doc by no means condoned what Eli had done, but he was a little intrigued, to say the least. Even though Doc had vigorously maintained a lifestyle of godliness the past 30 years, he still had some of the fleshly urges within himself. Billy wants to race through the full length of the Northeast Trail, all 20 miles of it. Doc gasped. This was insane. There were hardly any places to pass traveling through the Northeast Trail, not to mention that the trail winded and curved the whole way. Doc stood up as he objected vehemently. "This is absolute madness. One of you is sure to get killed, if not both." "I know," Eli agreed, "but I don't have much of a choice. I can't bear to lose the homestead. The only problem is, I don't have a horse now to race with anyway since Mary Lou is dead. There isn't a horse around that can stand a chance against Maverick. Killer is pretty fast, but there is no way John Hutchinson is going to let me use him for something like this. Doc, I can't stand to go down like this. I have to beat Billy and get my farm back." Doc didn't know what to say, so he got up to put a few pieces of wood on the fire while he thought. The room had a slight chill to it, and it was figuring to get even colder tonight than the night before. "I'm going to go check on Molly and Rose," he finally said as he headed towards the back of the cabin where the bedrooms were. Doc found Molly and Rose resting quietly when he peered into the room and decided to let them be. It was probably time to get dinner started so they could eat something when they woke up. Now that he thought about it, he noticed his own stomach was beginning to growl. It would be good for Eli to eat something too. Maybe it would help get his mind off the horse race and the future of his homestead. It wasn't long before Doc had a nice little stew going and the room was beginning to smell wonderfully with a delicious aroma swirling around beneath their noses, tickling their appetites, and reminding them of the daily delights in life people so often take for granted. "I think I'll wheel Rose and Molly out here and we'll all eat around the table tonight," Doc said in the spur of the moment. "It'll be fun, and with the lighting a little better out here, it might cheer them up." He patted Eli on the shoulder as he walked by. "Any chance you could give me a hand?" It didn't take long for Doc and Eli to get the ladies out into the kitchen, and after setting the table and saying prayer, Doc set large, hot, steaming bowls of soup before his guests. By this time, Rose felt able enough to get up out of bed, and with Eli's help sat down into a chair by the table. Molly, on the other hand, was still bedfast and would be for several weeks until her broken leg healed. Doc tilted the front of the bed up for her, and after putting down a wooden tray on her lap, he set a bowl of sumptuous stew before her. The stew seemed to hit the spot, and everyone ate quietly without saying anything. Eli was lost in his thoughts, and Rose wasn't much for talking at the moment. Molly and Doc would probably have engaged in a conversation, but the mood really didn't seem right for a conversation to take place, so they all ate quietly without saying anything. Eli finally snapped out of his thoughts and engaged Rose in conversation. He talked about how they met and fell in love and how her father didn't like him none to begin with, but eventually warmed up to him and even grew to like him quite well as a son-in-law. After telling Rose about them and their family and life on the homestead, Eli told them the story of his and Buck's encounter with the mountain lion the evening before. Rose didn't say anything, but Molly peppered him with all sorts of questions, and her eyes filled with tears when she found out their beloved Buck had died earlier that morning. The pain in Rose's back was beginning to bother her again, and after finishing her stew, she asked to be put back to bed. She also wondered if she could have some more ether. After helping her back into bed and taking her to her room, Doc administered the ether again, and Rose was soon fast asleep. Molly declined the ether, asking instead if she could stay out in the kitchen with them a little while longer. She read while Doc cleaned up. Eli slouched in his chair, gloomily staring into the fire. Doc had lots of books on the bookshelves, which lined the walls of the cabin, and it wasn't hard to find one that was worth reading. He had spent a lot of time collecting his books, carefully hand-selecting each one. The shelves were crammed full of history books, biographies, works of Christian theology, classic fiction, and books on Christian living. He even had one entire bookcase reserved just for commentaries on the books of the Bible. After cleaning up, Doc picked up a book of his own, and pulling up a chair close to the fireplace, he read silently. Sure is nice to be inside a warm place on a night like tonight, Doc thought to himself. He hated to think of anyone getting caught out in this storm tonight, and he hoped it would soon blow over. After an hour or so, Doc took Molly back to her own bedroom and made her comfortable for the night. She was still tired from all that had been taking place the last couple days and was soon off to sleep. When Doc came back out to the kitchen, he found Eli sprawled out on the rug in front of the fireplace. Feeling quite tired himself, Doc put a few more pieces of wood on the fire and headed for bed. His soft bed was sure going to feel good tonight. He could really use a good night's sleep. His body felt like it had been run over by a locomotive. Doc slept soundly through the night and didn't wake up until the next morning was already well on its way. It sounded like the wind had died down, and he was curious if the storm had finally subsided. After getting out of bed, he dressed for the day and headed for the kitchen. but he decided to check up on Rose and Molly first and found them fast asleep. When he got out to the kitchen, he was surprised to see Eli was nowhere to be found. The fire was burning nicely, and Eli must have put on some wood before he went wherever he went. Seeing a note on the table, Doc walked over and picked it up. He could tell immediately it was a note from Eli. The note was short and straight to the point. Eli had to borrow Old Gray again to go check out things on the homestead. The storm had subsided, and travel would be difficult but manageable. He hoped it wouldn't cause Doc any inconvenience by him having borrowed Old Gray again, and he was grateful to Doc for all he was doing for his family. The note was signed by Eli. Chapter 9. In Need of a Horse. Eli was in a foul mood when he had left earlier that morning. The note he left for Doc had been civil enough and didn't give away the bitterness he was beginning to feel about the situation he now found himself in. But he had no qualms about Doc buying what he was selling. Doc was a sharp cookie, and the note that Eli had left him was sure to have fooled him none whatsoever. It was about 4 o'clock Tuesday morning when Eli decided to saddle up Old Gray and head out for the Berkemeier homestead. The snow was still falling lightly when he had left, but by the time the sun peeked through the morning darkness it had ceased, and Eli was blessed with the beauty of a snow-covered sunny morning. But the beauty of the morning didn't ease Eli's foul mood, and he pushed Old Gray as fast as he dared. The going was tough for Old Gray as he plowed through the endless drifts that threatened to block them on their way to the Berkemeier homestead. But Old Gray was as tough as Doc, and despite his foul mood, Eli found himself admiring the toughness and tenacity of the old horse. The sunrise in the east was in full color by the time Eli reached the Berkemeier homestead, and he stopped for a second to admire it. This was unusual for him even on a good day, him not being a very sentimental man and all. Eli rarely found time for the wonders of nature or the peculiarities of mankind. He was a hard-nosed man who enjoyed putting his nose to the grindstone and getting things done. He was a works-driven man, and it was when he got things done that he felt good about himself. He never had much of a home life growing up, with an abusive father who had no qualms of grabbing him and his brothers by their necks and beating their heads against the wall when they didn't act like he thought they should. Their father was a hard man who didn't seem to know the concept of love, even in a manly way, and as Eli and his brothers grew older, they too seemed incapable of showing manly love. They saw it as a sign of weakness that would only hurt their children by not preparing them for the real world that would kick them around unless they learned how to take care of themselves. Eli had no doubts that he loved his wife and children dearly, but over the years he hadn't shown them the love he knew he sometimes should have showed them. His idea of love was to provide well for his wife and teach his children the values of Puritan morality and work ethic. He knew that one day his children would grow up and would need to learn how to provide for themselves in the real world. Having experienced the life that he had, Eli, despite his misguided way of doing things, meant well in guiding his children in the way they should go. Unfortunately, despite Eli's rigor the last 10 years in instilling Protestant values in himself and his family, he was now beginning to slip back into a lifestyle that was hypocritical to everything he had professed to believe and live the past 10 years. He understood that no one is immune from mistakes, and that he had made a big one the week before when he sat down at that poker game with Casola, but what he was doing now was taking a mistake and potentially making it worse. But it was his pride that guilted him the worst. He knew the Bible taught against pride, and he knew pride went before a fall. If there was one sin that could destroy a man's entire life, it was pride. But more importantly, Eli knew God hated pride. Moreover, Eli was aware that God said that he would humble the proud, and that is exactly what Eli didn't want. But he just couldn't do nothing. He had to somehow figure his way out of this mess and sustain as little damage as possible. Eli's mind stopped wandering as he approached the driveway into the homestead. He felt a little guilty as he headed for the barn instead of the house. He knew he should take some time to read his Bible and pray, but he wasn't in the mood to read his Bible, and he was a little angry at God for letting this happen to his family. Sure, he had brought it on himself when he gambled with Casola and Jackson, but what about the accident that happened on Sunday? Where was God when that happened? Was this God's way of punishing him? Eli shrugged in despondency. Well, it wasn't over till it was over, and he was going to have to find a way out of this predicament with or without God's help. Sleep had eluded him the night before, and while he lay awake he had begun to hatch a plan to get a horse that could beat Casola's horse. When he was in Jackson the week before to buy some cattle, talk around town was that a herd of horses had moved into the narrow mountain range that separated Jackson from their neighbor to the north. Willow. It was rough country up there, but the grazing was good for wild horses, and the overhanging cliffs promised some shelter from the snowstorms of the coming winter. What had caught Eli's ear in Jackson was the stallion everyone was talking about. Talk was that no man on earth could ever tame a horse like that, and anyone who tried was likely to be killed trying. Eli guessed it was a tall tale, like the many tall tales that circulated through Jackson, but word had it that this stallion was seen taking on a bear that threatened his herd. During the encounter, he had struck the bear so hard with one of his hooves that it bashed in the side of the bear's head, killing it instantly. But this horse could run like no other horse could, or so it was said. One fellow claimed he saw it nearly run down a cheetah. Now, Eli knew that couldn't be anywhere near the truth, but obviously this horse had a reputation, and Eli wanted to see it for himself. If half of what was said about this horse was true, and he could somehow break this horse and use it against Billy Casola, he just might be able to get back his farm. Eli was one of the best bronco busters in the country, if not the best, and he had never seen a horse he couldn't break. But people said this horse over in Willow had murder running through its veins. The one person who had tried to get a hold of him ended up getting cornered in a crevice on the west side of Wild Canyon and was holed up for about a week until a band of outlaws had ventured through the canyon. The stallion took his herd north to evade the outlaws who were galloping through the canyon to evade the law in Jackson after having robbed the Jackson Bank, and the man was able to make a run for it. Few people ventured into Wild Canyon, and even fewer people made it out alive. The law in Jackson had pulled up at the southern edge of Wild Canyon, letting the outlaws ride away. Only a fool would venture into Wild Canyon, and there wasn't a deputy that was that foolish. Unfortunately for the residents of Jackson, the cover of Wild Canyon made the bank in Jackson a regular target for outlaws who were willing to ride through Wild Canyon to escape the law. Wild Canyon was about 20 miles long, 5 miles wide, with mostly rough terrain and many hiding spots for wild critters looking to get a jump on its prey. The valley area was littered with bones of both man and beast, and no man in his right mind lingered there for any amount of time. The man who had gone in after the wild stallion was able to get away from him, but his own horse had abandoned him, and on his way out on foot he was attacked by a herd of wolves. Another band of outlaws riding through the area a few days later found the remains of his famous six-shooter, the only thing left to identify him by. The ravenous wolves had disposed of the man entirely, including his boots, gun belt, and hat. Eli was not naive when it came to Wild Canyon and had his qualms about going up there, but he was a hard-nosed man in a hard place, and when a hard-nosed man is in a hard place, there is no telling what he will attempt. And Eli had decided he was going to go to Wild Canyon and capture this wild stallion or die trying. This wild stallion was his last hope to beat Billy Casola, and there was no way he was going to let Billy take from him what he had worked so hard for the last 10 years. But even more, there was no way he was going to let Billy have the satisfaction of beating him in a horse race. Eli's heart was beating a little faster than normal as he opened up the door into the barn and led Old Gray through the narrow doorway. The thought of Billy getting the best of him irritated him and made his foul mood even fouler, and his wounded arm was beginning to throb, which was another problem with this whole scenario. It was one thing to go and try to capture this wild stallion with 2 good arms, but now with his right arm virtually useless at the moment, throbbing with pain, his chances of success dropped dramatically. But he had to do this. There was no other way out of this predicament he had gotten himself into. After putting up Old Gray, Eli headed for the loft. When he had left Jackson the week before after having lost his farm to Billy, he had picked up a bottle of moonshine to bring home. Had he not been drunk at the moment, he would no doubt not have done so, but the fact is that he was drunk, and he had brought back a bottle. He had gotten home pretty late that night, and most of the alcohol had worn off, but he didn't want Rose to suspect anything, so he had spent the night in the barn under the pretense he didn't want to wake her and the children up that late at night. Fortunately, Rose hadn't suspected a thing, and wouldn't have believed her ears if someone had told her that Eli had brought home a bottle of moonshine. Eli never did take a drink from the bottle, but for some reason he didn't dispose of the bottle the next morning when his mind was clear enough to think. He knew he should, but for some reason he had kept it around, stashed up in the loft under some hay in the corner. And now was a good time for some of it, or so he thought. It would help ease the pain of his arm, and it would warm him up a little for the long journey up to Willow. Moreover, he needed a mental edge right now. He needed to get that old feeling back that made him a little meaner and a little crazier. Few men had the mindset to do what he was setting out to do, especially when they had a clear head about themselves. After gulping down some of the moonshine, which burned all the way down into his stomach and turned his face into an awful grimace, Eli headed back down into the barn thinking about the upcoming trek to Wild Canyon. He wasn't sure how he was going to get there with Old Gray already tuckered out by the trek from Doc's place, and there was no way John Hutchinson would let him use Killer, even if Eli were able to ride him there. Killer was a driving horse, and few people could physically touch him, let alone ride him, without him making a ruckus. The only other option was Wayne Fremont down the road, but Eli tried to stay away from him as much as possible. Wayne was an ornery old coot who would take the coat off a freezing man in exchange for any kind of favor. He would be able to see right through Eli and would try to hamstring him financially in exchange for Eli using one of his horses. But Eli didn't have much of a choice, and he knew he may as well head over there and sell the shirt off his back in exchange for one of Wayne's horses. Or he could just take off with one of them, but Wayne was an old lawman and had connections with the law in Madison. Horse thieving wasn't looked upon kindly in this part of the country and would likely get him strung up in a tree with no place to set his feet. Well, I may as well get to it, Eli thought to himself as he headed for the house where he changed into a clean pair of clothes, donning his chaps and strapping on his Colt Peacemaker. He loaded up his gun belt with bullets. It was figuring to be a wild night tonight, and he was going to need some protection from the wild beasts that prowled around Wild Canyon. After looking around, Eli decided he had everything he needed, and donning his snowshoes, he headed for the Fremont homestead. Hopefully Wayne was home today. Eli didn't feel like waiting around for him. He needed to get down to Wild Canyon by sunset so he could set up to catch the wild stallion by surprise. Eli smiled slightly as he set off. He hadn't done anything this crazy since he had left his wild days behind 10 years ago. It felt kind of good. Over the past couple of years, he had felt kind of trapped in a life that didn't seem to offer the same excitement he used to feel when he was wild and free. But then his smile dissipated. He knew that the road he was now going down was going to have long-term consequences, and deep down he knew it wasn't going to end well. He had veered from the straight and narrow when he saw Casola last week in Jackson, and now he was in a jam that he felt only the old Eli could walk through. In his mind, this was no time to cozy up to God and ask him to help him out. No, he had gotten himself in this jam, and it was his responsibility to get himself out. But deep down, Eli knew that he was making a mistake taking matters into his own hands. His family had a wide network of friends who would help him in a heartbeat, but his pride just wouldn't let him ask for help. He didn't want people to know that he had lost his farm to Casola by falling back into his old lifestyle. He enjoyed having people think of him as a good man and a role model in the community. He knew Doc wouldn't say anything about his run-in with Casola, and he wanted to shield Rose and the children from the awful truth of what he had done, and he definitely didn't want the church people to find out. He had no doubt it would cost him his leadership position in the church. Eli's eyes squinted as his mind whirled in circles trying to figure out how he was going to pull off this race without people finding out about it and why he was doing it. Somehow he had to figure out how to keep Casola's mouth shut long enough to beat him. Once he beat Casola, he knew he wouldn't talk. The one thing Casola had in common with him was his pride. This was the one area of competition where neither man seemed to have the advantage. Eli turned his eyes towards the Fremont homestead as he propelled himself out of the woods east of the Fremont homestead. It looked like Wayne was home, and Eli picked up his pace as he headed for the house. He could see smoke billowing out of the chimney. It sure would be nice to get in outside of the cold for a few minutes. Chapter 10. Eli heads for Wild Canyon. Wayne Fremont was rarely in a delightful mood, and this morning his mood is best described as joyfully ornery. He was easier to work with when he was like this than when he was in a cantankerous mood, though he would often drive over harder bargains when he was joyfully ornery than when he was sour and moody. Whenever he was feeling ornery, he loved to toy with people, especially when they needed something from him, and Eli needed something from him. Eli rapped on the door vigorously when he stepped up on the front porch. Wayne was a little hard of hearing, and sometimes a person had to beat on the door to get him to answer it. But he must have been standing right inside the door because he answered Eli's knock almost immediately. "Eli, come on in." Wayne smiled a toothless smile as he opened the door wide and motioned Eli inside. "What can I do for you today?" Wayne didn't waste any time getting right to the point, and he did so because whenever someone visited him, it was because they needed something from him. He hadn't made a whole lot of friends over the years, and none that would stop by just to visit. It was no surprise, then, that he was often in a foul mood and had a negative view of people, but today he was in a high-spirited mood and ready to do business. Eli sat down in the chair offered to him by Wayne as Wayne pulled 2 cups from the cupboard and proceeded to fill them with coffee. After putting them on the table, he proceeded to sit down and listen to what Eli had to say. Eli didn't dilly-dally around, getting straight to the point. "I need to borrow a horse from you," he said, looking Wayne straight in the eye. Wayne was a man who respected tough men, and when doing business with him, you needed to make firm eye contact if you wanted to get a somewhat fair deal. Wayne chuckled. "I don't lend horses, Eli. Whatever gave you the thought I would lend you a horse? Now, I sell horses, and you know I have the finest stock in town that a man can buy, but you also know I don't part with my horses unless a man is ready to pay what I'm asking." Eli shrugged. "Name your price, Wayne. I need to be getting on, and don't have time to play your games. What do you have, and how much do you want?" Wayne looked at Eli silently before continuing the conversation with a slight note of sympathy in his voice, rare for the old coot. "Look here, Eli. I heard what happened to you and your family Sunday morning, and I'm truly sorry you're having to go through this. You know, I don't put much stock in people thinking the whole lot of us aren't worth the land we squat on, but if I were to put stock in anyone, it would be your family. It's a real shame to see Rose and Molly laid up the way they are. By the way, how are they doing? I heard Molly broke her leg and Rose is in a coma." If Eli hadn't been in the frame of mind he was currently in, he no doubt would have been astonished by Wayne's rare civility in this moment. Wayne seldom seemed to care about anybody else, even if they were on hard times, but what had happened to the Berkemeier family had softened him up a little, and he was willing to do what he could to get Eli set up with a decent horse. "Hey, I tell you what, I have a nice family horse I've been saving just for a family like yours. She's broke in, steady in the carriage, and even fast like you like them. Maybe not as fast as Mary Lou, but still pretty fast. What do you say? How about we go out and take a look at her?" Wayne started to get up when Eli laid his hand on his arm. "Look here," he said. "I'm not looking for a family horse. I need a horse that can get me to Wild Canyon by sunset." "Woo!" Wayne sat back in his chair. "Man, you're crazy. In this snow? It would kill a horse to go that far by tonight. There's nary a horse on this planet that could get you there by tonight. What in the world would take you over to Wild Canyon right now with your family laid up and all?" "It's none of your business," Eli replied gruffly. "I need a horse, and I need it now. The most able horse you have. Like I said, I need to be moving on as soon as possible." The coffee was hot and set Eli straight, taking the chill out of his bones, and he was enjoying the warmth of Wayne's house, but he was itching to get the deal done and get moving. Daylight was burning, and he was running out of time. "There is no way in this life or the next that I would sell you a horse for what you are planning to do with it." Wayne leaned forward towards Eli as he said this, toothlessly showering Eli's face with spittle. Eli wiped his face and set his left hand on the butt of his Colt Peacemaker, twisting himself enough to let Wayne see it. Wayne's face darkened as he sat back in his chair. This wasn't the Eli he knew. He had heard stories of the old Eli and the wild life he once lived, but he had never seen him like this. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to test Eli if it was true his old self was not at work within him. From what he had heard from others, that old Eli had no qualms about doing what he had to do to get done what he thought needed to be done. Okay. Calm yourself down a little and let me think. There is no need to turn to violence. I can see you're serious about doing business. Mighty serious indeed." Wayne scratched his head, stroking his stubbly face and eyeing Eli's Colt Peacemaker as he thought. Finally he stood up. "Follow me. I think I know what you need." Wayne stood up and without waiting for Eli headed out the door towards the barn. Eli followed suit and soon they found themselves in the warmth of the barn where Wayne must have had at least 20 horses. Most of them were in good shape and bound to bring a pretty price whenever someone was interested in one. Eli followed Wayne towards the back of the barn, admiring the horses as they walked by them. They were a handsome lot, and with Eli himself being a man who loved horses, he was in horse heaven. It had been a while since he had seen this many fine horses all in one place. Wayne finally stopped at the back of the barn in front of a short, shaggy brown horse that looked ornery as all get out. As Eli looked in amazement at Wayne, wondering why he stopped, Wayne pointed at the shaggy brown horse. "Eli, here you go." Eli appeared as if he was in shock when suddenly he exploded, grabbing Wayne by the front of his jacket and violently pushing him up against the wooden door that separated them from the shaggy brown horse. "Look here, man," he growled. "I thought I made it clear I mean business." Whoa! Get a hold of yourself, Eli. I mean business. Don't let the looks of her fool you. She's the orneriest horse in town, and the only one here that has the slightest chance of getting you where you are trying to go. Look at her legs. You see how thick they are? With that snow out there, a horse with long, slender legs would suffer a broken leg before you would get even halfway to Jackson." Eli began to relax his grip on Wayne, his outburst actually having made sense. Finally, he let him go completely and stared at the horse. Wayne finally caught his breath. "She actually might be able to take you to Wild Canyon, that is, if you can get her to listen to you." This last statement by Wayne was all Eli needed to make up his mind. "How much do you want for her?" he inquired calmly, expecting the worst, despite the ragged appearance of the shaggy and unkempt horse. Wayne's response caught him completely off guard. "Eli, you can have her. I haven't been able to do much with her, and right now all she's doing is eating up my grain reserves. Might actually be a good thing if she gets eaten up tonight by one of them wild beasts over in Wild Canyon." Wayne motioned Eli towards the horse. "Go on, take her and be on your way. You have a ways to go. Better get started soon." Eli stood silently as if in shock again. Then his face turned red, and he once again grabbed Wayne by the front of his coat and slammed him up against the opposite wall. "Look here, man. I don't need hangouts. I'm a self-made man, and I'm going to keep it like that." All right. Wayne wheezed as Eli let go of him. "Look here, man. I'm not afraid of anyone, and I've about had it with your violence, but you're completely beside yourself right now. What in the world is going on with you?" Eli looked at him for a second, and then, ignoring the question directed at his demeanor, said, "You go on ahead and go on over to the homestead and get a beef cow for yourself. I know you could use the meat for the winter. Actually, I'll make it 2 beef cows if you put out enough hay for them for a few days. I'd also appreciate it if you could go on over to the Hutchinsons and let them know I'll be over in a day or 2 to check up on the boys." Not wanting any more trouble, Wayne nodded and stuck out his hand. "It's a deal." He opened the gate and pulled Shaggy out of the stall. "The saddle and bridle aren't included, but you can use the gear until you get back." Eli didn't waste any time saddling up Shaggy, and before long he was out of Wayne's sight as he headed back east in the direction of the Northeast Trail. He didn't expect any problem this time of the day taking the Northeast Trail, and it was sure to have less snow than the main road, and fewer snowdrifts to plow through. Shaggy was ornery all right, but Eli dug his spurs into her ribs until she was going as fast as he dared to take her. The wind was starting to pick up again, and after shining brightly all morning, the sun was now hidden behind gray clouds, giving the day a pale look to it. Pulling up his collar, Eli pulled south a little to avoid going directly past Doc Wilson's homestead. He really wasn't in the mood to hear what Doc Wilson thought of his plan. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Eli got to the south end of the Northeast Trail, and was pleased to find the trail was fairly open without a lot of snow to plow through. Shaggy had been working hard to plow through the drifts on the main road, and would find this terrain a little easier to navigate. Eli dug his spurs into her ribs again, and Shaggy reluctantly sped up into a brisk trot. It wasn't long until Eli reached the spot where him and Buck had tangled with the mountain lion, and out of curiosity he pulled up Shaggy and led him in towards the slump of snow that protruded from the ground in the area where they had slain the wild beast. He kicked at the snow pile and was glad to find the massive beast laying where he had left it. In the spur of the moment, he decided to drag it on into town and show off his trophy to the residents of Jackson. It would be sure to get a little attention, and maybe this would send a message to Casola as well. Eli worked quickly and soon had the mountain lion tied up on his snowshoes with a rope tied to the back of the saddle. Heading northeast again, it was upwards of 2 hours when he began to see smoke up ahead where Jackson resided. It had been a rather pleasant ride so far, and he was pleased with the progress he had made. There should even be enough time to stop in Jackson and get some grub and hot coffee before covering the final stretch to Wild Canyon. He also needed to see the blacksmith about making him a special bridle for that saddle. He needed something that he could use to control the stallion when he got on top of him. He had an idea what, but he wasn't sure the blacksmith would do it. It would inflict immense pain on the stallion's head, but it very well might be able to break him and cure him of his killer mentality. Digging his spurs into Shaggy once again, Eli's spirits lifted when he saw the town come into view. A hot meal and a hot cup of coffee sounded pretty good right now, and the acclamation he would receive for having slain the mountain lion would feel even better. After having seen his world fall apart with his seemingly inability to do much about it, it would be nice to get a little ego boost before he ventured out into Wild Canyon, where few people went and even fewer people returned. Chapter 11, An Enemy of My Enemy. Jackson appeared to be asleep when Eli rolled into town aboard a tired Shaggy. The going hadn't been as difficult as he had feared it might be. The northeast trail hadn't been as laden with snow as the main roads were. The thick tops of the trees had shielded much of the trail from the snowfall, and Eli was grateful for that. Nevertheless, it still was a long haul in front of them, and much of it over icy ground. Shaggy could use the rest, and so could Eli. Eli hadn't slept much the night before and was beginning to feel the effects of fatigue, and chances were he wouldn't get much sleep tonight either. But a hot bowl of soup and a few biscuits sure sounded good, and maybe a drink or two. Now that he had started back up on the moonshine, the cravings were back, and he felt a little jittery from the feeling that comes from the anticipation of doing something that a person knows he shouldn't do. The town stable was empty, so Eli put Shaggy up in an empty stall, and after throwing some hay into the feed trough, he headed for the saloon that was catty corner of the stable. He would pay the stable owner when he got back. Jim was pretty laid back and not too keen on operating a tight ship. As long as people didn't take advantage of him, he was affable enough and easy to get along with, but he wasn't someone you wanted to get on the bad side of. As Eli stepped out of the stable, he spotted trouble brewing over in front of the saloon. When he had first come into town, the streets were empty, but now there was a crowd beginning to form in the streets alongside the buildings in the vicinity of the saloon. He didn't know who the tall fellow was who sported a mean-looking right hook, but he recognized his opponent. It was none other than Billy Casola. Eli crossed the street and silently made his way to the saloon, keeping a low profile. He was hungry, thirsty, and tired, and he was in no mood to get involved in a fight, especially one involving Billy. He had his own fight to fight in a couple of days, and he needed to stay focused on the task at hand. Just some hot grub, some hot coffee, and a shot or two of moonshine. He was about a halfways up the street when he noticed the big man suddenly lunge at Billy with his fists windmilling furiously. Billy calmly stepped out of the way and laid the back of his fist in the tender part of the back of the man's head where it connected to his neck. The big man stumbled and nearly went tumbling as his momentum, along with the blow from Billy, sent him lurching forward. Turning around, the big man lunged at Billy. Billy was ready for his charge and swiftly stepped aside, grabbing him by the neck and using his momentum against him, ran him headlong into the side of the large public water trough. The man staggered and then fell. There was a large gash on the top of his head, and the doctor in the crowd pushed his way through the hooting spectators to attend to the injured man. "All right, Billy," he said authoritatively. "You've had your fun. Now get lost." Eli slipped past the crowd into the saloon without Billy or anyone else having noticed who he was. He really wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone right now, and least of all to Billy. There was no telling what he might do to Billy if he provoked him right now. But then again, Billy sure had become some sort of bully, and a good one at that. He might be more of a worthy opponent in the horse race than he had thought. Eli still felt superior to Billy in every way, except in the low-life way that Billy was, of course, but he just might be more of a match than Eli had expected. Eli entered the saloon and took a seat in the back with his face pointed towards the front door. He kept his hat pulled low. The saloon was warm, and Eli began to unthaw as the saloon keeper made his way towards him. "What'll it be tonight, compadre?" the saloon keeper drawled as he looked Eli over. The saloon keeper was a tall man with a jovial face and a slightly hunched posture. Eli nodded slightly as if to say hello before asking, "Any chili on tonight?" "Yes, sir." The saloon keeper nodded. "How special, matter of fact. Made a fresh batch an hour ago." "All right, I'll have a large bowl of chili and a few biscuits." Eli spoke quietly with his eyes pointing towards the front door. "Hey, what's all that racket outside?" The saloon keeper shook his head in disgust. "That no-good Billy Casola's back at it again. Man is always causing trouble. The two of them came in a couple of hours ago and sat down to a friendly game of poker over a few drinks. Billy took his opponent for all he had, wiped him clean, matter of fact. Everything the other man had saved from his summer of riding was now in Billy's pocket. Stranger took offense and called Billy a two-timing slick. Billy told him to put his fist where his mouth was, and the two took it outside. What did you see?" Eli shrugged. "Not much, except that the shorter man wiped up the floor with the big man pretty quick. Wasn't much of a fight." The saloon keeper sighed and then finally spoke with a tinge of bitterness in his voice. "I hope the day comes sooner than later when someone puts Billy in his place. Ever since he came to town this summer, he's been causing trouble. Nobody really seems to know where he came from. He mostly keeps to himself and doesn't seem to have any friends." Eli shrugged his shoulders. "How about 2 shots of moonshine with that soup?" "Right." The saloon keeper nodded before ambling off to attend to his duties. Eli sat alone with his thoughts, contemplating the situation. Billy had always been a troublemaker, but in the last 10 years he had become a mighty fine one who seemed to wield an extraordinary influence over people. And how had he gotten so good at poker? Eli stroked his chin, lost in his thoughts, when the front door opened and Billy's latest victim staggered through, plopping down at the closest table. He didn't look too good. His face was wrapped in a white bandage that was stained red as his gash seeped with blood, but at least he was still breathing. Eli nodded slightly when their eyes met and then looked away. "Here you go." The saloon keeper's gravelly voice interrupted Eli's thoughts. He had in his hands a large bowl of steaming chili, a plate with several rolls, and 2 shots of moonshine. Eli was hungry and gratefully accepted it. "Hey, how about you set up that stranger with some of the same stuff, on my tab? He looks like he could use a friend right now." The saloon keeper looked surprised at Eli's generosity, but willingly complied. "All right, you got it." It didn't take Eli long to dispose of the meal in front of him, and was glad to see the stranger set up with some of the same. He nodded at the stranger when the stranger accepted the charity meal, acknowledging Eli when the saloon keeper spoke quietly to him, no doubt sharing with him who his benefactor was. He must have been hungry because he didn't waste much time disposing of the meal. Eli liked the man before he even came over to speak with him, to thank him verbally for the meal. He was a tall, burly man and looked like he had a hard summer on the trail, but he had a generous face that looked honest, and he looked like he had been working an honest living most of his life. He wasn't the normal-looking cowboy who was wild on the cattle trail and even wilder in town whenever he was between jobs. The stranger slowly approached Eli's table, and Eli pointed generously at the chair opposite of him at the table. "Have a seat, friend." "Mighty kind of you to do what you did for me tonight, mister." The stranger spoke huskily with an obvious tone of gratification. "Not many men in this town seem to possess this kind of kindness." "Name's Eli," Eli said as he stuck out his hand in friendship. The man gratefully accepted the gesture and shook Eli's hand firmly. Eli liked the man with a firm handshake and took that as a sign of an honest man who was willing to earn a living the honest way. "Folks call me Ralph," the stranger responded. "It's a strange thing that you did, setting me up with a fine meal like that. What makes a man like you help out and no account a fool like me?" Eli detected a note of bitterness in the stranger's voice and could tell he was upset at himself for having lost his entire year's savings in just a few hours. And it probably wasn't the first time. Men like this, even though they worked hard and made an honest living, were often fools in life and didn't seem to possess the self-control and determination to forge out the good life for themselves. "Well, Ralph, you know how the saying goes, an enemy of my enemy is my friend." Eli's voice took on an angry tone, and Ralph looked at him surprised. "You know that short fellow outside who conned me out of my summer's savings?" "Conned you? What do you mean? I heard it was a friendly poker game." Eli looked the man squarely in the eyes. He was interested in hearing what Ralph had to say about the poker game, but he wanted facts, not just some bitter complaining from a man who lost everything in a poker game. "Fair game? Fair game, you say? There was nothing of the sort. That fellow is the slickest dealer I've ever seen, and I've seen some good ones. Can't say I've never lost fair and square, but what happened earlier was the slickest play I've ever seen. I should have stopped when I first noticed, but by that time my feathers were mighty ruffled, and I was in a fighting mood. The only problem was that I couldn't outslick him. Man, that fellow was good." Ralph shook his head, and Eli felt his own anger rising up inside himself. So that was how he had lost to Billy. He had gotten some pretty good hands that night when he lost the homestead to Billy, but Billy always seemed to get the better hand when he needed to. The alcohol must have blinded Eli to the reality of Billy's slick wheeling and dealing. Eli needed someone to talk to, and here was a man who would understand what Eli was going through, and before he knew it, he had filled in Ralph in all that had happened the past week. Ralph shook his head with amazement as he listened, feeling better about his own situation, knowing he wasn't the only one who Billy had conned. "So, what brings you here to Jackson this time of the day with the wife and little one laid up?" Ralph wasn't sure if he should ask, but his curiosity got the best of him. Eli sat deep in thought for a moment, and then looked Ralph squarely in the eyes. "You heard about the wild stallion that roams Wild Canyon? The one they say is a killer and couldn't be ridden?" "Yeah, what of it?" Curiosity was etched over Ralph's face as he tried to suppress his eagerness to know what Eli was up to. "Well, I'm on my way there right now to catch that stallion and break him in as a riding horse. He's the only horse who has a shot at beating Billy's horse." Ralph had begun to suspect what Eli was up to, but whistled anyway when Eli finally said it. Looking at Eli's arm, he carefully inquired, "How bad's the arm feeling?" Can you use it at all? And you really think you could ride that stallion even if you didn't have a bum arm? He tried not to question a man like Eli who looked every bit of a man who could get done what he set out to do, but this seemed every bit of a fool's errand. And you're going into Wild Canyon at night? You've heard the stories, right? Ralph was shaking his head in amazement as the disbelief came pouring out of his mouth. He didn't mean to offend Eli, and Eli didn't take it that way, but Eli was serious and his expression said it all. Ralph, I'm in a bad way and desperate times call for desperate measures. And seeing what Billy did to you today just made me the more determined. Billy is a menace who needs to be stopped, and I plan to set him in his proper place. Never liked him, and I never will. And this is the time when I need to whip him good, once and for all. Eli's blood was boiling, and the two men bonded over their anger against a common enemy. They were by no means saints, but they weren't dirty conmen, and neither could respect a man who was a cheat and a liar. Billy represented everything they couldn't stand. You know, I just had a thought. Ralph stroked his thick graying beard as he looked Eli squarely in the eyes. You're going to need some backup if you want to make it out alive tonight. Wild Canyon is no place for a man, especially a man who is by himself. I'm an awfully good shot and even a better rider, and you're going to need someone to hold on to your horse while you're being shook to pieces on that wild stallion. No domesticated horse by itself will last an hour with those wild critters prowling around in the dark out there. Eli shook his head. No reason for you to get involved. This is my fight. You've got nothing to prove and nothing to gain by going with me out there where most men don't make it out alive. No point in two men dying tonight. Ralph saw a fatalistic streak suddenly make itself known in Eli, and he knew then that Eli knew what he was up against tonight. Beneath the tough exterior was a man who knew he had bitten off more than he could chew. But Eli was a man who didn't back down for any man or beast, and he was going to do this no matter the odds against him. And Ralph found himself admiring Eli for it. Sure, Eli was being a fool, but there was the possibility he could pull it off, and Ralph was wanting a part of it. Look here, Eli. I might not have anything to gain by siding up with you, but I've also got nothing to lose. No wife, no children, and no place to call home. Makes a man mighty lonely sometimes, and when I see an opportunity to ride with a good man who's got a family depending on him, well, I've a mind to ride with him whenever he's inclined to ride. I'm not looking for anything from you down the road. Fact is, I've always been a man who digs riding with other men, and for a man like me who doesn't have much to live for in life, nights like tonight do not come around often enough. Ralph was serious, and Eli shrugged his shoulders. Suit yourself, then. It's your life. Eli seemed nonchalant about the matter, but Ralph suspected he was grateful for the companionship. It was figuring to be a cold, dark night out tonight, and a man could use a friend on a night like tonight in a place like Wild Canyon. Chapter 12, Who's Your Money On? It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Eli and Ralph stepped out of the saloon after having paid the saloon keeper his dues for having revitalized their spirits with a hearty meal. The sun was low in the west and the temperature was beginning to drop rapidly as the evening dusk was rapidly approaching. Eli was ready to make his way to Wild Canyon, anxious to get there as quickly as possible. I need to stop at the blacksmith shop and purchase some gear, Eli said to Ralph as they headed across the street. The street was mostly empty as the townfolk had headed indoors to escape the dropping temperatures that were setting in for the night. A few people scurried here and there, but none dawdled to observe the two men. All right, Ralph answered. I'll wait outside. As Eli went inside the blacksmith shop, Ralph perched himself on a bench outside and turned his collar up. He could feel himself shaking a little, some from the cold, but some from the excitement of the coming adventure. He wasn't too keen on going into Wild Canyon, but going in with a man like Eli after a horse like the wild stallion was exhilarating to say the least. His thoughts turned to his childhood and young adult life. Life had never been easy for him. He had been abandoned by his father before his mother gave birth to him, and his mother died before he reached the age of 10. Taken in by an outlaw rancher, he found himself embroiled in a war between ranchers. He had gone against his own hand, who fed him in order to stand up for truth and justice. After the range war, he had found himself without a home, wandering through the western states, bouncing from gig to gig. He had never been an important man, just another cattle hand who could rope and ride with the best of them. He had his fair share of fights, but had never killed a man and was never known to be a gunfighter. All he had ever wanted in life was to settle down with a wife and children and have a ranch of his own, but life had dealt him nothing more than a high-card hand, and here he was with nothing to show for in his life. But tonight he had the opportunity to join hands with a man who had been able to conquer life and carve out the life Ralph had always wanted. And Ralph admired men like Eli, men who had the guts to take what they wanted and make it their own, but only by the means of honesty and integrity. Men like Eli were hard men who often got their way, but they did so by hard work and not by extortion. Men like Eli were the kind of men any decent man wanted to ride with. But Ralph had also detected a dark streak running through Eli and wondered what his story was. Even though he seemed a good and decent man, he definitely wasn't the kind of man you wanted to cross. Ralph found it difficult to believe any man had gotten the better of Eli, but from his own experience, Billy was a card shark and a scoundrel, and he had taken both men for all they were worth. A movement down the street caught Ralph's attention, and he saw several men come out of a house. One of those men was Billy, and none of the men looked like men Ralph wanted anything to do with. It looked like they were having some kind of dispute when suddenly a short, plump man took a swing at Billy. Billy deftly sidestepped his blow and landed a sucker punch to the gut of his opponent. As his opponent buckled at his midsection, Billy took the momentum and, grabbing the man behind his head, pulled his head down and kneed him violently in the face. Blood spurted all over the snowy ground as the man dropped limply to the ground. Billy kicked him in the gut, and laughing with an awful cackle, turned up the street towards Ralph. Ralph shook his head in disgust. This Billy was nothing more than a bully. He had probably taken another man for his money, and when the man objected to his wheeling and dealing thievery, Billy had silenced him the only way he knew how. Not wanting to have another skirmish with Billy, Ralph stood up quickly and ducked into the blacksmith shop through the weather-beaten door. The shop was badly lit and smelled like cold leather and burning metal. He spotted Eli and the blacksmith over at the workbench in the back of the shop. The blacksmith was a tall, thick man with thick, meaty hands, and a head full of thick, jet-black hair with streaks of gray beginning to appear over his temples. The shop was lined with all kinds of horse and cowboy gear. Through an open door, Ralph could see another room littered with strange-looking metal apparatuses. His attention refocused on Eli and the blacksmith as they vehemently gestured at one another, apparently arguing over something. But they were arguing with their voices lowered, and Ralph couldn't make out what they were saying. Not wanting to insert himself in another man's affairs, he stayed close to the door and acted like he was checking out the blacksmith's fares. The blacksmith ignored him completely, fully engaged with Eli. After a minute more of arguing, it was apparent Eli was getting his way, and the blacksmith, in apparent anger, grabbed the bridle that lay on the counter and took it into the room behind him where he could be heard muttering as he went to work. Eli looked around and, spotting Ralph, made his way towards him. "Decided to get out of the cold, I reckon?" Eli smiled tightly as he gestured outside. Ralph shook his head. "Billy was headed this way. I saw him come out of a house down yonder with a group of men and mop the floor with one of them. Probably another one he'd wipe clean with his slick card playing. Didn't feel like having anything to do with him right now, so I stepped inside. Didn't intend to step in on your private affairs." Eli shrugged. "I don't have anything to hide. Just needed the blacksmith to alter a bridle for me, and he wasn't wanting to make the alterations. And I don't blame you. Billy's time is coming, but until then he can only be a nuisance." "How come the people in town don't run him off?" Ralph inquired as he was musing to himself, rather than expecting an answer from Eli. "Law's on his side," Eli said after a short pause. "Most folks around here don't care for gambling and believe it serves us right if we lose everything we have. There's no law against gambling, and there's no law against cheating and gambling either. Folks would rather that we learned our lesson and stopped gambling altogether. Can't say I blame them. Gambling never has seemed to turn out well for those who do it often. Everyone gets burned big after a while, and sometimes it gets a man shot. Can't say I know what made me gamble that night after having stayed away from it for 10 years. Guess I got a hankering for the old life and got caught up in the moment with the wrong hombre." "Talk about the devil," Eli muttered as the door swung open and Billy stepped inside. Billy was a reprehensible-looking fellow with large dark eyes sunk deep into his face, big bushy eyebrows, balding head with long hair, long pointed nose, short, fat, and smelled something awful. A big devilish smile broke out on Billy's face when he saw his two victims. "Good day, gentlemen," he said, eyes twinkling with an evil delight. "How is life in the gutter these days? Oh, and Eli, I'm sorry to hear about Mary Lou. Guess you won't be racing for your homestead after all, huh? Well, I'll be over in 2 weeks to take possession of your homestead. I expect you'll be off by then. Hate to see a good family like yours put out in the cold, but business is business, and there's no room for mercy in a world like ours. Now is there?" Billy licked his chops, looking delighted at the possibility of another brawl. He had become accustomed to the life of a gambler and a brawler and wasn't scared of anyone, not even Eli. And with Eli's arm laid up, he was sure to have a definite edge on Eli in a brawl. Now, if Eli's arm wasn't laid up, he would probably whip Billy soundly, but that was another story. Eli's arm was laid up, and that made Billy even more cocky. Ralph laid his arm on Eli's shoulder as Eli tensed up, looking like he was about to charge Billy. "Now's not the time, Eli. Our day's coming. But for now it's his day, and getting in a brawl with him tonight will not do any of us any good." Just then the blacksmith walked out and hollered, "Eli, your merchandise is ready. I need to close shop. So if you don't mind, let's square up and get you moving along." Eli relaxed and nodded towards Billy. "I'll see you around, Billy. By the way, I'm getting a horse lined up that can beat Maverick. I'm getting my farm back fair and square. You can count on that." Billy's smile froze into a glare and his posture straightened. "We'll see about that, Eli. As far as I'm concerned, I have the fastest horse in this part of the country, and there's nothing you can do about it. Mary Lou was the only horse who had a shot, and she's dead. So you know what? Good luck. I hope you find a horse so I can show the world what sort of a pathetic loser you really are." The snarl on Billy's face was dark and venomous, and Ralph cringed. Pure hatred was etched all over Billy's face, and it was easy to tell he had been hating for a long time. He had become the kind of man who lived to hurt others, no doubt having been hurt in his own life, and now able to cope with life only by hurting others. Eli didn't say anything as he walked on over to the blacksmith's workbench with Ralph in tow and proceeded to pay his bill. Nodding his head towards the blacksmith, he proceeded to gather up the leather bridle and turn for the door. Billy had already exited the building, and when Eli and Ralph stepped outside, they saw a crowd beginning to form around Billy. Eli and Ralph ignored Billy and the men around him as they headed for the stable. Eli was in a hurry to get on with it and wanted no trouble right now. He had work to do, and daylight was fading fast. It was about an hour's ride to Wild Canyon and maybe an hour of daylight left. They were about even with the men when Billy's raspy voice broke the silence around them. "Hey, Eli! I was just telling the men here about the race coming up next week. Thought I might get a few side bets going to make a little extra cash. How about you tell us about this horse you say can beat Maverick in a race so as to incite a little gambling speculation? Unless you were just talking, that is. You always were a man for words." The sound of Billy's voice repulsed Ralph and angered Eli. Ralph would have kept walking, but Eli was a man who hated to look small in front of a group of men, and he couldn't resist. "I hear tell there's a wild stallion down in Wild Canyon. Also heard he's fast. And word has it he's a killer. Sounds like my kind of horse in a race against a man like you." Eli's voice dripped with anger as he stopped and then stepped towards Billy. The men parted and backed away from Billy. Billy didn't budge, holding his head up high with his face slightly turned towards the crowd. "And just how are you going to use that wild stallion in a race against me? Everyone knows he can't be ridden. Not to mention no man could ever get to him in Wild Canyon anyway." The men around Billy knew a thing or two about Eli and knew he was capable of things they weren't. But they also knew what he was saying was the most ludicrous thing they had ever heard. But they couldn't help having their curiosity piqued, and they began to gather around Eli, bombarding him with all kinds of questions. Eli raised his left hand until the men quieted. "Look here, fellows," he said, pointing at Billy. "This fellow is a low-down varmint who needs the licking of a lifetime, and I plan to give it to him come next week. He's a two-time cheating card shark who's not worth the material of a casket with which to bury him in." Billy looked slightly shocked at the venom of Eli's tone, but quickly gathered his wits about him and stepped up to within 2 feet of Eli. "Tell me, kind sir," he said with a belittling tone, "why should anyone believe you? No one can ride the wild stallion up in Wild Canyon, and especially not a man with a bum arm. We all know you're a bluffing fool. That's too bad, though. Nobody here has the guts to bet on a man like you. I was kind of hoping to strike it rich with this horse race, cleaning out the town with all bets on you." Billy's sneer only made Eli's blood boil even more, but he kept his cool. "Tell you what, gentlemen, you decide when I leave town who your bets are on, but before I leave, I would like to leave you a little gift, a little token of the kind of man Billy's going up against next week. The kind of man who has always been a winner and always will be a winner. When I come riding out of that stable in a few minutes and leave you this gift behind, You decide who you want to put your money on." With that, Eli turned and briskly headed for the stable with Ralph in tow. Entering the stable, Eli lost no time in saddling up Shaggy. Ralph did the same with his horse, a big stocky gelding who looked like he had been through a few wars of his own. But he looked tough, and Eli had no illusions about his durability in bad weather. Ralph hadn't said a word after they had left the scene behind them, but Eli could tell he was curious what exactly Eli was leaving behind. Was Eli bluffing? Or did he really have something up his sleeve? And when Eli led Shaggy out of the stall with a massive mountain lion in tow, Ralph gasped in amazement. "You mean?" Ralph was at a loss for words, and Eli smiled. "That's right," he answered cockily. "Did it with just a dog and a knife. Did it at night in the Northeast Trail. This should set the men outside at ease that I'm serious about winning this race in a couple days." With that said, Eli mounted Shaggy and walked him out of the stable, the mountain lion dragging along behind him. The men outside parted before him as he directed Shaggy right towards their midst. The men were silent until they saw the mountain lion, but a gasp began to echo through the crowd as Eli rode up to Jim, the owner of the stable. "Here's the stable fare, Jim. Much obliged." He tossed Jim a few coins and looked around at the crowd of men who were now poking at the mountain lion. "Well, gentlemen, who's your money on now? This short, little, ugly-looking, no-good, two-timing weasel who's never beat me in a horse race, or a man like me who's killed the meanest mountain lion anyone in this part of the country has ever seen? By the way, I did it with just a dog and a knife on the Northeast Trail 2 nights ago, and come tomorrow morning, you're going to see me come riding through town on that wild stallion on my way home to my homestead I'm aiming to keep." Eli didn't wait for an answer, but with one swift motion he slid his bowie knife out of its sheath and deftly sliced the rope that tied the mountain lion to Shaggy. He dug his spurs into Shaggy's ribs at the same time, and Shaggy lurched forward, nearly trampling the men who had saddled up close to see what was going on. The men cheered with 6 guns blazing as Eli rode off with Ralph close behind. When they had put some distance between themselves and the men, Eli pulled Shaggy up slightly and looked at Ralph. Neither man said anything, but their cold, hard faces had the etches of smiles on them as they rode northward. Tonight was going to be a night of a lifetime, but by now there were no doubt to talk of Jackson. And as sure as the word about them would spread, they would be household names throughout this part of the country. If they could pull this off tonight, but it was a big if, one that had serious consequences if they failed. It was either do or die. Tonight had no other options available. They were either going to be famous come morning, or dead come morning. Chapter 13. The Mark of a True Christian. Back at Doc Wilson's cabin, the day had gone by slowly for Molly. Doc had filled her in about the note left behind by Eli, albeit he was vague about the details. Molly was a little worried about her father. She wasn't one to worry about him, but seldom had she seen him in the mood he was in the day before when she had last seen him. He was seemingly changing by the hour, and she didn't quite understand what was happening. Her father had never been an overly affectionate man, but he had always provided for the family and did what fathers needed to do. But now he was distant and unresponsive to any of them. Of course, it could just be the shock he was suffering from everything that had happened the past few days. His beloved wife was no longer the Rose he loved and cherished, and his companion Buck was now buried in the field behind Doc's barn. Moreover, he probably blamed himself for Molly's broken leg. But there was something else going on. Molly wasn't sure what it was, but there was something Doc wasn't telling her about her father. Her father obviously had something on his mind the past few days, but she hadn't really thought of it until today. He seemed strange and distant yesterday, but now that she thought about it, he was acting differently the few days prior to the accident on Sunday morning. Actually, he was never his old self after he came back from Jackson without the cows that he had set out to buy earlier that morning. And he stayed out much later than usual, not to mention he slept in the barn that night. That just wasn't like father. Molly was deep in thought when Doc came in and found her leaning back on the reclined bed with her eyes staring at the ceiling, and her book resting upside down on her lap, her hands folded on top of her stomach. He smiled when he saw she was slightly startled at his entrance. Deep in thoughts, are you, Molly?" Doc chuckled quietly. "A young girl like you shouldn't be weighed down with the cares of life that adults sometimes find themselves weighed down with." Molly didn't say anything as she silently looked Doc in the eyes. As long as she could remember, Doc had always been her confidant, and she knew she could ask him anything, but she had already asked him why her father was acting strangely and what was ailing him, and Doc had diverted the discussion away from that particular topic. She respected Doc enough to not push the issue, but But she was at a loss of words at the moment because the very thing she was thinking about was the very thing she had already inquired about to no avail. "Ah, I see," said Doc with a serious look now on his face. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to Molly. "I see I didn't put your mind at ease earlier today when you asked me about your father." He sat quietly and stared out of the window, quickly lost in his own thoughts. Molly waited silently as Doc pondered what he wanted to say to her. After a few minutes, Doc cleared his throat. "You know, Molly, even we adults don't know what to do sometimes in situations like these. We may put on brave faces, but deep down we are often at a loss of knowing what to do. It seems that God doesn't always give us answers immediately about what He would have us do in times like these. And when He doesn't answer us, we take matters into our own hands and try to make the best of the situations we find ourselves in. But sometimes we don't even think to ask God or are afraid to ask God because we are afraid of the answer He will give us. It seems that sometimes it's easier to do what we think we should do because that is what we really want to do. And if it doesn't work out, then we turn to God as a last resort to bail us out of our predicament we caused by taking our own counsel. This reminds me a little bit of David and how he found himself in a predicament when he went to his enemies, the Philistines, for help rather than trusting God in his current situation. Saul had been persecuting him and had tried to kill him numerous times. And finally David said in his heart that it is better to dwell with the Philistines than to perish by the hand of Saul. What's so interesting about that story is that the Philistine king actually helped David. And not only did he welcome David to the land of the Philistines, but he even gave David and his family and his soldiers the city of Ziklag to dwell in. Here we have David, who killed many Philistines over the years and even killed Goliath, who was their champion fighter, and yet he somehow found favor in the Philistine king's eyes. Now, if that isn't the providence of God in David's life, I don't know what is. But when we continue reading the story, we see that the Philistines went up to war with Israel, and the Philistine king trusted David so much that he was going to take him and his men with him to fight against Israel. David had been anointed king of Israel, and now here he was in a situation where he was being included in a battle against the very people he was anointed to lead. And think about what might have happened if he had met his friend Jonathan on the field of battle and accidentally killed him in the rage of warfare. But we don't know if David would have actually fought against Israel if he had gone with the Philistines. What we do know is that God sovereignly pulled David from the situation when some of the Philistines opposed the arrangement, thinking that David may turn against them in the heat of the battle and help his own people defeat them. And maybe this was David's intention. Maybe he thought by doing this he could once again find favor in Saul's eyes and return back to his homeland. But we don't know for sure. Here's the point. Sometimes people do certain things because they think it's their only option in the moment, or at least their best option, and the things they do sometimes puts them in bad situations. We could look at David and say he did the wrong thing and should have trusted God by staying in Israel with his own people. But what would we have done in his situation? It's easy to say what we would do if we were in someone else's situation, but when we are in that same situation, we often act in ways we might have thought we wouldn't. I'm going to be honest with you, Molly. Things don't look the best with your family right now. The injuries your mother sustained have changed her dramatically for the worse, and the way your father is reacting to everything scares me. And the worst thing we could do right now is worry about the things we can't control. Your father filled me in a little bit about something that happened last week that has him acting the way he is acting right now. And I don't think it's best to tell you the details because it would only worry you. And even more, it could potentially lead to surmising that very well may not be the case. Your father wasn't exactly clear about everything that's going on, and I see no point in telling you what I'm not exactly sure about myself. In a situation like this, it is better to talk about what we know rather than talk about what we don't know. Doc smiled at Molly and continued, "How about that book you're reading? I see you're almost finished. What do you think of it?" Molly's eyes brightened for a moment, and Doc was relieved to see he had taken her mind off the current situation, even if only for a short while. "I had tears in my eyes earlier," Molly said. "Polly suffered so much as a slave, and yet she was always trying to be a good Christian and forgive her enemies. I don't think I could be that good. I know I would like to have revenge if anyone ever treated me like that. And her name is so interesting, too. Polydor." Her voice wandered off as if she were being transported back into a time she wanted to know more about, meeting a person she wanted to know and be more like. Polly had obviously made an impact on her, and Doc was inclined to press the issue because the story of Polly's life was one that had moved himself years ago as he struggled to forgive his own father. Forgiveness had been difficult for Doc when he first became a Christian, and he had sworn he would never forgive his father for how he treated Doc so many years ago. But God began to deal with him in such a way that he was overcome with a deep sense of his own sinfulness and lack of deserving to be forgiven by God for the sins he had committed against God. And it was through this process that Doc truly found forgiveness in his heart for his father, and thus was set free from the awful bondage of unforgiveness and hatred. "Why do you think Polly was trying to forgive her enemies?" Doc inquired carefully when he saw Molly's attention divert back to himself. Molly thought carefully. "Well, it seems like she began to try to forgive her enemies after an incident in the garden one day. She was in a bad mood because she had gotten angry with one of the field slaves, and she had said some pretty mean things to him in frustration. And I don't blame her. Tom was a little slow and sometimes very annoying. But one particular day she called him a retard and slammed the door in his face. She knew Tom liked her and kind of felt bad she had treated him like that. But what really made her feel bad was when she read in the Bible that God created man in his own image, and nowhere could she find that excluded anyone, which meant Tom was created in God's own image just like she was. And she knew she was a little proud about herself, which she knew was a sin. But when she realized she called an image bearer of God a retard, she felt really bad. And so while she was in the garden, she was overcome with shame and guilt and began to cry and finally just sat down and wept. And it seems like she was different from that moment on. It seems like she had changed into someone else. I cried when she went and apologized to Tom, and he gave her a big hug and told her she was the best friend he ever had. He was often picked on, and Polly had sometimes been nice to him, which meant a lot to him. And I think it was after that Polly began to forgive her own masters for the way they treated her sometimes. It wasn't easy for her, and I'm not sure I could have done the same, but she became someone I really want to be like. Doc, do you think I will ever be someone's hero like you and Polly?" Tears came into Doc's eyes as he leaned over and kissed Molly on the forehead. "You already are, Molly. You already are." Molly was in the mood to talk, and her next question was a tough one. "So, Doc, some of the slave owners in the book claim to be Christians. But if the Bible says God created man in his own image, and it doesn't say anywhere that some people are less than others, how can people own slaves and yet claim to be Christians? Shouldn't we as Christians treat each other like we would want to be treated?" Doc rubbed his chin that was beginning to show the stubbles of not having shaved for several days. "Well, Molly, some people would point to slaves in the Bible and say that because the Bible never condemned people in the Bible for having slaves, then it must be okay to have slaves. And they point to the Old Testament and say that God made laws regarding how masters should treat their slaves. And if he were against slavery, then he would have condemned slavery outright rather than making laws for how masters should treat their slaves. But we need to remember that slavery in the Old Testament was a lot different than American slavery, and nowhere does God condone the type of slavery we saw take place in America. In the Old Testament, we often saw people sell themselves as laborers when they couldn't pay off their debts, but the slavery was only temporary, and they were set free after so many years. The reason some Christians condoned slavery was because they wanted the luxury that came with owning slaves. It was a way to pad their own lives with wealth, comfort, and power. And anyone who begins to lust after worldly things and starts to think more about themselves than others, then we have such horrible things as American slavery take place. Doc shook his head. This world sure is messed up when people follow their own passions and desires. Molly, one thing you need to understand is that not everyone who says they are Christians are actually Christians. The Bible says you will know them by their fruits. We know we are saved by grace alone, through faith alone, in Christ alone, without the works of the law. But we also know that God begins to change his people into the image of his Son, transforming them from one degree of glory to another. We must test Christians by two means, by what they believe and how they act. We can't be entirely sure who will go to heaven and who won't, and we should be careful not to judge in a way that only God can judge. But this doesn't mean we can't be confident about someone's salvation who walks with God and increasingly lives by his word day by day. One thing the Bible makes clear is that there will be people thinking they're going to heaven when in fact they won't, and there will be people going to heaven who might not be entirely confident of their salvation. And so when we think about people who treated slaves brutally, we need to remember that not everyone who claims to be a Christian is really a Christian. But we must always remember there is forgiveness for everyone who repents, and we must always reach out to people with kindness, hoping they will escape the snare of the devil who has captured them to do his will. It is really the devil behind all the wickedness in the world, and he controls people who do not know God, and they are under his dominion. Molly was quietly resting with her eyes shut, but Doc could tell she was listening intently. She had always been a good student and had paid close attention whenever he took on a serious tone. She had tried to grasp the concept of Christianity and often strived to be a good person, but God had yet to work in her heart and mind in a saving way that would give her a new nature, causing her to naturally increase in Christian holiness rather than constantly strive to merely be a better person to earn her way into heaven. He could also tell she was fatigued, as it was already late afternoon. Patting her on the leg, he said, "Why don't you get some sleep, Molly, and let your brain rest for a little bit? Don't worry. God will work all things according to the counsel of his will. All you need to do is trust him and follow Jesus." Chapter 14, Wild Canyon. There was about another hour of daylight left when Eli and Ralph rode north amid the sound of blazing gunfire. The men behind them hooted and hollered, pulling for Eli and Ralph to get the job done they were setting out to do. Had Eli been able to see Billy up close, he would have seen his face darken into a snarl of hatred before he whirled around and headed for the saloon, no doubt to stoke his hatred with a drink, or vent his frustration by taking another simple cowhand for all he was worth. But Eli wasn't thinking about Billy at the moment, and neither was Ralph. The wind was blowing in cold gusts, swirling the snow around them, and the two men pulled up the collars of their thick jackets and pressed forward, leaning into the wind. The two horses were hardy to say the least, but these conditions were rough even for these two seasoned and iron-tough beasts. Ralph's horse seemed to have the worst of it, not having the powerful build that Shaggy possessed. But Ralph was a skilled rider and deftly moved his horse through the drifts and icy patches where the road was mostly void of snow. It wasn't too far from Jackson to Wild Canyon, but the going was slow, and Eli and Ralph found themselves not there yet as the darkness started to settle in. But they pressed on, knowing they were going to have to work through the night anyway. Eli had figured on this and was determined not to be deterred. If he was going to catch the wild stallion off guard, it was going to need to be at night, and what better night than a dark night like tonight when the wind was making this much racket? Although, it probably wouldn't be as windy inside the canyon, but it would be dark, and Eli was a man who could move quietly and undetected, sneaking up on his prey quite easily. The sun must have disappeared for about 30 minutes before Eli and Ralph reached the entrance to Wild Canyon. It was pitch black dark, and the entrance to the mountainous canyon looked stark and foreboding. Eli pulled up, and Ralph followed suit. Eli's voice was hoarse from the cold as he peered over at Ralph. "Hey, Ralph, what do you know about this place?" Ralph was peering ahead when he finally turned to Eli. "I once met a man who said he rode through a few times for reasons he didn't want to discuss, but he also said he had skirted the edges once on both sides. Sounds like the west side is where most of the cover is, with trees and ravines scattered pretty thickly through much of the length of the canyon. Also, it sounds like there's a creek running through the entire length, but he didn't know where the water was coming from, with this being only one of two entrances to the canyon. He suspected that the water was somehow getting through the mountain on the northwest side of the canyon, but he said he didn't have the time to stop and investigate." "I would reckon the herd of wild horses is over on the west side then, looking for shelter from the storm," Eli said. "Plus, it stands to reason they would want to be close to the river, and there still might be bare patches of ground that aren't covered with snow, affording some type of grass for the horses to forage for. I'm also guessing that is where the rest of the wild beasts are staying as well." Eli pulled out his Colt Peacemaker and checked the chamber, making sure it was fully stocked with bullets, all 6 of them. Satisfied he was ready, he spurred Shaggy forward with Ralph following close behind. Had Eli and Ralph not been in their current state of mind, the scene before them might have caused them to stop and stare in admiration. As they rode through the narrow opening into Wild Canyon, the sides of the mountain on the east rose sharply upward, with their rough, rocky edges forbidding any man to think he could escape that way had he had a mind to. Up ahead, looking northwards, they saw a large open area filled with a nice even layer of crystal white snow stretching into the darkness that enveloped it. To the left they could see the tree line in the distance, with snow capping off everything with a look of purity, calm, and peacefulness. Not a sound could be heard, and in here the wind was very slight, to the point they would have had to strain to notice it at all. It was quiet in the canyon, a deathly kind of quiet, and nothing seemed to move. But Eli knew there were predators lurking in the darkness, and he had his Colt Peacemaker cocked and ready to fire at a moment's notice. Ralph had his gun pulled too, watching their right side as he and Eli turned west along the south side of the canyon. The wall beside them was sharp and jagged, with trees above them precariously leaning over, threatening to fall at any time, without warning. It was fairly easy going along the south side of Wild Canyon, and Eli and Ralph were grateful to be out of the wind. Shaggy and Ralph's horse were able to find their footing rather easily, and they would have been able to canter forward had Eli not feared of attracting undue attention. Every noise in Wild Canyon was sure to echo loudly and notify every one of the canyon's inhabitants of their presence. Neither of the two men were too keen of attracting the attention of the canyon's current inhabitants. It was about 3 miles to the closest set of trees, and it was about 8:30 when they got there. There was no moon tonight, and they couldn't see anything inside the trees. They pulled up and studied the area quietly without saying a word. They had finally arrived, but to find the herd would be virtually impossible without some sort of clue. Looking for tracks was out of the question since the snowfall was sure to have covered any tracks more than a few hours old. The herd of horses was sure to have huddled up somewhere, waiting out the night before moving along. The two men had been sitting quietly for upwards of 30 minutes when suddenly a scream pierced the night. And then another one. Shaggy hardly flinched, but Ralph's horse jumped to the side, colliding violently with Shaggy and nearly sending Eli tumbling. Ralph tried to control his horse while Eli pulled Shaggy away from them. They could hear more screams coming from what seemed about a mile northwest from them. Ralph's horse appeared terror-stricken and began bucking, kicking up his heels and rearing up on his hind legs. When another scream pierced the night, Ralph lost complete control of him, and his horse sent him flying before taking off in a full gallop the way they had come. Eli quickly jumped off Shaggy and pulled the dazed cowhand to his feet. Brushing the snow off him, he saw he was okay and just a bit dazed. Eli could hear the sound of fighting coming closer. He could feel the ground tremor as he stood trying to get his bearings about him. "Ralph!" Eli shook Ralph, trying to clear his head and help him get his wits. He still seemed a bit dazed, so Eli grabbed him by the arm and pulled Shaggy along, led them to the closest tree. Finding an obscure spot in a grove of trees just inside the tree line, he slid the reins into Ralph's hands. "Ralph, just stay here. I'm going on in foot." Eli wasn't sure if Ralph was cognitive enough to hear him, but he decided to leave him there with Shaggy anyway. Ralph's head would clear soon, hopefully soon enough to defend himself against any wild beast that might come his way. "Ralph!" Eli shook him again. "If you don't hear from me in an hour, head back to Jackson." He went to pull Ralph's gun from his holster when he realized it was gone. Ralph had probably dropped it when he got thrown from his horse. Not having time to look for Ralph's gun, Eli quickly pulled the Colt Peacemaker from his holster, thrusting it into Ralph's hand. Ralph was beginning to seem a little more coherent by now, but Eli knew he was still dazed from the fall. It wasn't long before Eli was lost from Ralph's sight as he headed into the woods. He felt a little uneasy about not having his gun. Pulling his bowie knife from his belt, he pressed forward. The snow wasn't too deep since the trees were fairly close together, and he couldn't see the sky at all because the tops were largely overgrown and entangled with one another. There was no wind, and Eli was glad for that. At least it would keep his scent from traveling as far as it might have otherwise. The sounds he had been hearing earlier had quieted down, and the ground was no longer shaking like it had been a few minutes earlier. Whatever had gotten in a fight must be over, and more than likely one opponent was dead. Eli sure hoped it wasn't the wild stallion, and he had a feeling it wasn't. A pack of wolves had probably attacked the herd and were chased off. He wouldn't be surprised if a few of the wolves were dead. Eli silently crept along for about 30 minutes when he heard a horse snort maybe 100 yards in front of him. He was going to need to be extremely careful not to be noticed. One sight of him would probably send the already jittery herd into a frenzy. If he were detected now, he probably wouldn't get another chance tonight. Moving silently from tree to tree, making sure he wasn't spotted, Eli could finally make out the image of a horse. Getting a little closer, he spotted a few more. They were all standing pretty close together just outside the woods in the open. Eli didn't see the wild stallion. He had heard stories of what he looked like, and none of the horses he'd spotted so far even closely resembled the description he had. Moving around the east side of the herd and staying in the woods, Eli found himself just northeast of the horses when he suddenly caught a glimpse of him. Standing tall and proud, Eli could see several lumps in the snow around him. As his eyes focused, he could see he was right. They were wolves, and they were dead. Blood was dripping from the stallion's mouth, and his eyes blazed with fury. He held his head high in the air, making his tall body look even taller. His hindquarters were massive, with thighs the size of the great oaks. Eli was hiding behind. The stallion was jet black except for a white patch on the front of his chest, just below his throat. Eli shuddered with excitement. Even if he could find a way to mount this beast, He didn't see how he could break him, that is, even if he could stay on top of him for even a few minutes. With those massive thighs and powerful hindquarters, he was likely to shake a man to death as if he were shaking the life out of a rag doll. Not sure what to do next, Eli sat watching the magnificent beast for a few minutes. He was still snorting as the rest of the herd huddled up. Eli was going to need to get the drop on him, and in that split second when the stallion froze, he was going to need to secure himself the best he could. Pulling the bridle loose that was perched between his knife belt and his body, Eli made a big noose. He was going to need to drop on top of the stallion from above and slip the bridle over his face in one smooth and lightning-fast motion. His right arm was still sore, but should be somewhat useful. But how was he going to get the jump on the stallion? He needed to find a place towards which the herd would be moving, so he could get out in front of them and drop on top of the stallion when he walked under him. If he missed his target, there was no doubt in his mind the stallion would kill him right then and there. One thing Eli had going in his favor were his legs. They were massive pillars of pure muscle, and he would be able to put tremendous pressure around the belly of the stallion to keep from sliding one way or the other. His spurs would be key, using them to inflict immense pain on the stallion's underbelly and ribs. He was going to need to run the stallion nearly to death, so he wouldn't throw himself over on his back, crushing Eli in the process. And then there was the bridle. The blacksmith had reluctantly agreed to add sharp little spikes on the inside of the bridle, so that when Eli pulled the bridle tight, it would dig into the stallion's face. The bridle didn't have a bit, but closed up around the horse's head the tighter the jockey pulled it. It was meant for one thing, to break the will of the horse. It would also leave permanent scars. A pang of remorse hit Eli as he thought about what he was about to do. He had always loved horses and had treated them almost as well as humans. To do what he knew he needed to do was not something he was going to enjoy. The stallion stood there triumphantly over its kill, head held high. He was the king of Wild Canyon. Looking beyond the stallion, Eli saw a narrow walkway between two lines of trees. The herd might head back that way through the open corridor. If he could somehow find a spot above them where he could drop down silently, he might have a shot. He was going to have to move fast. The herd was already starting to calm down, and the stallion was beginning to move towards the herd, no doubt to begin pushing them that way. Eli silently passed from tree to tree far enough north of the herd not to be noticed. He held his knife in his left hand, ready for any attack from whatever creature might be waiting in the dark. Eli finally reached the open clearing that separated him from his current location, and the woods on the other side of the open clearing where he needed to be. Getting on his stomach, he slithered across the clearing with his head down. He was far enough north not to be spotted, but he wanted to make sure nothing caught the herd's attention. He was barely inside the woods across the clearing when he heard the horses begin moving his way. Getting up quickly, he moved southwest, inspecting the narrow corridors he went along. There wasn't much to choose from in finding a spot that would hide him from view and yet enable him to drop on top of the stallion as he passed below. And he had to have something low enough. A long drop would likely catch the stallion's attention before he was able to secure him to the stallion. Then he saw it. A large, tall oak tree had fallen over the trail and was leaning on a tree on the other side of the corridor. It was perfect. Because it was dark, Eli should be able to blend in. Even though the horses might see his silhouette, they might think he was a part of the tree. The only problem was his smell. If they caught wind of his scent, they might bolt. But this was his only chance, and Eli lost little time making his way over to the tree, effortlessly scurrying up it. He was barely perched in position when the herd entered the narrow corridor, and because the tree had fallen over at an angle, the horses had to enter through this part of the corridor single file. Eli worked on his timing as the horses passed below him single file. They didn't seem to suspect anything, and Eli was beginning to feel a little confident. He really thought if he could straddle the stallion, get the bridle on, and clamp his legs around him, there was a fighting chance he could stay on, but these were some pretty big ifs. And then the stallion was beneath him. Eli's heart beat rapidly as he saw the stallion's head appear beneath him, then the stallion's neck, and then Eli jumped. Chapter 15. Eli rides the stallion. The silence and timing of Eli's jump was perfect, and the stallion froze for a split second, and this was all Eli needed to drop the bridle over his face and pull it tight. Clamping his thick legs tightly against the stallion's side, digging his sharp spurs into his gut, Eli kept the bridle taut with his left hand and feebly held on to the stallion's mane with the hand of his injured right arm. The stallion screamed an awful scream and went up on his hind quarters. In anticipation, Eli kicked up his spurs and landed them into the tender part of the stallion's ribs. The stallion came back down on all fours and lunged forward. Eli pulled the bridle tight, turning the stallion towards his herd of mares. In about 3 massive leaps, the stallion was in the middle of the herd, and Eli put his neck down on the stallion's mane as his body clung to the stallion like a bird clings to the fur of a wild animal. The mare spread as the stallion screamed again, accomplishing what Eli had hoped. Scattering the herd should rouse any beasts waiting in the darkness, and this should give Eli enough time to make a run for the south opening of Wild Canyon. He sure hoped Ralph had made it out already. Knowing he needed to sap the stallion's energy as much as possible, Eli pulled the stallion around to go directly east. He wanted to run the stallion through the deeper snow and make him work. The stallion balked at the sharp pull of the bridle, and Eli felt him leave the ground as he began bucking ferociously. Eli kicked his heels out and then buried his spurs in the tender part of the stallion's belly. Another scream broke out from the stallion as he obeyed the pull of the bridle. Blood was beginning to ooze from his gashed forehead as the sharp little metal spikes cut through the flesh of the stallion's forehead, no doubt causing permanent scars. As the bridle tightened, the spikes dug deeper as they tore into the stallion's forehead. Even with just one arm pulling, there could be immense pain inflicted upon the victim of the bridle. And Eli was not in a playing mood. He knew it was going to be hard to break this wild beast, and even harder to kill the venomous spirit of this beast that had roamed the open range as a killer of both man and beast. Eli once again kicked out his heels, and this time pulled them backwards as he kicked inward, catching the crevice right in front of the hind quarters. By this time, the stallion was surging forward like Eli had never felt or seen before. He gasped at the power of the stallion as his thick torso rippled with power. He could feel the tautness of the stallion's body and knew it was a conditioned body, a body that could withstand any element. If Eli could break him and make him into a raceable horse, Maverick would not stand a chance. But Eli also knew if he broke the stallion's spirit completely, he would ruin him forever. So he let him run. Easing up on the reins, he let the stallion set his pace as they headed east. It could not have been many minutes when Eli saw the clearing ahead. The ground beneath the trees was not overly covered with snow, and the running was rather easy. Surprisingly, the stallion did not try to crush Eli's legs against the trees, but deftly navigated through the woods, and then they broke through the clearing. The stallion plunged into the first snowdrift, and Eli thought for a moment he was going down. But a quick strike with the spurs into the ribs of the stallion, and the stallion leapt forward, madly leaping from drift to drift. Eli feared the stallion would break one of his legs if he had too much head, so he pulled him up slightly with the reins and pulled him southeast towards the opening. The stallion was moving fast, and it wasn't long before the opening out of Wild Canyon was in sight. The stallion did not slow down at all when they got to the southeast opening of Wild Canyon, bursting through with vengeance. It wasn't but a few yards on the other side that Eli saw Ralph aboard Shaggy, waiting to see if Eli would make it out. Ralph's mouth hung open as he watched Eli ride by on the stallion eating up large chunks of ground in leaps and bounds. The stallion's mouth was beginning to foam, and Eli shook his head as a glob of foam flew back and landed on his mouth. Spitting profusely to the side, Eli tried to remove the vomitous taste from his mouth. The stallion was picking up speed, and Eli knew once they hit town, he would see just how fast this wild brute was. Digging his heels once again into the underbelly of the stallion, Eli at the same time pulled back furiously on the reins. The wild stallion grew taut and shook his head furiously as he hesitatingly plunged onward, his body quivering from the pain and terror that was being inflicted upon him by his cruel master. His hind quarters surged with power. Eli's legs were clamped tight, and his body didn't seem to move an inch. Jackson was fast asleep when they arrived, and Eli used his spurs and the bridle to elicit another spine-shivering scream from the stallion. The deep snow lay behind them, and the streets were covered lightly with snow. Eli eased up on the reins, leaning into the corners as he let the stallion pick up his speed. By the time they reached the last house, they caught a glimpse of a man come staggering out of the furthest house south, rubbing his eyes profusely. He gasped when he saw Eli on the stallion, his mouth hanging open as the stallion crashed past him now in a wide-open gallop. It was pitch black dark when they entered the northeast trail heading southwest, and Eli was no longer holding the stallion back. Here was his chance to see what the stallion was made of. Nor did he dig his spurs into the stallion, but clamped the side heels of his boots to the stallion's side. He wasn't sure how the stallion would act along this stretch. He very well might decide to try to ditch Eli. But the stallion wasn't of a mind to lose Eli, leaning into his blitzing pace. He was now running like he had been born to run, and Eli squeezed his eyes shut as the swirling snow dug into them. He placed his head down again on the stallion's neck, blocking out everything except him and the stallion. Eli wasn't aware when they came out of the northeast trail on the southwest end, except that he felt the stallion begin to work again as he plowed through the snowdrifts. Picking his head up, he saw the light of day begin to form in the east. The stallion seemed a little fatigued, but was still going hard, and Eli let him have his way. All he could now do was let the stallion wear himself out. He wasn't bucking at the moment, and Eli was content to enjoy the ride. After what seemed to be about 10 minutes, Eli pulled the stallion around and headed for the northeast trail again. The stallion was beginning to slow a little, but Eli didn't relax his grip. The stallion wasn't quite yet broken and might be looking for a moment of weakness on Eli's part to throw him. When they entered the northeast trail again, Eli let the stallion have it. Digging his spurs into the stallion's ribs, he kept them pressed hard as the stallion went full bore ahead. Eli was amazed at his stamina. Although he wasn't running quite as hard as he was earlier, the stallion was still running hard. Content with his performance, Eli lowered his head and let the stallion set the pace. It didn't take long for Eli to reach Jackson, and he was looking forward to his arrival. No doubt, the town would be awake by now, and he couldn't wait to see the look on Billy's face, and the men. Who would their money be on now? This was Eli's chance to get back his homestead and take Billy for all he was worth. He was sure Billy would bet heavy on himself even if he thought he might lose. Billy was all in, and so was Eli. Sure enough, the town was beginning to stir as Eli rode in, with the eastern sun just beginning to show the tip of a gorgeous orange hue, casting shades of orange and yellow across the snowy streets. Only 2 or 3 men were out on the street passing from one place to another when Eli rode in. Wanting to show off, Eli spurred the stallion into a full gallop as his hooves pounded the hard ground beneath him. Eli whooped and hollered as the men outside just stood and stared with their mouths hanging open. Eli saw Shaggy tied to the hitching post outside the saloon and saw Ralph come to the door as he thundered by on the stallion. A few more faces appeared as Eli reached the end of town, where he pulled up the stallion and turned him around. Having turned the stallion around, Eli spurred him again, and once again they made their run through town, this time with many more spectators. By the time Eli thundered through town on the stallion the 3rd time, it looked like most of the town was outside watching him, but Billy was nowhere in sight. Eli finally pulled up the stallion and trotted him for a little while before pulling him up into a walk. The stallion was breathing heavily, head held high, as Eli sat tall and proud. By all appearances, he had done what he set out to do. The stallion was broke, and Billy had a race on his hands. About like that, Billy came strolling around the corner of a house and stopped short as he saw Eli astride the stallion. By now, a few men had surrounded Eli and were peppering him with questions. Eli just smiled as he locked eyes with Billy. Neither man blinked, as both men looked at each other with contempt. Their rivalry had never been more intense, and the hatred poured from their eyes towards each other. Eli's hatred stemmed from having lost his homestead to Billy. Billy's hatred stemmed from having lost Rose to the man who went on to marry her and build the life Billy had always wanted. Billy never really had a chance with Rose, but when Eli came on the scene and took Rose's hand in marriage, it had nearly driven Billy insane. And perhaps it had, because from that day forward Billy had been plotting his revenge towards Eli. While Eli had gone down the straight and narrow path, Billy had continued the way of gambling and horse racing. He had hooked up with a card shark from Mississippi and learned how to play a man for everything he owned. Billy had traveled around taking what he could from poor suckers, and while he did this, he also became a good fighter. A lot of men didn't appreciate a man like Billy around, and Billy had to constantly defend himself. And defend himself he did. Early on, he had taken a lot of beatdowns and had his winnings taken from him. Beaten half to death and deposited outside the early towns, Billy would drag himself to the next town where he once again worked on perfecting his poker hand. After a while, he also perfected his fighting hand, and soon was a formidable bully who roamed from town to town. He had almost forgotten Eli and the sworn promise he had made to himself that he would one day settle the score between himself and Eli. But when he saw Eli that afternoon in Jackson, the old feelings of hatred and lust for revenge were renewed, perhaps stronger than ever. And he had taken Eli that night by masterfully playing the cards that needed to be played at the right time. Billy was good at that. Cards was not a game of luck for him, but a game of skill. the skill of being able to have the right cards at the right time. Billy was a cheater and a card shark, and proud of it. He felt life had dealt him a bad hand, and that he had to make the best of it any way he could. This was the only way he knew how. He could have been anyone and done anything. He was smart and energetic. But he was also a reprehensibly ugly man, and a lot of folks over the years had wanted nothing to do with him. And he smelled bad, which didn't make matters any better. He had never been a well-kept person, and people didn't trust unkempt people, especially one who looked like Billy. For many years, Billy had nourished a chip on his shoulder, and by now it was raging hatred for those who had the life he had always wanted. And all he now wanted to do was take that life away from them. He had never killed a man and didn't plan to ever do so, but he wanted to make the lives of others as miserable as possible. He never knew love as a child. His father was a monster who had sold him to the town butcher for a quart of whiskey and a slab of bacon. He was only 6 years old when this happened, and he spent his youth carving up dead beasts and making dried meat for the town people. He never knew his mother and never knew the tender touch of a mother's love. All he ever knew was the hard world of hard men. In his mind, it was only normal to behave like he did. He knew other men didn't behave like he did, but he could never grasp why. He thought they were soft and weak. Only when he met Rose did he for a time soften up. But when Rose didn't want anything to do with him and married his enemy instead, what little softness there may have been in him turned to absolute hardness. And from that day forward he had one mission in mind, to destroy every man who had what he could only dream of having. This was the world Billy lived in, and this was the man Eli would race in just a few days. But Eli was by no means inferior to Billy, and perhaps just as hard at times, maybe even more so. Both men were willing to take this race to the bitterest of ends. Neither man would concede as long as they both still breathed the breath of life. Both men were capable of great things, but both men were also capable of complete destruction. It was in their personalities and ingrained in them as children, having to become men when they were just mere children. They had grown callous to the idea of love. They could show affection if need be, but they couldn't love. They didn't know what it was. And now their hatred had boiled over, and they were intent on tearing one another apart. This was who they were, and this is what they wanted to do, and to them it was freedom. The freedom to be wild and free, free from the constraints of God and man, free to inflict pain on one another, free to live and risk everything they had just to triumph over one another. Hatred had consumed them, and at this moment they were no longer like men, but like wild beasts. They had lost all reason, all sanity, and all caution. And as Eli and Billy stared at each other, they had one thought in mind: to destroy his opponent before his opponent destroyed him. Chapter 16, Molly Meets Lightning. Molly was already awake when Eli rode up to Doc Wilson's place and was glad to see her father. But her father seemed even stranger than when he had left a day and a half ago. He greeted Molly briefly and then pushed past her into the house. Doc Wilson was not in the house at the moment, having decided to go out and tend to the animals just prior to Eli's arrival. After Doc and Molly's talk the day before, Molly had spent a quiet afternoon finishing her book about Polly Polydor. It had set her to thinking some more, wondering what had happened to the world that God had created, and she wondered if maybe God had messed up by creating them. She couldn't fathom why in the world Adam and Eve ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, knowing they would die. And then there was Cain, who killed his brother Abel, and of course, the wicked men of Noah's time, which caused God to flood the earth, sparing only Noah and his family. Molly had spent a lot of time in the Bible storybooks Doc possessed, and knew many of the stories in the Bible. Her favorite book of the Bible storybook set was the one with David. David was this courageous young man who did so many valiant things. She also liked the stories about Jesus, but it always made her sad because she didn't like reading about what the evil men did to him. But then it turned out good because Jesus rose from the dead and later ascended into heaven. She wondered what would happen to her if Jesus came back right then. She didn't know what he would think of her. Would she be good enough to go to heaven? Would he be pleased with her? Would he be angry with her? She had tried really hard to be a good person, especially recently, but for some reason Doc didn't seem to think that was enough for her to go to heaven. To think that Doc lived such a devout Christian life, he sure didn't put much stock in how well he lived. He just acted like it was the normal way to live life. But sometimes in the past she heard him moaning in his bedroom whenever he left her to her homework or tending to a patient. It was with these thoughts swirling through her head that Molly had retired for the night, falling fast asleep. Having fallen asleep early, she woke up early and laid in bed until Doc Wilson woke up. He had agreed to push her bed outside so she could enjoy the fresh morning air. The air was quite cool and a little nippy, but Doc had covered her well. The cool air had revived her spirit and poked a little joy into her heart as she watched the sun begin to rise in the east. The sun was in full display when her father had ridden up on a horse. Molly thought the horse looked beautiful and majestic. It stood tall and proud, with a slightly wild look in its eyes. It behaved well, but Molly could see her father alert and keeping a tight rein on him. She could also see the dried blood and the gashes on the stallion's forehead. A shiver ran down her back when the horse and his rider were close enough for Molly to see the metal spikes attached to the bridle, rubbing slightly in the wounds that were had been formed. Molly could also see the blood and gashes on the stallion's underbelly, ribs, and flanks. She couldn't imagine her father actually being the one who inflicted the stallion with these wounds. Surely he had been the one who had rescued the stallion from such a cruel master, and not the cruel master himself. It wasn't long before Eli exited the house, having found Rose asleep. He didn't feel like waking her, expecting her not to be the same woman he once loved. The old Rose was gone, and he loved the old Rose. The new Rose was distant and quiet, and seemed unaware of the love that once existed between her and her husband. Eli didn't say much, nor would he ever have admitted it, but deep inside he was hurting something fierce. Eli briskly strode past Molly and headed for the barn. He wanted to talk to Doc before he took off again. He had to get back to the homestead and take care of the stock. Doc was just finishing up as Eli walked through the barn door and greeted Eli with a friendly smile. "Good morning, Eli," he said with a chipper tone. "I'm glad to see you made it back okay. How's the arm doing?" Eli wasn't in the mood for small talk, but he obliged, knowing Doc meant well, and he did appreciate Doc, as well as respected him, and so it was that he returned the warm greeting. "Quite well, Doc." "Quite well. How are things around here this morning? Looks like old Gray is nice and rested up." Old Gray moved away from the sound of Eli's voice, venturing into the corner of his stall, perhaps remembering the rough night he had spent with Eli. "God is good, Eli. God is good. A man couldn't ask for much more in a morning like this. God brought us safely through the storm, and there is enough food in the house for a decent breakfast. Hey, why don't we go on in and I'll whip us up some grub? Molly sure could use her father's company right now over a friendly breakfast without any business talk. Come on, let's go." Doc didn't wait for Eli to decline, but headed for the door, and Eli followed, not having the heart to say no to Doc. Doc was not exactly giving him the option to say no, and Eli knew the statement made by Doc about Molly was meant to be more of a reprimand than a suggestion. Molly had missed her father, and all he did so far was virtually ignore her. Doc whistled when he stepped outside of the barn and saw the stallion at the hitching post. "Don't tell me that's the stallion from over in Wild Canyon." Eli smiled. "Sure is, Doc. Went up there last night, and we had ourselves a night to remember. Let me tell you something. I've never ridden a horse that possesses his power. He's fast, but with great power. When he takes off, it's all I can do to keep from sliding off his back. No horses come even close to possessing his agility and takeoff speed. It's absolutely phenomenal." "You think he's faster than Consolo's horse, Maverick?" "Doc, there isn't a horse in this world that can beat the stallion. I'm telling you, Doc, I always thought Mary Lou would be hard to beat, but she is no comparison to the stallion. I really wonder where he came from. Hard to believe he was born in the wild, and he seems comfortable around people. Just doesn't seem to like them." Doc was close enough to see the blood and gashes covering the stallion's body, and Eli saw a look of disapproval cloud his eyes. Shaking his head, he muttered quietly, "I think I can perhaps see why." "Hey, come on now, Doc," Eli said, hesitantly defending himself. There was no other way to break him. "He's not the kind of beast that's going to succumb to a man's needs through the lure of apples and carrots. I did what I had to do, and I didn't do it just for myself. I have my family to think about." Molly was watching them quietly with large, somber eyes, and Doc quickly changed the subject, wanting to spare her the scene that was beginning to develop. "Tell you what, why don't I head on inside and begin breakfast while you two spend some time out here together? It sure is a nice morning, albeit a little chilly, and the fresh air is sure to do the both of you some good as you catch up with father and daughter stuff." With that said, Doc wheeled around and headed for the house, not giving either one a chance to object. Eli smiled at Molly. "Well, Molly, how's the leg doing?" Molly cheerfully replied, "It's feeling much better, Daddy. It doesn't hurt nearly as much as it did yesterday and the day before, although it gets crazy itchy every now and then. Looking back over at the stallion, she admiringly said, "He sure is beautiful, isn't he? Even with all the wounds, his eyes are so free, wild and free. I wish I could have been like he was, out in the wild away from all the problems people have to face, just roaming around and enjoying the world God created." Eli's face turned somber as he watched Molly. She had always been a happy and vibrant girl, though frail and physically weaker than most girls at her age. Her pale complexion seemed even paler in the morning light and possessed a hint of gray, but her eyes were clear with an angelic sparkle, and Eli realized how tender and compassionate she really was, and he knew her heart hurt to see the stallion like this. Eli felt his conscience pricked as he watched Molly gaze intently at the stallion. "Daddy, what's his name?" "Well, Molly, I hadn't given that much thought, hadn't had much time to think about it. Hey, how about you come up with a name for him? And tell you what, when we all get back to the homestead in a couple weeks, he'll be all yours. What do you say? And tell you what, if you want to let him go back to the wild canyon so he can be wild and free again, I'll see if I can't find another horse to replace him. Okay?" Eli could tell Molly was pleased with his proposal, and she set her mind immediately to the task of naming him. "Daddy, can I touch him?" Eli thought for a second. He wasn't sure how the stallion would respond to her touch, but he also wanted to do something for Molly. He felt remorse for what had happened to her, and if he could, he wanted to bring her joy somehow. "Sure, Molly, but we'll need to be careful. I'm not sure how he will respond to your touch. It seems like all he's known so far from people is pain." "Not that I've been any different," he thought to himself. Eli decided to pick up Molly and carry her over to the stallion, rather than try to wheel the bed over. He walked over and gingerly scooped her up, his arm still weak and painful, depending how he used it. He needed to be careful not to twist her leg in such a way as to cause her pain, or risk causing any more damage to her leg. Molly smiled brightly as he carried her over to the stallion. She slowly reached out her hand and touched his nose. The stallion snorted and jerked his head up, but lowered it as if to say he was okay with her touching him. Molly's eyes carefully followed his every movement. She knew animals, connecting with them in a way many people couldn't. She had a tender heart that was filled with tremendous love, and Eli wistfully watched her, wishing he could say the same for himself. Eli thought he knew love, but he also knew he had a selfish kind of love, the kind of love that demanded something in return, rather than a free, spontaneous, pure love that loved without the thought of receiving something in return, the kind of love that was filled with tenderness and compassion, with a desire to change the world for the better, the kind of love that reached down to the lowest and most destitute people, with the greatest desire to bring them healing and joy into a darkened and hurting world. Molly made a quiet sound as she thought carefully, looking at the stallion with her eyebrows raised and her eyes studying him intently. Her hand involuntarily reached up and her fingers slid through her soft brown hair, twirling and twisting them through and around it, something she did unconsciously whenever she was thinking deeply about something. "Lightning!" she suddenly said. "Lightning! That's his name! Daddy, what do you think? Don't you think that's about perfect? Look at his eyes. Oh, I think he likes it. Oh, it's so perfect. It describes him perfectly. Don't you think so, Daddy? Can we name him this? Do you like it, Daddy?" Molly was almost beside herself, and Eli smiled. "Of course, Molly. I think it's wonderful. Besides, he's your horse. You can name him whatever you like." Eli said this mostly because he felt guilty about neglecting Molly the past few days, but he also kind of liked the name. What a race this was going to be. Lightning up against Maverick. This was sure to make news across the country, and maybe even attract a crowd. Eli thought about the church and how they would most definitely object to this, maybe even excommunicate him. They would definitely forbid him to do it, and if they did so before the race, they would most certainly excommunicate him for going through with it. But if he could somehow manage to avoid them until after the race, he could repent then, and maybe not lose his status in the church. But if they approached him beforehand and he went ahead with it anyway, well, they could be real pricks about something like this. Eli's thoughts were interrupted at the sound of Doc's voice, who was calling them for breakfast. Eli slowly turned and headed for the house, laying Molly back on the bed and wheeling her inside. The smell of breakfast wafted through the door, and Eli could see Doc had roused Rose and gotten her to the table. Who knows? Maybe enough time had passed, and Rose was a little more like her old self. Eli's spirit was lifted at the thought. Maybe, just maybe, he could get himself out of this prickly situation and get himself and his family back to their former state from just a week ago. But he knew it was a big maybe, and a lot of things had to go right for that to happen. Chapter 17. The End of the Road. Breakfast did not go as hoped, and Eli felt awkward at the table. The moment he had with Molly outside just prior to breakfast had faded away quickly when Rose began to fuss. Her memory was beginning to return, but her vibrant happiness was not, and little time would pass from the time she received one dose of ether until she was beginning to request another one. She would go into great detail how bad her back hurt and how severe her headaches were, but Doc was beginning to suspect she was wanting the ether more for her mental disability than for her physical disability. There was no doubt on Doc's part that Rose's head injury had affected her mentally. The world that used to look so bright and full of hope had become a dark prison cell that seemingly offered no escape to her except through the administration of ether. It grieved him to see her like this, and he pitied Eli, who sat at the table with his head down most of the time, acting as if he were particularly intent on the food. But Doc suspected different, and wondered if maybe Eli was blaming himself for what had happened to Rose. In a way, it was his fault, but accidents happen, and no one could have anticipated what happened a Sunday ago. And blaming himself was not going to help Eli now that what was done, nor was it good that he was trying to get himself out of this jam he now found himself in with Casola. Molly was in good spirits, though, and kept the conversation flowing, at least between herself and Doc. Eli hardly said a word, and Rose wasn't in any kind of shape to join in, mostly given to moaning and complaining whenever she did find it in herself to say something. Eli finally couldn't take any more, and having cleaned all the food off his plate, he stood up and excused himself. "I need to get back to the homestead," he said. "There are chores that need to get done, and I need to see how the boys are doing. Sure is nice of the Hutchinsons to take care of them during this time." Molly's bright eyes darkened as she saw her father stand up. She had hoped he would stick around for the day and maybe even play a game with her. Even though he wasn't the kind of father that Katie Hutchinson had, she still loved him, and every now and then was able to break through his tough outer shell long enough to get him to play a game with her. But Eli had set his mind to leaving, and it wasn't long before he was atop Lightning and out of sight. Molly watched through the open door until she couldn't see him anymore, before Doc pulled her back into the house close to the fireplace. The room had chilled while Molly watched her father ride off, and Doc tossed a few more pieces of wood on the fire. In the meantime, Eli headed for Black Creek Corner. He didn't know what to expect, but he wanted to poke around at the wreck and do a little thinking. He hadn't exactly gotten used to the idea he had simply lost control of Mary Lou. In his mind, there had to be another explanation. But what other possibility was there? And with this thought in mind, he arrived at Black Creek Corner. Black Creek Corner was about 2 miles directly south of Doc's place, and the ride there had been rather brief. Lightning was fairly rested up and anxious to run, and Eli was pleased with his desire to run. It seemed Lightning had gotten used to Eli's hand, and it almost felt like he had been ridden before, perhaps owned by another man before he escaped into Wild Canyon. With Black Creek Corner in view, Eli pulled up and let Lightning trot the rest of the way. Eli's eyes scanned the snow-covered wreck, and his eyes glistened a little. He wasn't the type of man to cry, but the sight of Mary Lou buried beneath the mangled carriage brought a hint of sadness to his face. He would never have admitted it, but deep down he wasn't as hard as he let on. He bled just as any other man might bleed. He just had never had the option in life to be soft. Soft men in a hard land don't last. Pulling up Lightning to a stop, Eli rested as he gazed at the mess that depicted his life right now. Mary Lou perfectly represented him, buried beneath a wreck. Only that Mary Lou was dead, and he wasn't. But now wasn't the time to quit or cry about spilled milk. Now was the time for action. Eli felt anger begin to rise within himself, and he wheeled Lightning around, digging his spurs into his ribs. Lightning leapt forward and plowed effortlessly through the drifts as Eli pointed him towards the Berkemeier homestead. It was time to move on and make the best of the situation, and by all means he could show Billy who's boss. Not wanting to run into John Hutchinson, Eli moved north and then entered the Berkemeier homestead from the north side, with the Hutchinson homestead laying southwest of the Berkemeier homestead. He was slightly chilled when he arrived, but not wanting to attract attention, he decided to go straight to the barn and avoid starting a fire in the fireplace in the house. The smoke would no doubt alert John Hutchinson he was home, and that would surely bring him over to see how Eli was doing. It wasn't too bad inside the barn, and Eli quickly began to warm up. He didn't lose any time putting up Lightning in a stall with some hay to eat, and then found himself some fresh straw where he wearily lay down. It wasn't long before he was fast asleep, and it was mid-afternoon when he finally felt himself coming to. Feeling hunger begin to attack, Eli decided to head for Jackson for some grub. He knew he could make himself something to eat in the house, and that the trek to Jackson would be a cold ride, but hot soup sounded good, and so did some friendly company. Lightning didn't seem enthused about Eli's hankering for some hot soup and friendly company, but he complied with the wishes of his master, and soon they found themselves on the northeast trail headed for Jackson. Eli pulled up his collar as Lightning churned through the light snow that lay on the dark trail before them. Eli kept his eyes peeled for any potential problems that might arise this late at night on the trail, but fatigue was beginning to set in, and his eyes began to droop as Lightning settled into a nice, even-paced canter. They must have been about halfway to Jackson when Eli was caught off guard with what happened next. Lightning was moving along briskly when out of nowhere a dark object flew directly across in front of him, and with one powerful and smooth movement he had completely stopped and turned. Before Eli knew what was happening, he was on the ground with Lightning looking on in bewilderment for a second before taking off back the way they came, fading out of sight before Eli even had the chance to get on his feet. The spill had knocked the wind out of Eli, and he momentarily sat on the ground bewildered at what had just happened. And this wasn't the situation he wanted to be in right now, not to mention he had landed on his right arm, which was now violently throbbing with pain. A wolf howled in the distance, sending a shiver down his back. Eli stood up, pulling his bowie from his belt. He was no stranger to adversity, and this was no different than anything else. So what if he had to fight off a few wolves? And so what if he had to do it with just a short bowie knife? Eli's blood was beginning to boil, and his anger within himself began to rage. He was almost hoping for a fight, something to take his anger out on. But he wasn't prepared for more than one fight on his hands, and quickly stood up, crouching over and turning around swiftly in a circle, stabbing the air with his bowie at the dark silhouettes that were beginning to take shape in the darkness surrounding him. He couldn't see it, but a wolf howled with delight not too far away in the darkness. Eli shuddered at the thought of being torn to pieces by wolves. This wasn't exactly the way he had planned to go out, but if it must be so, then he was going to take at least a few of them with him. It was in this moment that Eli's life flashed before himself, and fear began to creep into his mind. He knew his life had been a sham. Even though he had been a well-respected man in the community the last 10 years and had professed to know God, he knew he didn't. He had said the words and did the right things, but he didn't really believe in God the way some people did. He believed there might be a God, and he had spent the last 10 years trying to do enough good to make up for the bad things he had done in life, but he never felt sure if he could enter heaven when he died. Over the years, he had gotten good at suppressing his fears, but now that he was staring the cold hand of death in the eyes, that fear once again crept into his mind. A few years ago, when the church had faced a serious split over the teaching of the new birth, Eli had taken the side that claimed man was responsible and able to turn himself back to God without any kind of work by God in a man's heart and mind. And Eli was a force to be reckoned with in the controversy because he was a self-made man. He had decided to change and had done so by his own strength. The pastor was forced to resign amid the controversy, having little support from this Midwestern community. Doc had fully supported the pastor, himself believing strongly in the necessity of the new birth, but had been greatly outnumbered with only John Hutchinson and 2 other men also holding to the view the pastor did. It was a great loss when the pastor left, with the new pastor preaching superficial messages that did not address the sin and unbelief in the church. The new pastor was young and ambitious, and the church had grown significantly under his preaching. People came from all over just to hear him preach, but the morality of the community had suffered as a result, with tolerance towards sexual perversion, moonshine, poker, and horse racing beginning to form, among other things. Eli had abstained from these activities, not wanting to get sucked back into his former life, and had been supportive of the role of the elders took in addressing the concerns of the degradation of the church. Even though he did not want to sit under the preaching of a pastor such as the church had prior, he also didn't want his children to grow up in a perverse and wicked environment. Even though Eli himself did not believe in the biblical teaching of the new birth and did not consider himself to be born again, whatever that was supposed to mean anyway, he still wanted to see morality within the church and within the community. He had personally experienced what immorality in a home and community can do to people, and he desired the stability that Christian morals offered a community. It was in this state of addressing these concerns that the church was currently in, and the elders were beginning to administer discipline in cases where church members were openly living in sin. The pastor did not seem to care one way or another, as long as he was able to preach what he wanted and receive the salary he demanded. Even though Eli supported the elders through this time, he knew they would have a major hissy fit about what he had done the past week and what he was planning to do in the coming days. But that didn't matter anymore. Anyway, because it looked like this was the end for him, and now all he was concerned about was his eternal destiny. With this fear in mind, Eli slowly began to move northward towards Jackson with his bowie in his left hand. It was a 10-mile trek, which was going to be virtually impossible unless someone or something intervened. He might be able to take on 1 or 2 wolves, but not a whole pack, and as he moved northward, the pack of wolves circled in, closer and closer. Chapter 18, Divine Providence. The sun had fully set with the darkness enclosing Eli in the middle of a hungry pack of wolves that did not fear men who were by themselves out in the middle of nowhere with nothing more than mere knives to defend themselves. Not too long ago they had attacked Old Man Conley, and from the reports that made it over to Madsen, it took the pack of wolves less than 5 minutes to make him disappear completely without a trace. His grandson had watched in horror from the top of a tree he had managed to escape to, with his grandfather not so lucky. The worst was that the wolves didn't kill him instantly, but ate much of him while he was still alive for the first minute or two. Eli shuddered at the thought of being eaten alive 1 limb at a time, and these bloodthirsty creatures looked mighty hungry tonight. There was one in particular that caught his attention. It was the largest one, and the only white one in the pack. All of the other wolves were gray and skinny, but this one was white and from all accounts well fed. It had massive paws for a wolf and thick in the thighs and shoulders. It had a snarl that looked more like a grin than a snarl, making it look like it was taking more pleasure in the thought of torturing poor Eli to death than to feast on his meaty frame. It was on this one that Eli kept his gaze, backing up slowly in the direction of Jackson, with the white wolf standing between himself and home. At this point, Eli didn't care where he went, as long as he got out of this predicament he found himself in. But in his mind, this was a predicament he wasn't getting out of. Nevertheless, Eli wasn't the type to give up, and he slowly backed up, flashing his bowie furiously from side to side in a feeble show of strength. Suddenly, a wolf from his left charged, and Eli swung his bowie around to defend himself. But before he could get his left arm up to meet the charging wolf, he was knocked plumb off his feet by the white wolf, which did not do so to attack Eli, but to catch his skinny gray comrade by the neck. The gray wolf struggled a little, but the larger white wolf violently shook it by its neck, and it wasn't but a minute later that it lay dead at the feet of the white wolf, which stood over the gray wolf licking its own chops as it looked up into the sky and howled an awful howl. Eli rolled over to his right and was able to swing his bowie up just in time to catch another charging gray wolf in the chest area right beneath the throat, and the momentum of the upward thrust slashed up into the neck of the wolf, bringing sudden death to the snarling beast. Before he could stand up and defend himself against another charging gray wolf, he felt himself knocked flat on the ground by a wolf from behind. Eli braced himself for the inevitable tearing of flesh from his body, when suddenly another body slammed on top of him, snarling with fury, dragging the first wolf off him. Eli rolled over again, and with his face towards the 2 animals saw the white wolf shake another one of its comrades to death by the throat. Eli lay motionless for a few seconds, shock written all over his face as he watched the white wolf defend his life against its own comrades. But Eli didn't have time to reflect on this strange and bizarre occurrence, having to defend himself against another gray wolf rushing in on him. Without even thinking, he once again slashed upward towards the wolf that was virtually on top of him, and this time caught the beast in the throat area just below the mouth. With the upward thrust, he split the wolf's mouth in half. The wolf rolled over, and after shaking a little, lay silently on the ground. There had been 6 wolves. Now there were 2, a gray wolf and a white wolf. From all appearances, it looked like the white wolf considered itself the leader, and when the gray wolves usurped his authority and charged Eli, intent on obtaining the prize themselves, the white wolf took offense and eliminated the challengers to his authority one by one, and now there was only 1 gray wolf left. The gray wolf that was now alone left standing looked much older than the dead wolves that lay strewn around Eli, and it warily circled the white wolf, which sat on its haunches looking back at it lazily, barely bothering to turn itself around in an attempt to defend itself against a rush by the gray wolf that might come at any moment. The gray wolf finally charged, but there was no fight whatsoever. The speed of the white wolf and the dexterity of its paws swiftly brushed aside the gray wolf, which rolled over and was beneath the giant paws of the white wolf in what seemed less than a second. With its paws tearing into the flesh of the gray wolf, the much larger white wolf raised its head and howled, sending shivers down Eli's back. Then with one fell swoop, it thrust down with its mouth open in a horrendous snarl, and within moments the gray wolf ceased to struggle. By this time Eli was on his feet, and the white wolf looked at him with piercing eyes, licking its blood-stained chops. Hopping off the gray wolf, he began to slowly advance towards Eli. Eli's situation definitely didn't look as bad as it had a mere 10 minutes prior, but after seeing what the white wolf was capable of, he knew there was a fight he was still bound to lose. The white wolf was a killing machine with the speed of greased lightning. Backing up slowly with his back towards Jackson and his eyes steadily on his adversary, Eli never saw the root that caught the heel of his boot. Before he could catch himself, he was on his back and could hear the white wolf howl as it poised for attack. But then another sound pierced the night. A dreadful scream it was, but to Eli, it was the sound of salvation. Flat on his back, Eli saw a black shadow rise up into the sky, looming large above him. He watched in shock and horror as the hooves of the mighty horse, none other than Lightning himself, came crashing down, just inches from his own body. Surprised he was still alive, Eli pulled his feet up and rolled himself up in a ball just in time to see the feet of Lightning. The white wolf lay dead, with its head bashed in, no doubt struck hard by the awful power of Lightning's crashing feet upon its skull. Unable to fathom what he just saw, Eli lay silent for a few seconds, wondering who was next. But gathering his wits about himself, he warily stood up and watched as Lightning approached him slowly. Putting out his hand, Eli grabbed the reins that still hung from the bridle that remained intact on Lightning's head, and with one smooth motion found himself astride Lightning once again. This time he didn't spur Lightning, but gently nudged him with the side of his boots as they headed for Jackson. Lightning had become a one-man horse, Eli's horse, and a horse that could be trusted. It didn't make much sense to Eli, although he had seen this happen in other horses who took a shine to particular people, but to see Lightning take a shine to him after what Eli did to break him was absolutely unfathomable. But maybe it had worked. Maybe Lightning had been truly broken. For a horse like Lightning to be broken, he had to be broken completely, not in spirit, but in will. His will had been broken and was now in Eli's possession, but his spirit remained, and it was his spirit that Eli was counting on to win the race for him. As Lightning settled into a steady gait towards Jackson, Eli reflected on what had just happened. He knew his life had been spared, and he knew it was a miracle. Everything had to happen just as it had happened in order for Eli to live, and it did, but none of it made much sense. It was an incredible thing that had just happened, and it reminded him of the story of Gideon. God had used Gideon to defeat the Midianites, but he did so in an unconventional manner. Instead of using all the resources Gideon had access to, God whittled Gideon's army down to 300 men, so that the victory would belong to himself and not to Gideon and his army. And when Gideon and his men smashed their lanterns and yelled what they were told to yell, God had set the Midianites against each other, and through this the much larger army of the Midianites was defeated. As Eli sat reflecting on these things, he pondered the providence of God in the situation he had just faced. Here he was, in full rebellion against God, and yet God had spared his life. Guilt and shame swept over him as he thought of how he had turned his back on God in the moment he needed him most, and instead was now trying to fix the situation by his own counsel and strength. But Eli was a proud man, and even the near-death experience was not enough to make him repent. He knew he would be in hell right now if he had died, but pride is an evil beast, and no man can overcome pride in his own strength. Pride was an all-consuming power, controlling people all the way to the grave in many cases. Eli needed to be broken in his pride. But it was going to take something devastating to break his willful pride. It was all he had ever known, and so far it had served him well. Well, it had served him somewhat well. He had suffered immensely at times in his life because of the decisions he had made, but it had also made him the man he was known to be in Madison, and that was what he thought of as he rode into Jackson. Jackson was settled in for the night as Eli rode up to the hitching post outside of the saloon. After tying the reins to the hitching post, he headed for the saloon, comforted by the thought of some hot soup, and maybe some moonshine. After a night like he just had, and really, after the day he just had, and even more, after the week he just had, moonshine was something he could really use right now to give his mind a break from the pressure of the past week. The saloon was nearly empty when Eli walked in, which was no surprise considering it never had been a popular place in Jackson. Even though it had decent grub, most folks in town avoided it consciously because of their religious belief that any form of alcohol was a means by which the devil controlled people to do his bidding, and since the saloon served alcohol, most town people avoided the saloon. Most of the characters that could be found in the saloon were drifters like Ralph and lowlives like Billy. Eli was the exception in many ways, himself being connected to the religious folks in Sunday services, but also a regular customer at the saloon, himself being without the conviction that he couldn't eat there even if it did serve alcohol, and he had dined there many times over the past 10 years without indulging in alcohol. But that one night had caught him off guard, and his whole life was now unraveling because of it. He had always thought he could control whatever situation he was in, and never dreamed that he would fall back into his old sinful lifestyle. But he was now beginning to see he was wrong in some of his previous assumptions, and yet he continued in his downward spiral, not considering the other options he had. Eli sat down at a table with these thoughts in his mind, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he spotted Ralph walking in through the door. Ralph smiled when he saw Eli and made his way towards him. "Mind if I join you?" he asked with a big grin. "Don't mind if you do," Eli returned with a smile as he stuck out his right hand in a gesture of obvious pleasure in seeing Ralph. Ralph shook his hand lightly, remembering the injury he had suffered a few days before. Then he sat down, about to begin the conversation when the saloon owner interrupted. "Howdy, boys. What'll it be tonight?" Both men ordered soup accompanied by bread and moonshine, and as soon as the saloon-keeper was out of earshot, Ralph couldn't resist the temptation to speak. "That was some night last night, Eli. I don't remember a whole lot between the time of entering Wild Canyon and exiting Wild Canyon, but when I saw you come plowing through the snow out of Wild Canyon on top of that stallion, well, I knew I had hit my head pretty hard and thought maybe I was dreaming, but when you came riding through town a little later, I knew I wasn't dreaming. You know you're the talk of town right now, right?" Eli smiled and let Ralph's words sink in before he spoke. "The talk of town, eh? Question is, who do folks have their money on now, me or Billy?" "Aw, come on, Eli. You know people in these parts aren't betting folks, but they talk, and even if they didn't approve of horse racing, they still like the idea of a little competition from time to time, and people have been talking you up pretty good. When you left earlier this morning, Billy was seething mad and came in here and drank himself into a stupor. Must have sat at that table back there for a few hours by himself, downing one shot after another." Ralph pointed to a table in the corner of the saloon as he filled in Eli on the details just mentioned. Eli didn't say much, and as the soup was now arriving, both men sat silently and devoured their large portions of soup with the occasional tip of the head as they downed shots of moonshine. The bread was warm, and it wasn't long until Eli was beginning to feel good, with the near-death experience already a distant memory. He was a man who lived by his immediate wits, and in his mind had merely survived another moment in life like so many beforehand. It was in this state of mind that Eli was in when Billy walked through the front of the door of the saloon, and he was in a mad, fighting mood. As their eyes locked, both men became aware of nothing else but their own existence. Everything else became obsolete in their world. In this moment, they both had one desire in life, the desire to destroy the other man. The world wasn't big enough for both of them. No matter how far one man traveled, he was sure to encounter his nemesis eventually, and when he did, one man had to lose. And not just lose, but lose everything. Neither man could be happy if the other man had any sense of happiness himself. It was the other man's happiness that drove each man to the insanity they were both now engaging in, and so it was that this insanity would bring upon both men the impending doom they were about to experience by means of their own hands. Chapter 19. Another Man's Horse. When their eyes met, Eli knew not to tangle with Billy tonight. Billy was in no shape to physically harm Eli, but Eli knew nothing good would come of an altercation with him at this moment. But before Eli could stand up and disappear out the back door, Billy had made his way to their table, and there was no way Eli was backing down for any man once confronted. "I see you found yourself a horse for the race now, did you?" Billy's voice was slightly slurred, and Eli could smell his foul breath from where he was sitting. Billy continued, "Too bad he belongs to another man. Yeah, sure is too bad. You sure have a winner on your hands. Maybe you could have even beat me with him, but I'm sure Winters will be over in the morning to pick him up from you. He will no doubt be mighty glad you caught the stallion for him. Spent a lot of money on that horse, he did. Yes, sir. A lot of money, and I hear he's the kind of man who wouldn't look too kindly upon the man who might refuse to give him back." Billy's voice cackled as he spoke, and Eli shrugged him off. Billy was talking crazy, and there was obviously nothing behind what he was saying. But Billy's smugness struck a slight fear in Eli's heart, and Eli looked over at Ralph. "Know what he's talking about?" Ralph shrugged. "Man's drunk and talking foolish. He knows you got a horse that can beat him, and he's just trying to get your nerves all in a twist. I wouldn't pay much attention to what he says. He's a two-bit cheat and bad for business." Billy leaned back his head and let out a laugh, which was more like a bellow than a laugh. It was a horrendous sound, and Eli cringed. Billy hadn't shaved in a couple days, and from the smell of things he must not have bathed in a month either, or washed his clothes. The sight of the filth on Billy and the stench of his body odor made Eli think he might vomit. "Hey, Thad! Get your ugly behind over here!" Billy shouted at the saloon keeper, who was silently wiping down the counter as he watched the three men silently. "Billy, you keep me out of your nonsense. I've got a family to feed and don't need no trouble from you. If you're a paying customer, you're welcome to stay, but if not, then skedaddle." Billy's smile disappeared and a real ugly look came over his face as his eyes narrowed into mean little slits. "You listen here, Thad. I paid you well today already, and if you need me to, I have no problem using you to wipe that counter of yours clean. And you know you can't go to the law. You'd hate for them to find out exactly how you feed that family of yours with a joint like this. A joint that doesn't do enough business to keep its own doors open, let alone pay a man enough to feed his family." Thad stiffened and then slowly made his way over to the table where the three men were congregated. His eyes were fierce with anger, but his demeanor controlled, no doubt knowing he had no choice but to comply with Billy's demands. Eli looked him over as he reproached them, wondering what Billy could possibly have on Thad. Sure, Eli had wondered how a man could stay in business with a few customers he saw visit his saloon, but he had never thought about it seriously, himself being a man who believed a man doesn't meddle in affairs that don't concern himself. Billy didn't waste any time getting to the point, but quickly prodded Thad into telling Eli the truth. "Go on, Thad. Tell Eli who that horse belongs to." Billy nodded his head towards Eli, and Thad lowered his eyes to the ground. "Hate to say it, Eli, but Billy's right. Man came into town today and heard about how you rode into Wild Canyon and brought the stallion out, riding him like he was a regular horse. His name was Colin Winters. Looked like he meant business when he said the horse was his, and that he had paid a mighty fine price for him. Said he had the papers to prove it. Figured on coming in tomorrow and heading over to your place to take him back." Eli shook his head stubbornly. "No man could take that horse away from me. I went into Wild Canyon and retrieved him. Far as I'm concerned, that horse was any man's horse, being he was in Wild Canyon. Ne'er a man could have done what I did and fetched him the way I did. Not to mention, the horse wasn't broken to ride when I got to him. Man's got no claim to that horse any more, even if he's got papers." Eli sounded certain, but deep down he knew he was bluffing, and so did the rest of the men. But nobody said anything, that is, nobody but that pesky Billy. And Eli wanted to slap him for it, but he let Billy cock-a-doodle-doo for the moment. He had the horse that could beat Billy's horse, but he needed to figure out a way to keep him. But that was going to be hard, real hard. The law in this part of the country was straight, and papers that could be verified legit would be honored. Eli hardly heard a word Billy was saying, and throwing a few coins on the table for the dinner, he nodded to Ralph and headed for the door. He had enough for one day, and another piece of bad luck just didn't set well with him right now. He was starting to feel a little angry, and his anger was now being directed towards God. It was one thing for Eli to fight his way out of this mess on an even playing field, but to be handicapped seemingly whichever way he turned, well, this was beginning to be a little much. He had done his duty the past 10 years, and this was what he got from God in exchange? First the accident, then Buck and the mountain lion, then the wolves, and now this! All of this had happened after the incident with Billy last week when this whole mess began, and it seemed the harder he fought to get out of the hole, the deeper the hole became. Eli lost no time making his way to Lightning, and swinging aboard he quickly headed home. This time he paid attention to every detail and kept the reins tight as Lightning pulled on them, seemingly wanting to stretch out his legs on the way back to the Berkemeier homestead. And since Eli was going to lose him anyway, well, why not let him run? It was with this thought that Eli eased up on the reins and gave Lightning the freedom to set his pace. And Lightning complied with the freedom and quickly found his stride. Eli could feel the power surge beneath him and felt the excitement of a fast horse begin to sweep over him. This horse was special, and Eli doubted there was a horse in the world that could beat him. It did make sense that someone already owned Lightning, and Eli was angry with himself for not thinking of this sooner. A horse like this simply isn't born out in the wild. This was a case of careful horse breeding. Lightning was more than likely the offspring of some fast horses who were more than likely professional racehorses. He was simply too fast and ran with too much of a racehorse running style not to be the product of careful planning. By this time, Lightning was beginning to stretch himself out, and Eli lowered himself into a jockey position. He didn't have a jockey type of saddle. The saddle he was using was just a simple saddle, heavy on the horse but comfortable to ride in. Nevertheless, Eli was curious to see if Lightning could run faster than he had earlier that day when he was running in anger rather than pleasure. And run he did. The trees were nothing more than a blur, and Eli hung on tightly, knowing the slightest maneuver of Lightning could send him tumbling, and at this speed, a tumble was liable to kill a man. It was at this moment Eli nudged Lightning slightly with his boots, and Lightning stretched himself out completely, feet pounding the hard, snow-covered ground. He surged ahead powerfully with every thrust forward, and yet with ease and synchronization. He didn't miss a beat, and Eli felt as if he was riding a luxury carriage. Even the turns seemed nothing but a trifle for Lightning, who pulled up slightly to make the turns, but then quickly resumed his blazing pace. It wasn't long before Eli saw the homestead in sight and began to pull up Lightning. Lightning could have run for much longer, but willingly complied with Eli's request and began to ease up on his pace until he was merrily trotting along. His sides were heaving a little, but not nearly as much as a person might have thought. Eli patted him on the head as they approached the barn. This was one mighty fine horse who loved to run, and run he could. But Eli wondered what he would be like in a race. Was he competitive? If he was competitive, he might be even faster. And what about ground without snow to run on? How fast would he be on sure footing? It was with these thoughts that Eli put Lightning up for the night in one of the stalls before heading for the house. It sure would be nice to get a good night's sleep for a change. Eli was exhausted from the past few days and no doubt would need his energy for tomorrow. It was hard telling what was in store for him tomorrow, with a stranger perhaps coming to claim the horse he had ridden out of Wild Canyon with, not to mention the horse that could save his homestead. Eli rested well and was pleased to wake up to a brightly lit day. He had slept longer than he would have wanted, but he couldn't argue with the results, feeling pretty good like a man usually does after a good night's sleep, following several days of harrowing experiences with not much rest along the way. He lay in bed for a few minutes thinking about the day ahead of him. He entertained the thought that maybe whoever this Winters fellow was, that maybe he wouldn't stop by, at least not for a few days. Who knows? Maybe not even until after the race. Then he could have Lightning for all Eli cared, as long as Eli was able to keep the homestead. Guilt eased into his mind as he thought of Molly. Molly no doubt would be hurt by Lightning's departure. She sure had grown fond of him in a short time, but that's what happens when you let a little girl name an animal. As soon as you let them do that, they feel a special connection, an attachment, and one that lasts forever. Girls were like that, all sentimental like. Now men like Eli, well, they had a hard time understanding such emotions. In their minds, everything was about how they could use things to their benefit and ultimate pleasure. Of course, some things like family were sentimental like, but as for a horse like Lightning, men like Eli only thought in terms of how a horse like Lightning could benefit him. Eli was about to get out of bed and begin the day when he heard a loud rap on the front door. His eyebrows furrowed as he wondered who it could be. Hopefully not one of the elders from church. Eli shook his head. It was only a matter of time until word spread about him, and the elders would be by shortly to confirm whatever rumors were spreading. But he had hoped for a little more time. He thought about not answering the door, but the next knock was not as courteous as the first one. Whoever it was, he meant business. Well, may as well face the music, whoever it is, Eli mused to himself as he threw on a shirt and some trousers. Eli headed downstairs and walked to the front door, pausing before he opened it. He thought about saying a quick prayer, but that seemed foolish now that he had completely ignored God the past few days and hardly thought of him at all, except to angrily blame him the night before for the bad things that seemed to keep happening to him. And so it was that Eli opened the door to find none other than the reprehensible Billy standing outside with a distinguished-looking fellow. Billy looked smugly at Eli with a smoking pipe between his yellow teeth, which he removed to introduce his guest. But before he could speak, the tall fellow beside him spoke up. "You must be Eli. Name's Winters, Colin Winters." He stuck out his hand, and Eli grudgingly extended his. Winters continued, "I hear you accomplished a mighty fine feat over in Wild Canyon, getting my stallion out of there. Never expected to see that horse again. Sure was bummed out on losing such a good prospect. Mighty fine thing you did. Mighty fine thing indeed. And don't get the wrong idea, mister. I'm prepared to pay you well for your services. Sure I'm happy to be getting him back, though." Eli stood silently with a stony look on his face, not sure what he should do, nor sure what he really could do. Lightning was more than likely the man's horse, and Eli didn't feel the need to press him for details. Winters saw the dark look on Eli's face and quickly pulled out his wallet. "What, do you think's a fair price for your services?" Eli looked at him silently and then said, "Money's no good in this situation. I went after that horse because I needed that horse. Got a race coming up with that crook friend of yours, and the stallion's the only horse that can beat him. I did what no other man could have done. Far as I'm concerned, that horse was lost to you forever, and now it's mine. But you got the papers and the law on your side, so go ahead. Take him and get out of here." Winters stepped away from Billy. "Now, wait here, mister. I don't have any beef with you, and I don't know this fellow over here at all, except that he offered to bring me out here where my horse is being kept. So don't go making me to be somebody I'm not. I'm willing to pay you a fair price for your services, so go ahead. Name your price." Eli shook his head. "Go on and put your money away. Like I said, it won't do me any good anyway if I don't have a horse. Your horse is in the barn. Feel free to help yourself." With that, Eli turned and walked into the house, shutting the door behind him. He walked to the living room and sat down on the large chair he had purchased from an international dealer several years ago. The chair was soft and cushy, but at the moment Eli could have cared less if he were sitting in a soft chair lined with velvet or on a hard log. His final attempt to beat Billy in the horse race appeared doomed. He was without a horse and without time. No doubt Billy would push him off his property without any remorse whatsoever, and there wasn't a thing Eli could do. And with that thought in mind, Eli buried his head in his hands. Chapter 20. Eli Strikes a Deal. Eli wasn't sure how long he sat with his head buried in his hands, but it couldn't have been very long when he heard a scream outside, accompanied by some shouting and then a loud crash. Eli raised his head and listened. When the clamor continued, he rose wearily from his chair and walked outside to investigate. To his surprise, great surprise indeed, he found himself staring at quite a spectacle. Two men, one of them a burly man of average height with a large mop of red curls on his head, and another tall, skinny man with stringy albino hair, had two ropes around Lightning's neck and were trying to get Lightning under control. Lightning stood up high on his hind legs with his front legs high in the air, poised over the water trough that sat next to the wagon that Winter's men must have brought when they arrived to take Lightning away. In the trough, in water up to his neck, was a sniveling Billy Casola. Billy didn't look too well as he shrank back in terror from Lightning, whose eyes were red with fury as he bared his teeth at Billy, ready to plunge his hooves downward and bring Billy's awful life to a gratifying end. Winter stood by with his hands fidgeting nervously as he barked orders at the men how to handle Lightning. Eli was not too concerned about the matter, but was interested in the potential outcome of the matter. It would have pleased him to see Lightning bash in Billy's head then and there, and it would solve a lot of problems, and so it was that he took his time as he strolled over to the chaos that was unfolding in front of his eyes. Winter saw him approaching and quickly ran up to him and grabbed his arm. "Mr. Berkemeier! Mr. Berkemeier! Do something! Please do something! You must do something! You know how to handle Lightning! You can stop him from killing that man!" Winters was frantic as he tried to pull Eli towards Lightning in an effort to use his influence over Lightning to try to stop him from murdering Billy. Billy appeared unable to move as he stared up at Lightning, drool now beginning to trickle down the side of his whiskery face. Eli shrugged. "He's your horse, Mr. Winters. You came to take him away, claiming he's your horse. Well, take him away now if you can. But if he kills Billy, you know what, you will be held responsible as his owner. Folks in these parts don't care much for a man who owns animals that kill people." Winters kept repeating himself, and Eli slowly walked over to the men who were furiously pulling at Lightning with the ropes. He didn't care much if Billy met his end here, but he sure hated to see a good horse go to waste. Winters, no doubt, would be forced to put Lightning down if he killed a man. Eli grabbed the ropes from the tall, skinny man with the albino hair and slowly began to soothe Lightning as he tugged at the rope, speaking softly to a now silent Lightning, who merely stood on his hind legs watching Eli, who was now speaking to him. Billy sat back in the water trough, now not much more than a zombie unable to move, watching Lightning in awful dread with his mouth wide open. His cigar, or at least what was left of it, floated in the water around him. Lightning began to back up and slowly lowered his front legs until they were firmly back on the ground. Eli had motioned the burly red-headed man to back away, who had done so as he let the second rope now dangle loosely from Lightning's neck. It wasn't long after that Eli was able to approach Lightning and put his hand on his head and slowly rub his forehead, which was still scarred from a few nights ago when Eli used that awful bridle to break him. Gently coaxing Lightning along, it wasn't long before Eli had him tied securely to the end of the wagon with Winters watching him intently from a safe distance. When Eli began to back away from Lightning, the tall black horse also began to back away from the wagon, violently wrenching his head upwards as he tried to loosen himself from the rope that tied him to another man's dominion. Eli quickly covered the distance between himself and Lightning and reassured the trembling horse. Winters came as close to Eli and Lightning as he dared and was in all earnestness as he addressed Eli. Mr. Berkemeier, it is obvious you have broken Lightning into a horse you can handle, but not a horse any other man can handle. It is obvious he is no good to me the way he is, without you. With that said, he stared intently at Eli. Tell me, what is this bet you have with Billy? It seems to me he was mighty desirous to see Lightning snatched out of your hands. Eli didn't feel like saying much, but he kind of liked the old man. About a week ago, I made a real fool of myself and gambled away this homestead you are standing on right now. But Billy doesn't really want my homestead. He wants to beat me in a horse race, something he has never been able to do. But when he saw me acquire Lightning, it seems he got cold feet and now wants to just take possession of the homestead. The man's a little weasel is what he is, and a coward. Never did possess the courage of a man, but has weaseled his way through life, miserable and low, wanting nothing more than to inflict misery in the lives of others who have the happiness he doesn't. Winters looked over at Billy, who was now pulling himself up and out of the water trough, his face still pale and legs quivering. Winters rubbed his well-groomed bearded chin with his hand as he looked at Billy, then back at Eli, then at Lightning, and then back at Eli. When he spoke, it seemed he spoke with a mixture of regret and satisfaction. Regret he would give up the horse he put much stock in, but satisfaction he might be able to help get one up on a man as reprehensible as Billy. Billy wasn't well liked by anyone, if even liked at all by someone, and Winters wasn't the type of man who put much stock in men like Billy, but he liked Eli. Eli seemed like a family man, a man with a family and well respected in the community, a man who was worth keeping around more than a lowlife like Billy. Seems to me that my horse right there is no good without you in the mix. It also seems you need that horse as much as I need that horse, but without you that horse is no good to me, and without me you have no horse. Now look here, I need that horse to run a race tomorrow. I know he isn't ready to race by any means, and I don't expect him to win, but the horse I had running tomorrow went down with a lame leg, and I have no horse to show tomorrow. You're a bit heavy to be a rider, but I think he could run mighty fast even with your weight on top of him. Eli felt his face brighten slightly, but he remained reserved as he replied, What are you getting at, Winters? You know money won't do me any good right now without a horse to race Billy. It's the homestead I'm trying to keep, and I need a horse to keep it. I could ride this here horse for you tomorrow, but you well know that anything less than letting me borrow this horse to race against Billy will do me no good. Winter's eyes seemed to twinkle as he spoke assuredly. Exactly, Eli, and that's just what I intend to do. I intend to let you borrow this horse for the race against Billy if you will ride him in the race tomorrow. All you have to do is show up. I'm not asking you to win the race. All I need for you to do is enter the race and make a good showing. What if we win? Eli was beginning to think of the possibilities and spoke a little too eagerly, and Winters noticed he was thinking of all the possible scenarios, no matter how impossible they seemed. Well, you're not going to win, not with your size atop a horse that has never run in a professional horse race, nor with your experience. You'll be going up against two of the best horses in the country with first-rate jockeys who can give their horses the best advantages all the way through the race. I just need you to show up, that's all I'm asking. But what if we win? Eli was a gambling man by nature, and he liked the prospect of going for the big haul. He wanted to leverage what he brought to the table as much as possible before showing his hand. He didn't know why Winters needed him so bad in the race the following day, and it didn't make sense that he needed him just to show up, but he knew Winters needed him, and he wanted to get what he could from the affair. Winters grinned. You're a man who knows when he's got a man where he needs him to get what he wants from him. So what do you want? The winnings? He was rubbing his chin again when his eyes brightened, and he guessed what Eli was getting at. You want the horse, don't you? I mean, to keep. Eli chuckled. You know he's no good to you as a racehorse, and for some reason you need him in the race tomorrow and are willing to pay dearly. Now look here, Eli. Winter's eyes grew hard as he looked intently at Eli. I'm still a man with resources and don't aim to be taken advantage of, especially by a man who's got everything to lose and very little hope of winning without the cooperation of a friendly neighbor. You and me, we got a good deal brewing. You ride in the race tomorrow, and you can borrow Lightning to use in the race against Billy. But I need that stallion in my herd. He's good stock, and I plan on getting plenty of fast horses from him. Eli was in no mood to bargain anymore and was all in on a bluff. His hand wasn't that good, but he had a hunch. He had a hunch that Winters was desperate for him to enter the race tomorrow, and he decided he was going to raise the bet on a bum hand. What do you have to lose, Winters? You said yourself there is no way we can win the race. Why not agree that if we win, I get to take ownership of Lightning? Might make the race a little more interesting, don't you think? The way I see it, you've got more to lose than I do with much less risk. If we can't win the race, then why not take the chance? Eli was grinning by now with a gleam in his eye, and Winters could see he really believed they could win. He's pretty fast, huh? Eli nodded. Yeah, he's fast, but sometimes fast isn't enough on a racetrack. It's not always the fastest horse that wins, but the smartest jockey on the horse with the biggest heart. And do you really think you can win? Winters asked hesitatingly. Perhaps. It's a long shot for sure, and the odds are stacked against us, but there's always the possibility of winning. But you said yourself we're going up against two of the fastest horses in the country. Seems to me you're making a big deal out of nothing. Winters was uneasy with the whole thing, but he truly believed Eli and Lightning couldn't win the race the following day, and he really needed them in the race. In the slight chance they won, he would be out of a horse that no man besides Eli could control. But if by chance they won, he would be out of a horse that could potentially bring him a steady stock of fast horses in the coming years. But the odds were against Eli, and Winters was desperate for them to be in the race. All right, Eli, you have a deal. By chance you win tomorrow, that horse is all yours. I would be mighty sore to lose him, and I know you're holding a trash hand, but you called it right. I have a lot riding on you running that horse tomorrow. Winters nodded as he looked at his two hired hands. Come on, boys. Let's get out of here. Looking back at Eli, he nodded. I'll see you over at Jensen's track by sunrise tomorrow, all right? With that, he turned and walked off towards his carriage he had arrived in earlier. Billy still looked pale as he walked past Eli with his head down, following Winters with whom he had arrived. Winters ignored him for the most part, and as they rode out in the carriage together, Winters looked straight ahead as Billy hung his head in shame. Eli felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Billy the way he was, but felt a little guilty too. He knew he was wrong to enjoy watching another man suffer, but in his mind it served Billy right to have seen death close up like he did. Billy had inflicted pain on a lot of men in his lifetime, and in Eli's mind he was only getting what he deserved. But Eli couldn't shake the feeling Eli, too was getting what he deserved the past couple days. Eli pulled himself away from these thoughts and busied his mind on the matter at hand. Rubbing Lightning on the nose, he put his head close to Lightning's head and quietly whispered, Well, old boy, it looks like it's up to you and me now. It didn't look like we had much of a chance at all, but now we do, and I'm counting on you. Chapter 21. The terms are set. After watching Wilson and his two hired hands ride off, Eli led Lightning back into the barn and put him in a stall, filling the bin with hay and oats. He wanted to head out before long, but he needed to check up on the cattle and make sure they had enough hay to last for the weekend. Chances were, he was going to need to haul a wagon load of hay out and would need to make short work of it, wanting to get over to Doc Wilson's by mid-afternoon. The plan that was beginning to form in his head was to get on over to Doc Wilson's and spend a few hours there while Lightning got some rest before they headed on over to Jensen's racetrack. It would be essential to keep Lightning rested as much as possible from here on out in order to have him at full strength for the day. Eli knew the odds were against him, but he also believed he could win. Of all the horses he had ever ridden, this horse was by far the fastest, and another thing was, he had tremendous takeoff power. With the lead from the beginning, he would have a powerful position on the inside of the track and should be able to keep it through the race. If other jockeys tried to squeeze him out, Lightning was strong enough to push back even against multiple horses. This was a big, fast horse, and he could be mean when he needed to be. Eli felt excitement pulsate through his body at the thought of the race tomorrow. It had been a long time since he raced for anything more than bragging rights, and he had never raced in a professional race, but he knew horses, and he knew how to manage a horse to ensure it had enough energy left to burst through and win the race at the end. Another thing about Lightning was his stamina. By setting the pace, some of the faster horses might expend too much energy early on in the race and not have enough left in the tank to finish strong. As fast as Lightning was, there were other horses out there that could possibly beat him with speed, but would they have the endurance? Eli closed the door behind him as he headed for the west side of the barn when he noticed a carriage approaching the homestead from the east. He recognized it as Bishop Fry's carriage, and he felt the blood rush to his head. The church leadership team probably found out about some of the things that were going on, and if they pulled into his driveway, it was more than likely to address this issue. Now was not the time to talk to them, and Eli quickly made his way to the barn, to the wooden ladder that went up into the hayloft. Quickly scaling the ladder, he hurried to the east end of the hayloft where he covered himself with hay. By this time he could hear voices outside and remained absolutely silent as the door to the barn opened. "Eli! Eli! Are you in here?" Eli recognized the voice of Deacon Schwartz as he called out. Not moving, Eli waited. After calling for him another time or two, he could faintly make out the voices of two other men. Sure enough, one was Bishop Fry. The other was easily recognizable as well, and Eli nearly erupted from his place under the hay when he heard it. It was Billy Casola. How in the world could Billy Casola be with Bishop Fry and Deacon Schwartz, considering he had just left with Winters? Eli could feel his temper beginning to boil, and it was all he could do to remain silent. Reaching out, he grasped a half-empty bottle of moonshine that was still hidden in the loft beneath the hay, and took a large gulp. He quickly shoved his mouth into his shoulder as the harsh liquor nearly made him cough. Listening quietly, Eli strained to hear what Billy was saying. From what it sounded like, Bishop Fry and Deacon Schwartz already knew something about what had happened to Eli and the upcoming race with Billy. Billy must have met them on the way back to Jackson and filled them in. But how did he know them? Or how did they know him? Either way, there was somehow a connection between the men, and from the sounds of it, they were working together to find a way to keep Billy from entering the race tomorrow. The men didn't converse too long until they left the barn, and Eli could make out the faint sound of knocking on the house door. He knew now that Doc Wilson's was out of the question, guessing the men would head there after they left here. If he went Doc Wilson's way, he very well might run the risk of running into them. But why did he even care? What were they going to do to stop him from not racing tomorrow? Excommunicate him from the church? They were probably going to do that anyway, even if they didn't forbid him from racing. The fact that he was now racing in a professional racehorse would be merit enough for excommunication, considering that professional horse racing was fully and clearly forbidden. It was one thing to race Billy to keep his homestead, which may have resulted in excommunication anyway, but to race in a professional horse race was a willful and clear violation of church standards. Eli knew he would need to face the music eventually, but he didn't feel like facing it right now. He needed to keep his head clear for the race tomorrow. He had a lot riding on 3 minutes, the time it would take to run the race. Just entering the race would guarantee himself the opportunity to use lightning against Billy, but he was really beginning to warm up to the idea of keeping lightning. This would be a nice gift to Molly for all she had to go through this past week. But deep down, he knew he wanted lightning for himself. Lightning was a man's horse, headstrong and mighty. It sounded like the men outside had entered the house, and it must have been about 15 minutes until Eli heard them exit the house and leave in the carriage they arrived in. Carefully exiting the hayloft via the ladder, he made his way to the front barn door and cracked it open ever so slightly. He watched as the carriage turned out of the driveway and disappeared the way it had come. Eli waited several minutes before he once again headed outside and made his way towards the west end of the barn. It didn't take him long to see he better replenish the hay before he left, not knowing when he might have the chance again. There was enough hay for about one day, and he wanted his mind to have no distractions for the race. He made short work of hitching up Jack to the wagon and piling the wagon full of hay. Jack was one of his 4 faithful workhorses and his favorite. He was steady and strong, and not one to make a fuss about much. Eli wondered if even an earthquake could unnerve him. As Eli rode the wagon out into the pasture, he felt his spirit rise a little about the situation he was facing. Just a few hours ago, he was seemingly without an option to reclaim his farm, and here he was with a chance to keep it. Must be something about physical work that makes a man feel better about the future, he thought to himself as he reached the feed trough. It took him about 20 minutes to unload the hay into the feed trough, and before he knew it, he was back inside the barn with Jack put up back into his stall. Eli had thought some about how and when he wanted to make his way to Jensen's racetrack when the thought occurred about stopping at Madsen on the way. It was a little out of the way, but if he left now, he could put up lightning for the night in the stable next to the hotel, and he could get himself some grub and a soft bed for at least a couple of hours of sleep before covering the rest of the way to Jensen's racetrack. His stomach growled as if in agreement, and it was decided that this was the best option. Hopefully he could sneak in without attracting too much attention and sneak out with even less. Some of the church people lived in Madsen, and he really didn't want them asking any questions. And least of all did he want to run into Bishop Fry and Deacon Schwartz, who obviously had been filled in by Billy what Eli was up to. Walking over to the stall all the way back in the barn, Eli opened the door and pulled a dusty rug off of what appeared to be some old saddles, bridles, and horse blankets. He pulled a saddle from the pile that looked like it had seen better days, and from the looks of it was also uncomfortable to ride in. Pulling a horse blanket and bridle from the pile as well, Eli carried the gear over to Lightning's stall and proceeded to take him out of it and secure the riding gear on him. The riding gear sure looked old, but it was obviously made for racing. Having securely fastened the riding gear on Lightning, Eli led him outside and, mounting him, made for the east side of the barn, where he rode eastward through the snow-covered field. He wanted to keep off the main road for at least a little while before he would head south and go around Doc Wilson's. He would need to cover a little extra ground doing it like this, but he should be able to avoid anyone who might be looking for him. He went about a mile before turning sharply south, which he kept on course for about 2 miles before he once again turned sharply east, coming out on the road that led to Black Creek Corner. He had gone far enough south that when he came to the road, he was just south a little of Black Creek Corner. Lightning had been trotting slowly most of the way so far and seemed to enjoy the exercise. He was a horse born to run, and when he felt the solid road beneath him, he pulled at the bit. Eli let him fall into a nice canter, but kept the reins tight on him, not letting him go too fast. As they passed the wreck from the previous Sunday, Eli could smell the rotting corpse of Mary Lou, and a tinge of sadness etched across his face. But it disappeared quickly as he felt Lightning's powerful body surge beneath him. Losing Mary Lou had devastated Eli, but he knew he had a better chance with Lightning. Somehow this tragedy was to his benefit to some extent. The ride over to Madison was about an hour ride, and he must have been about 3 to 4 o'clock when he rode into town. Madison was a prosperous town filled with lively merchants doing all kinds of business with folks all over this part of the country. Eli looked just like any other man on the street and was relieved not to see any familiar faces. He kept close to the side of the street as he made his way through town towards the west end where the hotel and livery stable lay. Eli wasn't along very far when he heard a raspy voice behind him. Looking back, he spotted someone none other than Billy himself. And it wasn't the pale-faced Billy he had seen just a few hours earlier. It was the cocky, arrogant Billy who had threatened to ruin all of Eli's life. And he was not in a playing mood at the moment. Mounted proudly on Maverick, he rode up to Eli with a dark scowl on his face. "What are you doing here?" Eli growled when Billy was close enough to hear him. "What am I doing here? What am I doing here?" Billy's face was incredulous as he repeated himself. "I'll tell you what I'm doing here. I'm here to prepare to take that lousy homestead from you. That's what I'm doing here." "What are you talking about?" Eli asked, desperately feeling the urge to ride up to Billy and horsewhip him in front of the crowd that was now beginning to form. "That's right," Billy said. "Things have changed. One of the horses dropped out of that race set for tomorrow, and I entered it with Maverick. And when I win, I'm going to ride down to your homestead and sell it to the first bloke who comes along with enough money to buy it. Anyone, that is excepting you. Can't wait to see the look on your family's face when you tell them what kind of a bum you are." Billy's face was all twisted up in a snarl by this time, and Eli thought he was going to levitate, his anger rising furiously. That's not the deal, Billy. We are set to race on Tuesday next week. Tomorrow's only Friday. That's not a part of the agreement. That's off if you break the conditions, and the homestead stays in my hands." "What are you? Yellow?" Billy's voice had risen to a high fever-pitched voice, and the crowd curiously looked onward as Billy sat stewing. He definitely wasn't yellow, and there was no way he was going to back down for any man, let alone for Billy. Not here, and not now. "Okay, what are the conditions for tomorrow?" Eli asked. Billy smiled. "Ah, always the gambling man who can't back down for a wager, eh? All right, here's the deal. We're going to run that race tomorrow, but for you and me, the race doesn't end at the end of the 2 miles. You and me, we're going to race to Jackson, all 22 miles of it, and we're going to see who's the better man with the better horse, once and for all." Eli wasn't shocked at Billy's suggestion and had expected more of a demand than that, but he knew what this meant. He would have to maintain Lightning to keep his stamina intact for the long haul, and yet he wanted to win the race to keep Lightning. Billy no doubt didn't care about winning the race tomorrow. He was just using it as a way to corner Eli into an early race. "Oh, and by the way," Billy's voice interrupted Eli's thoughts, "the race ends at the tree line at the end of the northeast trail. I have it set up to have a line tied to the 2 furthest trees on that end, and the horse to reach the line first wins, which means There will be no time for either one of us to pass the other after exiting the northeast trail. Billy was literally licking his chops, more than likely relishing the thought of Eli's head being bashed in a full-on collision with a tree, knocked into it by none other than Billy himself. And so it was that on that fateful day, both men agreed to a race that they both knew could be deadly for one of them, if not both. Chapter 22, The Competition. After putting up lighting for the night in the livery stable, Eli headed for the hotel restaurant. Even after the unpleasant encounter with Billy, he was still hungry as ever. His plan was to eat a decent meal and head off to bed for a couple hours before heading out to Jensen's racetrack in order to be there at the crack of dawn. It would be about a 30-minute ride since he wanted to make sure he got Lightning there as rested as possible. Nor did he want to run the risk of Lightning coming up lame on the way there. The odds that he would win were slim to none, but he had a lot riding on this race and was proceeding with utmost caution. The hotel restaurant was nearly empty when he got there, with it still being too early for the normal dinner crowd. Eli was glad to find a table for himself that didn't promise the scrutiny of prying company. The waitress on staff took his order and he sat back to relax, glad to be able to rest for the first time since that morning. Life has a funny way of making a man, one moment think his life is practically over, and the next moment think that the sky is the limit for his success. Eli felt pretty good at the moment and confident he could pull this off and get on with life as he had known it before Billy Casola came along and ruined everything. Well, maybe it wasn't all Billy's fault, since Eli had agreed to everything, but with Billy out of the way and his homestead back in his own hands, Eli decided he would then turn over a new leaf and once again abandon the way of doing things like he had been used to doing them 10 years ago. But until he had dealt with Billy, Eli wasn't confident he could do things the way the Bible taught. Eli had always considered the Bible a good book, and one that a man should live by as much as possible, but he wasn't keen on some of the teaching such as turning the other cheek and waiting for God in tough times. He believed God could help him in some situations, but in situations like this, Eli felt it was up to himself to fix his own life and clean it up. He had gotten himself into it, and it was his responsibility to get himself out of it. After all, how could he come to God at a time like this and ask for help after having backslidden the way he had, making a mess of his own life? So far as he was concerned, asking God for forgiveness and asking him to help him with the mess he had made in his life wasn't exactly the manliest thing to do. In his mind, it was his own responsibility to fix his life and become a better person having lived through the experience. Eli was glad when the food arrived because his thoughts were once again guilting his conscience. He knew the way he was conducting his life at the moment was wrong, but he didn't want to turn this over to God. He was much too proud for that, and this is what made him feel the guiltiest. He understood how the Bible condemned pride, and how it repeatedly showed how pride was the downfall of man and the leading agent that led people into the worst of sins. So when the waitress arrived with the food, Eli quickly set his mind on consuming the finely cooked meal, trying to ease his conscience by taking his mind off the morality of things and putting his mind on the temporal activities of life. This is how he had functioned in the past and had found it the best remedy to block out that still small voice that guilted him into trying harder at living the life he knew was required from him by God. The food was good, and it wasn't long before Eli was once again feeling good about himself and the feeling that he could somehow set everything right come tomorrow. After the race, he would not only have his homestead back, but also a fine horse to go with it. Of course, Lightning would be Molly's horse, but only in theory. It would really be Eli who would use Lightning the most. It didn't take long for Eli to consume the food set before him, and after paying for the meal, he arranged for a room at the front desk. It didn't take long for him to settle down for the night once he had made his way there to the room assigned to him. The bed wasn't the softest bed he had ever slept in, but it was better than the hard ground, and before long he dozed off. Eli was more exhausted than he had thought, and was startled when he woke up a few hours later thinking he had slept longer than he wanted to. He had slept soundly the entire time, but was relieved to discover it was only 5 o'clock. He quickly dressed and made his way out to the livery stable where he found Lightning in good shape and ready for the trek. The ride to Jensen's racetrack was peaceful, and without a wind much more than a slight whisper, it wasn't too cold either. It had warmed up steadily over the past few days, and much of the snow was beginning to disappear. From the looks of the clear night sky, it was going to be a nice sunny day come morning, and Eli felt as good about life as he had in about a week. He had rested well the night before and felt like a man usually does after a good night's sleep. After feeling the blues for about a week now, not having much hope in the situation, Eli now oddly felt hopeful and alive, believing the worst was behind him and the best was yet to come. Once he got this day over with, he would settle back into his previous life and make things right with God. Of course, he would need to somehow patch things up with the ministry, but once they saw him repent, surely they would move on with life and leave former things behind them. But deep down, he wasn't so sure. The young minister would probably have looked the other way, but the old bishop and the newly ordained deacon were a different sort of men. Their idea of repentance was a lot different than the young minister, and with the young minister most likely on his way out, Bishop Fry and Deacon Schwartz would wield their influence and at minimum would demand to have Eli removed from the church leadership board and likely even excommunicated for at least a time until he proved his repentance. Eli felt his spirit sink as his mind began to dwell on this matter, and he quickly forced the negative thoughts from his mind. He had succeeded in the past in making a life for himself, and he would succeed in getting his life back on track. Sure, he might have to work at it, but he would succeed. Why? Because he was a Berkemeier, and Berkemeiers were winners. Having psyched himself up into the feeling good about himself and his situation, Eli arrived at Jensen's racetrack in high spirits. It was still dark when he got there, but he could see the flicker of lights in the east as the sun was beginning to show the shadow of itself. Having arrived before Colin Winters, or anybody else for that matter, Eli trotted lightning over the track he would be racing around in a couple of hours. After having circled once, Eli dismounted and waited for Winters. As expected, Winters was there at the crack of dawn and seemed mighty glad to see that Eli had already arrived. The men heartily greeted each other and sat down for a while to discuss the best way to approach the race. Eli remained silent about Billy's role in the race, fearing Winters' objection to the plan to race all the way to Jackson after the race here at Jensen's racetrack. It wasn't much later that the other participants of the race began arriving, and Eli studied the competition as they came one by one. It was an interesting group of jockeys and horses, but they all had something in common that Eli didn't. None of the jockeys were more than 5 feet tall and were lucky if they weighed 130 pounds. The horses were well groomed and well cared for. On the other hand, Eli was pushing 5 feet 10 inches in height and weighing in at 200 pounds on any given day, and Lightning was anything from a well-groomed horse. And not only that, none of the other horses had that wild look in their eyes that distinguished Lightning from the competition. But this is what Eli liked about Lightning. He had an edge on the rest of the horses because he was wild-spirited. Sure, Eli was now his master, but as far as Lightning seemed concerned, he was still free from the overwhelming constraints the rest of the competition was no doubt under. One horse and rider in particular caught Eli's attention when they rode into town. The horse was beautiful indeed and stood at a whopping 17 hands. Although it wasn't as thick-set as Lightning, nor as powerful, it was graceful in the way it walked. Eli could tell from the beginning this horse would be one of the horses to beat. If Lightning fell behind early, and this horse took the lead, catching him could very well be an impossible feat to perform. Winters caught Eli's eye staring at the particular horse in question and smiled as he brushed Eli's arm to get his attention. "What do you think, Eli? Mighty fine-looking animal, isn't it? Yeah, you're looking at one of the 2 finest horses in the country, and perhaps in the world. The one you're looking at right now has never finished less than 2nd place, and never did it finish second to a horse other than Boxy Baby. That horse you're looking at, his name is Smooth as Silk. Used to be something else, but after a while people began calling him that because of his running style. I've never seen a horse run more beautifully than him. When he gets the lead, it's like watching an angel glide over the ice on skates. His jockey barely seems to move as he perches on him like a bee on a flower. It almost seems like they merge into one being when in the lead. His jockey is also one of the best in the world. Has been riding for 30 years now and has been Smooth as Silk's only rider from day one. The two have an unbreakable bond, and he never uses a whip on him. Smooth as Silk might not look like he's all that motivated, but he was born to run. It's in his blood to run, having come from 2 of the finest horses over in Saudi Arabia. Rumor has it that Jack Thompson paid $10,000 for him after seeing him at just 1 month old. Jack was offered 10 times that amount in cash for him last year, and he turned the offer down without hesitation. That horse is a once-in-a-lifetime horse. His weakness is running in a pack and not being able to break free, but that's where his jockey, Mike Meadows, comes in. There's a reason he is considered the best jockey in the country. He might not use his whip on his own horse, but he knows how to use it on the competition. If you want to beat that pair, you need to get the lead straight from the start and get the inside track. Once you get the inside track, you're going to need to use that big body of lightning to keep from getting boxed in by an outside rider. If Smooth as Silk gets the lead on your outside, just know that Mike will be looking to use his whip to throw Lightning out of kilter. And with Lightning the fighter he is, Meadows will play to that and try to get his mind off racing and into fighting. You're going to need to keep Lightning focused on one thing: racing. Boxy Baby, on the other hand, is a brawler. He's also fast, but he can push his way through a pack of horses with that big body of his. In stark contrast to Smooth as Silk, he runs like you would imagine a box rolling down a hill. Ugliest sight you ever saw. But he's powerful and can jump in on you in a split second and push you into another horse and cause you to go down. Boxy Baby's jockey is also one of the best and has been his rider from day one too. This is one of the reasons Boxy Baby and Smooth as Silk have been as successful as they have been. They've been paired up with the right jockeys right from the start, and they've been trained to win. It's all they know. It's what they expect to do. The only time they've lost is to each other. Twice they have been in the same race, and they have one win each in those two races. There will be a lot of people here today to watch those two horses. No one expects anyone else to have much of a chance against them. Boxy Baby's strength is in stamina, and he will set the pace early. He will jump out of the gate with blinding takeoff power and set a pace that few horses can keep up with early on. Most of the races he's won started with him getting a big early lead, and with that lead he'll hug the inside of the track and cover as little ground as possible. If he gets boxed in early, he has the ability to power through and take the inside. His jockey knows how to put him in position and push anyone out of that inside track. Boxy Baby's weakness is speed down the backstretch. He can run fast the whole way, but he can't beat most horses in a sprint. Even though he opens up big leads in the beginning, he seldom wins by much because down the stretch he doesn't have the speed to maintain the lead. If you want to beat him, you're going to have to get the inside track on him from the beginning and keep it the whole way. By pushing him to the outside, you will take away his advantage. If he gets the inside track, the only horse with the speed to catch him down the backstretch is Smooth as Silk. Winters was interrupted at that moment as another owner came up and pulled him to the side for a conversation in private. Eli kept watching as the competition kept riding in, and by 10 o'clock had sized up the competition quite well. He could tell Winters knew what he was talking about, as the rest of the competition didn't seem worthy of the respect people seemed to give to Smooth as Silk and Boxy Baby, as well as to their riders. It was obvious from the swagger of the two jockeys that they didn't even consider a third horse as a viable contender. Smooth as Silk's jockey, Mike Meadows, and Boxy Baby's jockey, Conway Bonner, didn't seem none too friendly to each other either, as they hardly acknowledged one another at any point. Most of the jockeys at least acknowledged each other, and some even seemed friendly towards one another, but it was obvious the two prime jockeys were enemies as well as competitors, and that wasn't necessarily surprising, considering that had it not been for each other, both jockeys would have been undefeated on their particular horses. But as it was, fate had thrown these two tandems together on the same track, and only one could come out the winner. And then Billy showed up on Maverick, and all eyes seemed to turn to him at once. You could almost hear an audible gasp come from the crowd as this reprehensible man came riding in on a horse that seemed to be made up of skin and bones. He was a tall horse, about 16 hands, the same height as Lightning, whereas Smooth as Silk stood at 17 hands, and Boxy Baby stood at just shy of 14 hands. But Maverick was an ugly horse with an ugly face, just like his rider was an ugly man with an ugly face, and the crowd seemed to lean back in horror as Billy strutted before them on Maverick, head held high and eyes looking straight forward. He had a smirk on his face as if he knew something no one else did, but when his eyes met Eli's eyes, that smirk vanished and his trademark scowl, nay snarl, naturally replaced his smirk as if they were one and the same. And it was in this moment that Eli had sized up the situation fully and knew what he was up against. Here he was, on a horse he had first ridden for the first time just a few days ago, up against men who had been riding their horses for years now and knew every aspect and trait of their horses. They would be able to settle into the race with ease, knowing their horses' every movement and tendency, while Eli would need to figure that out on the fly. And not just that, he also realized that Lightning may not have the advantage of speed and power after all. These horses were a combination of speed, power, and toughness, and for Eli to win this race, he would need to perfectly navigate Lightning through one of the most potent lineups of horses in the history of racing. Chapter 23, The Race. The race was set to start at 3 o'clock, and Eli decided to lay down for a bit to see if he couldn't get some rest and maybe settle his nerves just a little. He wasn't one to get nervous about things, and he wasn't necessarily nervous or afraid. But his stomach was beginning to feel sour, and he noticed his hands were shaking. Winters had left off of his conversation with the owner who had pulled him aside and returned to sit with Eli. Noting his angst, he smiled and patted Eli on the back. "Hey, how about you go to that bench over yonder and see if you can't get a little shut-eye? Even if you can't fall asleep, I found it helps a man a lot sometimes just laying down and clearing his head for a time. I'll keep an eye on Lightning." Lightning was in the corral just across the street and seemed none too nervous himself, even though he intently watched the other horses. Eli nodded his head in gratitude and headed over to the bench that was perched under a large oak tree. It was vacant, and he was mighty glad to stretch his tired frame across it. Eli didn't expect to get a nap of any sort and was startled when he felt Winters shake him awake. "Eli, I think it's best we start getting ready. Jockeys are starting to get their horses loose, and you will want to do the same." Eli sat up, rubbing his eyes. A little groggy, he stood up and walked with Winters over to the stall where Lightning was patiently waiting. After rubbing down Lightning and tacking up, he led him out of the stall and started to walk him over to the track to let him stretch out his legs. Upon reaching the track, he mounted Lightning and was walking him slowly when from nowhere Billy appeared and bumped Maverick into Lightning. Lightning wasn't prepared for the intrusion in his personal space, and his head bobbed up with his ears back as he reared up on his hind legs with a loud scream. Maverick did the same, and the next thing Eli knew, the two horses were faced off towards each other with both of them reared up on their hind legs. "Whoa! Whoa!" Eli tried to pull Lightning back as Billy did the same with Maverick. At least Billy looked like he was trying to pull back Maverick, but Maverick was advancing on Lightning, and it was all Eli could do to keep Lightning in check. "Billy, what are you doing? Get your horse back from Lightning!" Eli was furious as he shouted at Billy. Billy's face was pulled into his trademark snarl, and had it not been for the few men who ran over to help pull Maverick away from Lightning, the two horses would no doubt have tangled. They seemed to hate each other just as much as their riders hated each other. Eli finally had Lightning back under control on all fours and angrily glared at Billy, who had a smug look on his face. Furious, Eli rode Lightning away from the situation and walked him for about 10 minutes when he noticed the horses and their riders were being called to head on over to the starting gate and get ready. A large crowd had gathered by this time, and Eli was ready to go, no longer nervous. His encounter with Billy had re-aggravated his anger towards him, and he was now fully focused on the race. This was the moment he had been waiting for. This one race was going to determine the direction of his life and that of his family. With this much on the line, he was going to need to make every move count from here on out. As he headed for the gate, he saw Winters make his way through the crowd towards him. When he finally pushed through, he had some bad news. "Eli, we got a bad draw. I was hoping we'd be closer on the inside, but you drew the spot furthest out with that horse Maverick and his rider right next to you. Boxy Baby drew the furthest inside spot, and Smooth as Silk is dead center. Looks like the start is rigged." Eli shook his head in disgust. Why couldn't anything go right? Why did there always have to be these obstacles ahead of him, always giving him an unfair advantage? But he was too angry with Billy at the moment to let the start results bother him. At the end of the day, his race was with Billy and no one else. "Winters, I need to tell you something." Eli paused as Winters looked at him calmly. "It's all right, Eli. I already know. Billy's been talking, and news reached me that your race doesn't end here. And hey, even if you don't win this race, which I expect you won't, especially with the starting positions, you have my permission to race the race with Billy. Not that I think I have much of a say in the matter." Winters smiled as Eli pulled up Lightning at the gate. Putting out his hand, Eli firmly shook Winters' hand. "Winters, I don't know what will come of this race, but I sure would be honored if we would be neighborly after this business is finished with." Eli wasn't a very sentimental man, and this was the most he would ever come to showing any kind of emotion toward another man. But Winters knew Eli was a man who could be trusted. Maybe he wasn't the most level-headed man at all times, but he was a man you wanted to know. "Eli, win or lose, no matter what happens, you'll always have an invitation to come out to the ranch. If you ever find yourself needing something, you come to me. You hear? And that goes for your family, too." Eli nodded gratefully as he gingerly walked Lightning into the starting gate. Billy was already in his slot with Maverick, and Maverick seemed ill at ease in his position. He didn't like being boxed in the way he was, and neither did Lightning. but both men were able to keep their horses under control as the men cleared from the track and scattered over into the crowd stretched around the track. Peering to his left, Eli saw Smooth as Silk calmly standing in his slot with his rider jawing with the two riders beside him. Boxy Baby was barely visible all the way at the end, and his rider was sitting silently on top of him, intently looking down the track. Eli wasn't quite sure what his strategy should be. Should he let Lightning go full steam ahead and see if somehow he couldn't get the inside of the track? He would need to somehow get ahead of Billy in the first 15 yards and then pull a hard left. Chances were that Boxy Baby would be too far in the lead to cut off right from the start, but if Eli could somehow get in behind him, he could potentially find an opening and move in on Boxy Baby. If push came to shove, he just might need to go around him on the outside, but he would have Smooth as Silk to contend with at this point in the race, and Eli didn't like the idea of getting between the two horses, and of course, it was hard telling where Billy would be. Maverick shouldn't be counted out of this race just yet. And just like that, the pistol was fired, and the gate swung open. Eli wasn't fully prepared for Lightning's takeoff, and his upper body came up off Lightning just for a second, but the shift in body weight didn't seem to faze Lightning as he lunged forward, picking up speed incredibly quick. Billy was beside him for the first several yards, but Lightning's powerful hind haunches chewed up the ground as Eli gave him a full head of steam. Eli knew it probably wasn't a good idea because it might potentially exhaust Lightning too early in the race, but he had also experienced firsthand Lightning's stamina and thought that perhaps, just perhaps, he could pull this off. Eli could see that Boxy Baby had charged out of the gate as well and was in the lead on the inside. The rest of the horses were all bunched together fighting for the inside right behind him. Smooth as Silk stayed out of the bunch as his rider kept him in the middle of the track in last place as he slowly picked up speed. But Billy, that pesky Billy, stayed his course towards the outside of the track, keeping Eli all the way out on the outside. Lightning had gained half a length at about the 30-yard marker, but Maverick was fast, and Billy coolly pushed Eli towards the outside. Knowing he had to get away from Billy, Eli tried to pull up Lightning quick enough to dart beneath Billy and take the inside, but Billy was too quick and kept Maverick in between Lightning and the inside of the track. Eli frantically worked Lightning to find an opening. The horses thundered along as the sound of the crowd almost drowned them out. Every second seemed like a minute, and for a moment Eli thought he had lost the race. He was dead last, with Maverick second to last. Boxy Baby was leading. Smooth as Silk was in second place on the outside, beginning to wind out in that blazing fast speed he was renowned for. And then he saw the opening. Maverick was itching to run to win, and in his frustration balked when Billy pulled him up to keep Eli on the outside. At the same time, Eli gave Lightning full rein, and Lightning shot forward like a ball out of a cannon. As Lightning's body fully cleared Maverick, Eli pulled him hard left, feeling Maverick's warm breath next to him as he surged forward, trying to retake his position. But now Eli had the position he needed. But by this time, Boxy Baby and Smooth as Silk had both built a nice lead on the rest of the pack, and Eli knew this was the moment to see what Lightning had. Pressing his heels against Lightning's ribs, he touched him gently on the neck. Lightning's ears flickered up as he stretched out his body like only he could. The crowd had been cheering wildly when Eli noticed a hush come over them. Looking over, he saw he had cleared the pack and was closing in on the leaders. Lightning's head was stretched forward as he gained on them with every stride. 1 mile was in the books, and 1 mile was left to go with 10 lengths separating Eli from the lead. Lightning shook his head as Eli tried to pull him in on the inside. Another quarter mile had passed, and now Eli was only 6 lengths from the lead. He was trying to get in on the inside of the track, hoping for a last-second opening to squeeze by Boxy Baby, who was beginning to look a little winded. Smooth as Silk was on the outside of him, running neck and neck. By all means, it looked like it was Smooth as Silk's race to lose. But Lightning seemed to have a different result in mind, and Eli once again let him have his way as he loosened the reins on him. There wasn't enough time to get in on the inside. He was going to need to squeeze in between Boxy Baby and Smooth as Silk. There wasn't much of an opening at the moment, but when they turned that last corner, Eli noticed Smooth as Silk move out just a little. He had noticed that Smooth as Silk didn't seem to take corners well, and had drifted at each one so far. Now there was only half a mile to go. As they approached the last turn, Lightning's head was even with the back of the leading horses, and sure enough, Smooth as Silk began drifting, but Conway Bonner had seen Eli gain ground on them, and in the last second drifted outside too, closing the gap between Boxy Baby and Smooth as Silk. Eli hadn't expected this, but as if by instinct, he sharply pulled Lightning in on Boxy Baby, and just like that, he had the inside track. Had it not been that Meadows and Bonner got a little tangled up as they jockeyed each other with their horses and whips, Eli wouldn't have stood a chance at holding the inside track, but the small window he was given was enough. And then they were even down the backstretch. The crowd had been hushed as they watched in disbelief, but when Eli and Lightning made their move to the inside of Boxy Baby, the crowd erupted. Eli could barely believe his luck. This was it. This was exactly what needed to happen. But could Lightning hold the pace? Boxy Baby had fallen back half a length, and then a full length. Losing the inside track had taken away his advantage, and at this point, it was between Lightning and Smooth as Silk. Eli had been looking straight ahead, not paying much attention, when he saw Meadows pull Smooth as Silk in tight against Lightning. Lightning didn't like the crowding, and Eli could feel him begin to tense. Not having used his whip at all to this point, Eli didn't plan to use it now, at least not on Lightning, but he was going to use it on Meadows, who had raised his left hand and was coming down with the whip straight for Lightning's head. Had he connected, chances were that Lightning would have spooked, throwing Eli onto the track right in front of the pack behind them. But Eli anticipated what Meadows was going to do, Winters having warned him. With one powerful stroke up with his whip in hand, he deflected Meadows' whip, and at the same time flashed his own whip across Meadows' face. Eli was a strong man, even with an arm that was still healing from the wound a few days earlier, and the blow from his whip seemed to stun Meadows. And then it was over. The two horses had been neck and neck, and as Eli looked back at the other horses that were being reined in by their riders, he wasn't sure if he had won. And then he saw Billy. Billy emerged from the rear of the pack and was beginning to wind out Maverick. Maverick blew past Eli as Eli pulled up Lightning slightly to preserve him now for the long race. It was 20 miles to Jackson, and he was going to need to preserve Lightning's strength enough to power past Billy at the opportune time. Billy had played his cards well and was well ahead of Eli as they entered the Northeast Trail. From here on out, it was going to be a contest of the wills. Maverick maintained his pace, and Eli saw the distance grow between himself and Billy. Lightning was game to run, but he was also breathing heavily, and Eli knew he needed to let him catch his breath. The last burst back at the track had taken the wind out of Lightning. It wasn't long before Eli saw Maverick begin to ease up on the pace he had set, and Eli made sure they now kept pace while slowly decreasing the gap between them. Billy didn't look back as he clung to Maverick with his head and body stretched out across Maverick's body. Shadows were beginning to creep across the trail as they passed the 10-mile marker. The gap between the two men had been cut in half, and Lightning was no longer breathing hard. Eli knew he needed to make his move soon, and he slowly gave Lightning rein, and Lightning took it. He wanted to run. Billy didn't seem to notice as Eli pulled in within just a few lengths of him and kept a tight rein on Maverick, and then Eli was right behind him, but there was no place to pass except for a small opening 3 miles from the end of the trail. Passing would be virtual suicide, at least for the rider in the back. Eli knew he was going to have one last chance. But as they approached the 3-mile marker, Billy began to give Maverick rein, and by the time they reached the opening, both horses were running full speed. But Lightning was held back by Maverick as the trees whipped beside him. They weren't much more than a blur to Eli. And then they were in the opening, and Eli knew this was his last chance, and he took it. The opening was about 200 yards long and wide enough for 2 horses. As Eli gave Lightning rein, he also pulled him to the left and then to the right. Billy blocked both ways, and Eli pulled left again. But as he pulled left just slightly, and as Billy overcompensated, he pulled Lightning right and pressed his heels into Lightning's side. By this time, 100 yards of the opening had expired, and as Lightning surged forward, he was neck and neck with Maverick. Both men had their heads down, and both men gave their horses free rein as they jostled against each other, trying to get the position to take the lead into the final stretch. The opening was closing, and there simply wasn't enough room for both horses to re-enter the narrow trail ahead. They had about 30 yards of opening left when Eli realized what was about to transpire. Their hatred for each other had been to such an extreme that neither man would back down for the other at a moment like this when it meant certain death. As the trail closed up on them, Eli desperately pulled Lightning left up against Maverick's body, trying to push him over far enough for Lightning to re-enter the narrow trail. And then the opening ended. Eli felt himself flying through the air. It was then that everything went dark and silent. Chapter 24, The Tragic End. It was a beautiful spring morning when the last sign of snow was beginning to vanish and the sun was beginning to show signs of the sunny days that were ahead. Molly found herself staring out the window wistfully, eager to go outside and spend time with her favorite horse, Bonnie. If she hurried with the housework, she might be able to go for a long ride through the springtime countryside today. A year and a few months had passed since that awful day in Madison when her father had packed up the family and taken them away from their home and from their beloved Doc Wilson. Molly hadn't seen Doc Wilson since that day, and it seemed she missed him more with every passing minute. Her father had lost a race that day and suffered severe injuries that took several months for him to recover from. Billy had taken over the homestead, and Eli was forced to accept Doc Wilson's charity until he had healed from the injuries that would have killed most men. But Eli was a hard man to kill, and he had pulled through. But the accident had changed him mentally as well. He never smiled anymore, and it was nearly impossible to coax him out of his silent, moody thoughts. As soon as he had healed enough from his injuries to get up and walk around, he began to disappear for days at a time, and one day had showed up to pack up the family and travel north. They didn't go far, just on the other side of Wild Canyon to an area that wasn't much inhabited by people yet. It was here that Eli began his moonshining again like he had done in the old days. He also began to ride into Wild Canyon with a few men to catch wild horses, which he broke before selling them. With the money from this venture, he began to acquire racing horses as he worked to build up a name for himself in the increasingly lucrative world of horse racing. The family didn't get to see him much, since he would be gone for days, and when he came by, it was only to bring them the necessities for them to survive. While he was at home, it was largely spent bickering with Rose, who now was dependent on laudanum. She was always complaining about her back pain, but everyone knew she took the laudanum for her mental problems rather than her back pain. And Eli complied with her wishes and made sure she had a steady supply of the drug. As far as he had sunk morally, he still felt guilty about what had happened to Rose from the accident at Black Creek Corner. So he complied with her wishes even though he knew it wouldn't be good for her long term. Eli had also become a violent man, and sometimes his violence was carried out towards his children. Whenever he came back for a day or two, he would bring some less than desirable characters, but they were never allowed to come near the house and spent all their time in the barn in the loft, which Eli had outfitted as a club for himself and his wild cronies. Molly could often hear shouts from them late at night as they partied all night with their moonshine and card playing. One time she had snuck out to the barn and sat listening in a corner in the barn below when she heard her father suddenly grab a man and throw him up against the wall and curse him like she had never imagined possible. Terrified, she had run back to her bedroom, burying her head in her pillow, sobbing herself to sleep. Eli had also turned his back on God completely. He refused to talk about it, except for the one time Molly had overheard a conversation between Doc Wilson and her father before her father had packed up the family and taken them north. Her father was very angry with God and blamed him for everything that had happened. According to Eli, after cleaning up his own life and becoming a good man who was useful to the community, it just didn't make sense that God wouldn't have worked things out in a different way than he had if he could. And that was exactly what Eli found wrong with God. If God could work all things according to the counsel of his will, then he could have worked things out differently in the race. Eli could have come out the winner, and the family could have continued life as it was before. But God hadn't worked things out like Eli thought he should have, and this led to Eli's belief that he couldn't, and thus wasn't a God worth worshiping. It was soon after this argument that Eli packed up his family and took them away from the only life they had ever known. Their new house was a lonely home, and Molly had only her two brothers for companionship, but because of the lack of fatherly oversight, they too had become unruly and wild, roaming the countryside unsupervised. Molly had tried to set them straight when they began acting like common criminals, but she wasn't physically strong enough to stop them. They seemed to grow worse by the day. Bo was the worst, and it was him that often got into it with Eli whenever Eli came home for a day or two. And it wasn't uncommon for Eli to catch Bo by his shirt collar and thrash the living daylights out of him. It seemed this anger would then boil over onto Molly and Ben as well. Eli had never hit Molly, but Ben was sure to get a whipping once in a while when he had the audacity to talk back to Eli. Molly was hit mostly by her mother whenever Rose had the ambition to pull herself off the couch and do so when Molly wasn't looking. Molly had become even more frail than she had been before the accident, and her broken leg hadn't quite healed like it should have, leaving her with a slight limp. Whenever Rose hit her, it seemed to rack her frail body with pain and would leave bruises for days. If her father were to ever hit her with his massive paws, it would more than likely hurt her severely, and Eli knew this, which is probably why he never hit her, even in his drunken state of mind. It was in this environment that Molly now found herself entrenched in, and she could never quite comprehend exactly what had happened to their family that once was a happy family with lots of love to go around. In just a short time, her whole world had fallen apart, and she had no one to go to. If Doc Wilson were close enough to visit, she could have found some solace in his love, but he was too far away to go to. But Doc had given her something when they left his place that day. As they were saying goodbyes, he had slipped a small Bible into her hand and whispered silently into her ear that she could always find Jesus close even in the worst of times. With tears in his eyes, he hugged Molly close and told her to look for Jesus. "Molly," he had whispered, "the Bible says that if you call on him and pray to him and seek him, he will be found by you, and he will bring you through every trial and tribulation. It might not be easy in the worst of times, but the time you spend with him in the worst of times will be the best of times. Look for him, Molly, and you will see him carrying you through these difficult times." With these words burned into her mind, Molly had ridden off with her family, tears streaming down her face as she waved to her beloved Doc Wilson until she could no longer see him. She had listened to him and what he said as they parted, and every morning as the sun was rising she would go outside to the grove of trees that had become her place of solace. There she would read the Bible that Doc gave her, seeking to know this Jesus that Doc told her about, praying the only way she knew how to. It was about 2 months after they had left their old home that Molly had an experience that changed her life forever. Her father was gone, and she was trying to separate her two brothers who were fighting again when she finally lost her temper and said some awful things as she began to scream hysterically at her brothers. Then she screamed at her mother, and in a blind rage began to scream at God for allowing this awful life to come to pass. They hadn't seen their father in 2 weeks, and the food was low, enough to where Molly had begun to ration it, not knowing when Eli would come with more food. Rose was almost out of laudanum and was cursing almost non-stop as she was trying to stretch out the addictive drug to last until Eli brought her more. And now her brothers were trying to kill each other over the last piece of bread instead of listening to their older sister who was trying to manage the deteriorating situation. But she wasn't able to cope with it anymore and had run out of the house screaming at the top of her lungs as she blindly ran for the only place she could run to at a time like this. And when she had reached her place of solace in the grove, she buried her head in her arms and sobbed violently until she fell asleep. The sun was beginning to set in the west when she woke up, and she just lay there for a few minutes curled up in the ball she had fallen asleep in, with her head buried in her arms. She was calm now, but was not sure if she could continue with her life. It just wasn't worth the effort anymore. After a few minutes, she reached over and picked up her Bible and thumbed through it. When Matthew 24 caught her eye, her heart began to fill with understanding as she read through the passage, and when she came to verse 27, she paused and read it several times. "For as the lightning comes from the east and shines as far as the west, so will the coming of the Son of Man." Molly gazed into the eastern sky and imagined Jesus coming on the clouds and rescuing her from her world that was crumbling and decaying with every passing moment. She imagined him taking her up in his strong arms and carrying her away into heaven where she would never again experience pain and suffering. Glancing down at her Bible, she continued to read. "Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Then will appear in the heaven the sign of the Son of Man, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other." Matthew 24:29-31. It was at this moment that Molly prayed like she had never prayed before. It was different than before. Her heart filled with love for Jesus as she poured out all her pain and sorrow onto him. She had also wept at her own sinfulness, asking God to forgive her, especially for her earlier outbursts at her family and at him. When she stood up and walked out of the grove that day, she knew she was different. She didn't know how to explain it, but her spirit was settled. She knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy, but she knew she could carry on with her life until Jesus came to carry her home. She also was filled with a deep sadness for her family. Now that the light of the gospel of Jesus Christ had shone into her heart, and she was now fully dependent on him, on who he is and on what he had done on Calvary 2,000 years ago, she also understood the plight of the souls of her family. And as much as she suffered at the hands of her family, she loved her family and wanted them to spend eternity with Jesus. And if Jesus could change her into his own likeness, he could also change them. And over the next year, Molly sought to show her family Jesus every day, and her family had noticed a change in her, but they hadn't heeded any of her love for them, and especially not when she talked to them about Jesus. Her brothers sometimes listened for a little bit, but then they would mock her endlessly about her fantasies, teasing her with the thought that nothing was ever going to change, and this was the only life they could ever look forward to. And so it was that here she was today, with the sun shining brightly, and her heart filled with the love and joy of Jesus, as she finished wiping the last dish clean. She had enjoyed a special moment earlier that morning with Jesus as she had read about his resurrection from the dead and his ascension into heaven. She longed to go to be with him, and yet she knew she wanted to tarry on earth in hopes her family too would come to know Jesus and be translated into his eternal kingdom. Molly was startled when the peaceful quietness was shattered by the sound of Bo rushing through the door with Eli close behind. Molly had been lost in her daydreaming and hadn't noticed that her father was back with his cronies. She was glad to see him back, but she also cringed at the thought of what that meant for her family. And especially today, as soon as she saw him, Molly could tell her father was drunk, and he was as angry as she had ever seen him. He had cornered Bo, and Molly gasped in horror as she saw her father begin to rain down those massive paws onto Bo's trembling body. "Father!" Molly screamed as she saw Bo crumble under another blow from Eli. "Stop! You're going to kill him!" Molly lost all sense of herself as she leaped for her father, who pushed her back violently as he hit Bo again, who was now curled up in a ball on the floor in front of Eli. Molly lunged around her father, piling herself on top of the sobbing Bo, as her father brought down another fist, this time landing it squarely on the top of Molly's head. Molly's head seemed to snap from her shoulders as she went limp, and Eli's second blow stopped in midair as he realized what had just happened. Molly wasn't moving, and he just stood there in utter shock. Bo had crawled out from under Molly and ran out of the house. Eli stood for a moment, not knowing what to do when he saw blood beginning to form a puddle next to Molly's mouth. Terrified, he quickly scooped her up and turned her limp body over, frantically to see if she was still alive. Her eyes were glazed over, and Eli hugged her in his arms as he sat rocking back and forth, utterly horrified at what had just happened. Molly came to and feebly beckoned her father to come close. Eli eagerly put his ear next to her mouth to hear what she was about to say, and as she gasped and coughed, with her soul taking flight from her broken body, this is what she said. "I love you, Daddy. I don't know why you hate me so much. I know I couldn't please you ere demanding it was such. But I just want to hold you tight. I've wanted this so long, for you to hold me in your arms and tell me of your love." And as she gasped for one last breath, she looked beyond his eyes and whispered, "I can see him now, between the parting skies. His name is Jesus, and he comes to make my world new. 'Tis heaven where I long to be. Daddy, will you come too?" Chapter 25, A Triumphant Beginning. It was late in the day and the sun was beginning to set in the west as Eli sat deep in thought, his hand cupped over his chin as he leaned forward in the chair outside on Doc Wilson's front porch. He gazed fondly at his 3 children as his 2 sons carefully pushed Molly along in her homemade wheelchair. It had been a few weeks since that fateful day when he had accidentally struck Molly in his drunken rage. Only by the grace of God had she lived through the ordeal as Eli had rushed her to Doc Wilson's, barely remembering the wild riot as he rode his horse nearly to death that evening. Eli somberly thought of that fateful day when he held Molly in his arms, with blood dripping from her mouth, thinking she was dead or about to be. He also remembered how he had made a promise to God at that moment that if he spared Molly, he would dedicate his life in the service of God. Looking back, he knew it was a promise made in the heat of the moment, and if he went back on his promise, he wouldn't be the first person to do so. But what had happened that morning under the stars as he sat alone out in the woods behind Doc's barn had changed him in such a way that he knew his life had been consecrated to God in a special way. Somehow he knew his life was now bent in a direction that would serve God the rest of his days. When he had first arrived at the Wilson homestead with Molly in his arms, he frantically called for Doc as he dismounted his horse and ran for the front door. Doc was groggy as he came to the front door, but it didn't take long for him to assess the situation and take immediate action. Doc didn't ask any questions as he went into action, rapidly ordering Eli to do this and that as he frantically tried to keep Molly alive. It wasn't until the wee hours of the morning, before the sun had even begun to rise, when Doc had stabilized Molly and told Eli to go outside and get some fresh air. Eli had not uttered a word the whole time he had been with Doc as Doc worked on Molly, and somehow Doc knew that Eli needed to go out and do some serious soul-searching. And this is exactly what Eli did. He had gone outside and headed for the woods behind Doc Wilson's barn. It wasn't very far, and when he had arrived, he sat down on a log that lay across his path. His thoughts were in turmoil, and he wondered how his life could have come to this point. And then he started weeping, because for the first time in his life, he realized just how utterly lost he was. He needed God if God existed, but it was more than that. For the first time in his life, he knew he needed God to exist. And as he reached out for God in his heart and mind, he didn't say many words. He didn't need to say many words. What could he say in a moment like this? He knew everything in his life was his own fault. He had blamed God for everything up to this point, but when it came down to it, Eli was Eli's biggest problem. He had wept uncontrollably as he told God he was sorry for how he had lived his life, and he told him that he needed him. And Eli had asked him if he would come near and please help him. Eli wasn't a charismatic person by any means, but whenever he looked back at that moment, he knew that God was there in such a way that few people experience. He couldn't see God, but God's presence was so real he could have taken you to the exact spot where he imagined God stood. But he also knew that God was much nearer than that because Eli's soul had become a dwelling place for God's Spirit. Eli's eyes filled with tears of joy as he watched Bo pick up a handful of tulips and give them to Molly, who eagerly held them up to her nose with a large smile. It had been only a few weeks since that morning under the stars in the woods behind Doc Wilson's barn, but life had never looked so promising. And it's not that life would be easy from here on out, nor would it be easier than any other period in his life, for in the 10 years prior he had led a pretty good life. But this was different. Everything now seemed cleaner and fresher. Even the sun seemed brighter. The air seemed cleaner. The sky seemed bluer. The grass seemed greener. Eli thought back to that early morning when he had surrendered his life to God in desperation. He remembered how sick he felt of the mess he made of his life, and then everything changed. He was different somehow. It was as if a great boulder had rolled off his shoulders. He knew that somehow he would be able to get through this tragedy and continue with life. He didn't know what the future held, but for the first time he knew everything was going to be all right. It wasn't like he expected everything to be fixed immediately and that his life would then be a bed of roses. He had realized over the following weeks that sometimes God brings fixes in a person's life over a period of time. Molly didn't heal overnight, and Rose was still in her ill mental state, but Eli believed that somehow God would help him with all the problems he faced. And then there was the issue of having a respectable profession. He couldn't go back to moonshining and horse racing. He didn't have a homestead anymore on which to raise cattle. He had a wife to support who would demand that he continue to supply her with laudanum. How could he deal with that? Could he still provide this drug to her knowing it was bad for her long term? And what about his children? How would he provide for them? He couldn't expect Doc to support them indefinitely, and it was with these questions in the back of Eli's mind that he gratefully watched his children play together. At least he still had his family. At least he still had Molly. He had lost a lot of things over the past 2 years, but all those things could be replaced. Molly could never have been replaced. Eli's thoughts were interrupted as he heard Molly's sweet voice come sounding through the calm, crisp air, calling him to come join them. He smiled and waved at her and his 2 sons as he stood up and began walking that way. He was enamored with the love of a child. How easily they forgot things in the midst of love, and how desperately they clung to the love in the midst of pain and suffering. Even in her injured state, she had noticed that he had changed over the past several weeks, and they both knew why, because they both experienced the same change, albeit at different times and in different circumstances. As Eli drew close to his children, he bent on one knee and hugged his 2 sons. With him now around to keep an eye on them and provide fatherly love, they had quickly begun to behave differently than they had been behaving just a few weeks earlier. It wasn't that they no longer needed discipline from time to time, but they had noticed a new love possessed their father, and they wanted to partake of this love. Molly was staring at Eli as he hugged his 2 sons, and he noticed her eyes begin to glisten. Life wasn't perfect by any means, but it sure was better than it had ever been before. And as Eli stood up and leaned down to hug Molly, he whispered ever so quietly in her ear that he loved her and that she was the best daughter any father could ever want. As they headed for Doc's house where he awaited them with a breakfast for the ages, Eli's heart filled with joy, for a new day, and a new beginning had dawned in his life.